In the blink of an eye, the blood cloud behind him chased Han Li's streak of white light for over 50 kilometers. However, the distance between the two gradually shrank to about 30 meters. As Han Li inwardly complained without end, Wang Quan, who was chasing him on the blood cloud, was greatly amazed. Although the great blood spirit art's blood evasion technique did not dare to proclaim itself as the fastest among the 6 sects, its speed was certainly among the top 5 secret arts in all the sects, much faster than that top-grade flying magic tools. But even though he was using the complete strength of his flying evasion technique, he was unable to overtake Han Li's small boat by now. While this surprised Wang Quan, his desire to kill also grew stronger. Han Li knew that if this wild rush continued, in the time it took to make a cup of tea, he would likely be caught. He had to do something now. Thus, his hand touched his storage pouch, and a stack of elementary fireball talismans appeared in his hand. Without thinking much further, he madly threw them behind him and continued his wild rush forward. He immediately heard the sounds of explosion behind him. Han Li couldn't help but turn his head to look. He only saw the front of that vigorous, wild blood cloud. It seemed to have scattered from the explosions and appeared a bit thinner, faintly revealing the figure of the ghost spirit sect's young master. Han Li felt joy. Just as he wanted to throw out the rest of his talismans inside the blood cloud, Wang Quan suddenly moved his hand. A green light flew straight toward Han Li and grew larger as it approached. This was Wang Quan's flying magic tool that he originally stepped on. With no better option, Han Li immediately threw them at the green pitchfork instead of towards the blood cloud. 20 to 30 fireballs exploded in rapid succession against the huge pitchfork covered in black chi. It tumbled several times in succession and was unable to further approach. But during this moment of interference, the blood cloud had once again returned to its original form, wildly dancing like a furious flame. At this moment, Wang Quan suddenly let out several sharp whistles to the sky. Following these heaven-piercing whistles, the blood cloud suddenly increased dramatically in size. In an instant, it nearly filled the entire sky. Its influence had actually become nearly omnipresent. Immediately after, the overflowing blood cloud increased its speed by several times. As if it were a violent tsunami rushing down a mountain, it arrived in front of the divine wind boat. Furthermore, with the sudden increase in speed, it surrounded and trapped Han Li in midair. Frightened, Han Li hastily stopped his divine wind boat from colliding with the blood cloud and took out a magic tool that appeared to be jet black claw from his storage pouch. At this moment, that strange green pitchfork silently attacked from behind. Go! As if Han Li had eyes behind his head, he threw this magic tool behind him, releasing a deep roar. As he released it, this claw immediately turned several meters large and fiercely grabbed the attacking green pitchfork. The green pitchfork didn't give up without a fight, releasing several strands of black chi from its tip. An instant later, the huge claw was surrounded by twisting layers of black chi, unable to move in the slightest. When Han Li saw this, he performed a hand incantation, and black meter-long streaks emerged from the claw and rustled about, scattering the black chi that was holding it down and preventing the chi from taking shape. Not bad. Not bad. As expected, it isn't a common top-grade magic tool. It was actually able to easily break the Yin spirit threads from the Yin Jade pitchfork. It seems that me personally taking action was not in vain. Wang Quan's voice erratically came from different locations within the blood cloud. At the same time, the green pitchfork hummed for a moment and then retreated into the blood cloud, disappearing without a trace. These were a pair of top-grade magic tools refined from Flood Dragon Claws, Black Dragon's Grasp. Having retrieved it, Han Li vigilantly looked in every direction. At this moment, the blood cloud had already covered the entire sky, obscuring even the slightest cracks. All he could smell from the air was the disgusting scent of bloodlust. If he didn't use his strength to carve out a path, he would be unable to escape. The moment Han Li thought this, he released the Black Dragon's grasp. But without waiting for him to finish, the blood cloud in front of him suddenly boiled. Then 2 blood-red monsters about 3 meters tall emerged. These 2 monsters had fangs, claws, a short horn, a sharp-pointed tail, and eyes that were a deep red just like Wang Quan's. Waving their sharp claws, they pounced towards Han Li. This was the first time Han Li saw monsters such as these. From their appearance, they seemed to be exactly like imps from folklore. However, Hanli still felt fear and hastily threw the black dragon's grasp towards them. With a single light grasp, the imp was completely broken, turning back into a blood cloud that returned to its source. Hanli felt a bit more at ease. They weren't hard to handle at all. But just as Hanli thought it would be a simple job, he could hear Wang Chan's mocking laugh from every direction. Hee hee. Your esteemed self, don't relax too early. Although my great blood spirit art's blood ghosts are extremely easy to dispatch, the show has just begun. Hearing these words, Han Li's heart sank. However, his heart was still firm and unyielding. He wouldn't let the opponent's words move him too easily. Regardless of the consequences, he revolved his magic tool and struck into the blood cloud. As a result, the black dragon's grasp stirred up the blood cloud and easily drilled into it. Han Li felt joy, but an instant later, the black dragon's grasp became lifeless and lost mobility, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Han Li was greatly startled and hastily attempted to retrieve the magic tool with all his strength before he completely lost control. Fortunately, the black dragon's grasp was able to leave the blood cloud and flew back to his side. This magic tool of yours was actually able to somewhat endure my blood cloud's corruption. This young master wants it even more. Wang Chan lightly let out a sound of surprise before revealing unconcealed greed. At this moment, the blood cloud rumbled from every direction and blood ghosts began to crawl out one after another. They pounced, racing towards Han Li. Han Li wore a dazed expression and then brandished the black dragon's grasp in an overbearing manner, running into the blood ghosts and immediately ripping them apart, turning them back into blood clouds. When Han Li had killed over 100 blood ghosts and still saw there was a steady stream of blood ghosts being born from every direction, he let out a sigh. Sure enough, the circumstances seemed extremely terrible. These monsters were endless, much to his surprise. When he killed one, another would be born from the blood cloud. There were about 30 monsters at any one time. It seems that this ghost spirit sect young master wished to tire him to death in this place. With this thought, Han Li was naturally unwilling to continue. He patted his storage pouch with his hand and took out several stacks of elementary mid and high-grade talismans, about 70 or 80 in total. Then, in a single breath, he threw all of them to a single side of the blood cloud. Immediately after, fireballs, icicles, and other such things showered out. Furthermore, Han Li personally cast several fire serpents closely behind the barrage. After previously seeing that a rapid succession of fireballs were able to somewhat scatter the blood clouds, Han Li had long committed it to heart. Now he was relying on these magic techniques to hopefully break open a path for him to escape. You sure know how to dream, Wang Chan darkly yelled with a deep voice. Han Li unexpectedly had so many talismans on hand, which truly exceeded his expectations. After all, aside from elementary high-grade talismans, other talismans weren't much use to Foundation establishment cultivators. However, although this ghost spirit sect cultivator was proud and arrogant, he truly didn't dare to allow his blood cloud to receive these magic techniques. After all, he only cultivated the great blood spirit arts to the second layer, so the cloud was unable to withstand such a great bombardment of magic techniques. As for magic tool attacks, because of the blood cloud's magic tool corruption properties, he wasn't particularly afraid of them. Following his shout, several black human skulls suddenly appeared in midair between the blood cloud and the barrage of magic techniques before simultaneously opening their mouths and spurting out puffs of black chi, immediately obstructing these magic techniques. After a burst of violent explosions, apart from the shaking of human skulls, the blood clouds behind them weren't disturbed in the slightest. Han Li's complexion darkened and couldn't help looking in the other directions. But without waiting for him to act, black skulls had already appeared in the other directions of the blood cloud. At this moment, Wang Chan's cold chuckles could be heard. You believed there was an opportunity to take advantage of? Obediently become food for my blood ghosts. I truly wish to see the bloody scene as you are torn apart by my blood ghosts. Surely the scene will be bloody and extremely beautiful. I am getting a bit impatient to see it. Hearing this ghost spirit sect's young master howled with laughter once more. His insanity was quite obvious. Madman! As Han Li controlled the black dragon's grasp to deal with the blood ghosts, He was anxiously thinking of a plan to respond, his forehead laced with cold sweat. At this moment, Han Li had already taken out a mid-grade spirit stone and held it in his hand, starting to replenish a bit of his magic power. After all, killing an unending stream of blood ghosts was quite difficult for an early Foundation establishment cultivator such as himself. Wang Chan was sitting cross-legged at the peak of the blood cloud, continuously using hand incantations to hasten the manifestation of blood ghosts. He was entirely free of worry. Although the magic power of this yellow Maple Valley cultivator wasn't very high, the magic tools he had were truly strange yet exceptional. After this fight, there would be quite a few more fine magic tools to add to his pouch. He couldn't help but be slightly pleased with himself. The crazed bloodlust residing in his heart seemed to have been alleviated by no small amount. Suddenly a bang could be heard from within the blood cloud. A thick, dark red fog appeared. In an instant, Han Li's figure hid within the fog, which slowly started to spread. Not long after, it enveloped the blood ghosts and started to merge with the blood cloud. Wang Chan was greatly startled, but when he found that this dense, dark red fog merged with his own blood cloud and had been absorbed, he immediately calmed down. Although this dense fog had been continuously absorbed by the blood cloud, it hadn't decreased in the slightest. That dense dark red fog had caused the ghost spirit sect's young master to be unable to see Han Li's actions at this moment. He grew greatly suspicious. After a few more moments, the blood cloud remained hazy without the slightest noise coming from it. When those little ghosts approached the densest area of the fog, they would immediately be cut into shreds. No activity could be discerned. At this moment, Wang Chan could sit still no longer. His two hands formed a seal, and the skulls floating on the surface of the blood cloud opened their mouths wide. 10 or so black columns of light as wide as a bowl shot out, heading directly towards Han Li's original location from all directions. Pung! A light tremor sounded out. Within the dense fog, a faint white light flashed and moved about. In the fierce collisions between the black and white-colored streaks, a white screen of light became faintly discernible inside the dense fog, slightly startling the ghost spirit sect's young sect master. However, immediately afterwards he recalled the white scale shield that Han Li had tossed out from the very beginning. Wang Chan knit his eyebrows. After hesitating for a moment, he still began to speak to himself. Since there are so many high-quality magic tools to be obtained, I am willing to lose some blood essence. Otherwise, this brat may use some deceptive technique to escape. Having said this, Wang Chan suddenly reached out his right index finger and placed it on the corner of his mouth. Then he gently bit it, squeezing out an extremely dense drop of fresh blood from the wound, and gently dripped it on the blood cloud below him. Next, his two hands reached deeply into the blood cloud, concentrating on hastening the magic technique. Following Wang Chan's slow uttering of the incantation, the red cloud originally enshrouding Han Li slowly began to revolve faster and faster, gradually extruding towards the center. Those blood ghosts automatically disappeared without a trace. The azure-red dense fog, following the increased speed of revolution of the blood cloud, was very quickly swept away and absorbed into it, causing the center to slowly become clear, revealing a huge white light barrier. This light barrier, with a white scale shield as its center, was like a bowl that was flipped upside down. Near the center of the light curtain, Han Li was holding a strangely shaped dagger in one hand, letting out astonishing yellow streaks. In the other hand, he held a folded, sparkling talisman, wanting to unleash its offensive power. Two spheres, one azure and one red, were floating next to him, continuing to emit dense dark red fog. Wang Chan saw all of this very clearly. "You." Seeing this, the ghost spirit sect's young sect master coldly laughed a few times and wanted to continue sneering at him. However, he had just spit out one word when he saw the Han Li below him suddenly open his palm. That small dagger gently shook and became a yellow blade many tens of feet long, shooting directly towards Wang Chan. At the same time, the folded talisman in his other hand was tossed out, unleashing 10 or so raging fire dragons that flew over all at once. "Brat, magic tools cannot break through my great blood spirit arts, unless..." Wang Chan was originally moving the skulls carelessly about and causing them to spit out more black chi, but as soon as he contentedly said the word, "unless," he suddenly thought of something. and his expression immediately changed as he rocketed into the air like a crane flying away from the blood cloud. At the same time, that yellow blade, with a few PUPUs, attacked and broke into pieces, numerous skulls blocking the way. Next, it broke a gap through the blood cloud along with the fire dragons, charging ferociously towards where the young sect master was originally sitting. Next, a streak of white light rapidly flew out from the gap, closely followed by the yellow blade, which had turned around. "Treasure talisman!" Wang Chan yelled, both surprised and outraged. In his moment of negligence, he did not expect that when Han Li had used the dense fog, it was actually just to buy time to use a treasure talisman. Otherwise, even if his opponent had treasure talismans, the young master definitely would not allow the other person to have time to activate it. However, the probability of an early Foundation establishment cultivator possessing a treasure talisman was truly very small, leading to his oversight on this matter. But even if the other person had a treasure talisman based on his identity as the ghost spirit sect's young sect master, how could he fear them? He had also brought along 2 treasure talismans, and one of them was actually an extremely rare treasure talisman with a particular attribute. Naturally, he would not Han Li let escape just like that. The furious Wang Chan leaped into the blood cloud, once again causing this blood cloud to roll together and rise up. He controlled it so that it was as fast as a shooting star, catching up to Han Li. Standing on the divine wind boat, Han Li coldly watched the blood cloud drawing near in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. He suddenly waved one hand. Immediately afterwards, the yellow blade suddenly thrusted out, directly shooting towards the ghost spirit sect's young sect master, hiding in the blood cloud. However, Wang Chan had prepared himself much earlier. He tossed out the item in his hand, and a bright golden skull manifested, then increased in size. Its huge mouth actually clamped down on the yellow blade with one bite, stopping it from advancing even a tiny bit. Han Li was surprised and hurriedly tried to retrieve it. However, that yellow blade, apart from bouncing around in the skull's mouth a few times, was unable to release its power. Wang Chan grinned, and the blood cloud next to him began to expand again, causing Han Li to feel a chill in his heart. It seemed like he was about to be bound again. However, at this instant, the blood cloud that had been boiling suddenly died down. The expression of Wang Chan, who was forming magic hand seals, changed even more. Not only did the flying cloud's speed slow down, his face actually became faintly covered with an azure black layer. Han Li, who was constantly observing the opponent, was greatly startled upon seeing this scene. He saw that a panicked expression appeared on the face of his opponent, who let out a long howl, not even paying attention to the golden skull that was locked in a stalemate with Han Li, wrapped in the blood cloud. He flew backwards along his original path like lightning. Puzzled, Han Li stared in a daze, stopping in place. After some hesitation, he turned both the yellow blade and the golden skull into 2 talismans, easily retrieving them into his hand. Then, he gazed at the slowly disappearing figure of the ghost spirit sect's young sect master. Still unsure of what to do, he didn't have enough guts to give chase. However, upon hearing the other person's wailing slowly fade, Han Li immediately realized something and hurriedly urged the divine wind boat into changing directions before disappearing into the horizon. Not long after, the Han Li who had just escaped from danger began to feel great regret after thinking about it carefully. He finally knew why the opponent didn't chase him and instead had turned around. The opponent had been poisoned by the extremely toxic inky flood dragon venom. This all was because the opponent dared to absorb large quantities of the poisonous fog that the azure fire miasma released into the blood cloud. When this dense fog was being refined, according to his requests, the remaining poison from the inky flood dragon's core was refined and incorporated into the fog as well. Today, this blood cloud, which had absorbed the dense fog and still contained large amounts of toxins, had definitely been reabsorbed by this young sect master when he chased after Han Li. Thus, after he had become poisoned, how could he not retreat in shock? The more Han Li thought, the more he felt regret in his heart. Since he didn't realize it until now, perhaps he had some mental illness. He had just let a good opportunity to kill a strong opponent and take even more of the treasure on him slip away. This truly caused Han Li to feel somewhat depressed. However, As for why the opponent didn't even retrieve a treasure talisman as powerful as this golden skull and just ran away, Han Li just couldn't understand it. Han Li didn't know that at another location, the similarly extremely prudent ghost spirit sect's young sect master, who had fled when the situation turned ugly, was also foaming with rage. At his side, the two core formation cultivators, the Leisure brothers, looked at each other. It turned out that just as Wang Chan had traveled a short distance during his retreat, he ran into the two ghost spirit sect elders who had just dispatched all of the 7 great sect disciples at once. Because they were worried about this young sect master's safety, after considering things carefully, they finally caught up. Having seen Wang Chan now poisoned, they naturally used their profound magic power to help him force out the toxin immediately. This young sect master quietly guessed the reason why he had been poisoned, but he mistook Han Li's unintended actions as purposefully laying a trap for him. This caused Wang Chan, who had never before suffered such large losses, to immediately hate Han Li to the bone, and he quietly began to view him as a formidable opponent. With these two trains of thought haunting Wang Chan, he didn't give up hope completely. Disregarding the still somewhat weak condition of his body, he fiercely chased in his original direction along with the two elders for a few hundred kilometers without success. However, the vexation in his heart became like a fish bone that permanently lodged itself in his heart. As for that golden skull treasure talisman that he had been forced to give up because it was entangled with the opponent's treasure talisman and he couldn't retrieve it back then, he did not actually care too much. After all, it had been used many times. At this point, it was most likely a wasted product whose strength was almost depleted. Even if it was retrieved by Han Li, he could only use it once or twice, so it wouldn't be very useful. However, what caused his rage to soar was that just when he returned to the small mountain peak where he had set the ambush, a ghost spirit sect guard reported to him that a group of people from the Harmonious Bond sect, part of the 6 Devil Dao sects, had suddenly launched a surprise attack on them. Although there were no casualties, 2 female cultivators whom the guards had subdued had been forcefully seized by the group. Based on the leader's outstanding appearance, it was the Harmonious Bond sect's sect master's second son, Tian Buke, Wang Chan's junior, whose reputation was not smaller than his own, but whose tactics were vicious. Upon hearing the bad news, although only Wang Chan's eyes dimmed on the surface, he felt like puking blood. Han Li and Tian Buke could now be considered to have become part of Wang Chan's must-kill list. Let's go. Notify the Yen clan elder to immediately begin our retreat. After a long while, Wang Chan let out a sigh and finally said this coldly. At that moment, Han Li flew towards Yellow Maple Valley without the slightest delay. On the way there, he ran into a mixed group of cultivators from Saber Transformation Dock and the Masked Moon sect. Then the leading late Foundation Establishment sect cultivator dropped an unexpected announcement. He was being conscripted. Han Li took a look at the warrant in his hand. It was a conscription order for all traveling disciples, signed by every sect master. He felt extremely depressed. The conscription order had to be genuine, as the sect master's spirit emblem wasn't something that could be forged. However, he truly did not want to follow these orders. From the other party's words, Han Li had learned about the 6 Devil Dao sect's invasion and the great, unavoidable calamity that was about to fall upon the state of Yu's cultivation world. Regardless of whether or not the 7 sects of the state of Yu could resist, innumerable cultivators were certain to die. Even core formation experts would have their core destroyed and perish in no small number. Thus, when Han Li learned of this astonishing information, what he wanted to do the most was to immediately return to his Immortal's cave and seclude himself for several tens of years. However, he also knew that this was merely a pipe dream. As a disciple of the 7 sects, how could he so easily escape from this great inferno? While Han Li thought about this, he had already been conscripted by the Masked Moon sect cultivator in front of him. At this moment, the Masked Moon sect cultivator said with a smile, "Has this junior martial brother clearly read it? Could junior martial brother state his name and cultivation? We will be working together in the future, so the more we know about each other's capabilities, the better." Han Li composed himself, looked at this person, and then looked at the 30-plus cultivators behind him. Among these cultivators, there were 3 late Foundation Establishment cultivators. The rest were Qi condensation disciples. This caused Han Li to be slightly at ease. At the very least, it didn't seem this assignment was going to be very difficult. With this thought, Han Li cupped his fist and said, Yellow Maple Valley's Han Li, early Foundation establishment. Although the Foundation establishment cultivators could clearly see each other's cultivation, it was a matter of courtesy. Han Li sincerely carried this out. After all, the other party included late Foundation establishment disciples with cultivation bases far greater than his own. He wasn't willing to rashly offend them. Soon after, Han Li asked with misgivings, Brother, why do you not suspect my identity? Right after you stopped me, you immediately showed me the conscription warrant. Surely you didn't rely solely on my yellow Maple Valley uniform. When Han Li originally saw this group of Saber Transformation Doc and masked Moon Sect cultivators, Han Li originally planned to flee. However, he didn't think this fellow with amazing eyesight would flash several times and appear in front of him, blocking his way and announcing that he was being conscripted. Hee. In the last trial by blood and fire, this one had previously seen Junior Marshal Brother. I didn't think that several years afterwards, Junior Marshal Brother Han would actually reach Foundation establishment. This is truly a matter worth celebrating. This male masked Moon Sect cultivator who appeared 30 years old said this with a slight smile, causing Han Li to feel great surprise. Who is your esteemed self? Upon hearing the other party's words, Han Li began to feel that he felt somewhat familiar. It seemed that the man really had seen him at the trial by blood and fire. This one is Xianxia, a steward of the masked Moon Sect. Last time, I accompanied Marshal Ant and I Chang's squad. There, I saw the shocking scene of Junior Marshal Han's great harvest with my own eyes. The man lightly chuckled, saying this with deep meaning. At this moment, Han Li suddenly realized something. This person was one of the 4 masked Moon Sect Foundation establishment leaders from that time. Han Li hadn't paid much attention to him, so he only remembered a vague impression. But after some further thought, he became slightly shocked. He had been in a hurry just now, but this person was actually able to recognize him with a glance from such a far distance. This was truly incredible. This one knows that Junior Marshal Brother Han had been hurrying on his journey and certainly had some urgent matters. However, this one is truly lacking manpower for this mission and had no better option than to have Junior Marshal Brother provide a bit of assistance, Xianxia politely explained. When Han Li heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched and he couldn't help but bitterly smile, thinking, this late Foundation establishment cultivator, you already took out the conscription warrant. How could I possibly refuse? I can't say no unless I want to be branded for being insubordinate. As Han Li thought this, he took another look at the other 3 Foundation establishment cultivators behind him and could only summon the courage to say, since Senior Marshal Brother Xian explained this, I will naturally follow your commands. However, this one must report an important matter to his sect master. I hope that Senior Marshal Brother Xian's sect members will deliver this information. Han Li then systematically narrated what had occurred at Yanling Castle in full detail. Naturally, Han Li had left the details of his escape ambiguous. As such, when Xianxia and the others heard of this, they turned pale with fright. They hastily sent 2 Qi condensation disciples to each sect to deliver this information. Then, with unsightly expressions, they continued on their way with Han Li. Considering their current strength and the collusion between the Yen clan and the Devil Dao, they didn't dare to criticize him for leaving the others behind. They could only pass this scalding hot potato to the 7 sects by dispatching messengers to them. Naturally, the validity of Han Li's information would be verified by the upper echelon. As they journeyed en route, Han Li eventually learned of their assignment from the other cultivators. They were being sent to reinforce the garrison of a particularly large spirit stone mine. The original security assigned there was fundamentally incapable of resisting a minor Devil Dao raid. Knowing that his assignment wasn't to become cannon fodder in an upfront melee against the 6 Devil Dao sects, Han Li finally let out a sigh of relief. In truth, even if he returned to Yellow Maple Valley, he was likely to be immediately dispatched on a mission. Furthermore, his assignment might not necessarily be better than this one. Although this assignment was slightly dangerous, so long as he was a bit careful, the possibilities of making it through in one piece was rather high. After all, this spirit stone mine of theirs was only somewhat large, spanning over 10 mountains. If the enemy wanted to mount a raid on the 7 sect spirit mines, it was likely they would target the largest mines first. With this thought, Han Li's conflicted mood faded away as he became much more familiar with Xianxia and the other cultivators throughout the following days. Several days later, the group of cultivators finally arrived at a large wasteland within the borders of the state of Yu. That spirit stone mine was located within a huge canyon in the wasteland that was more than 300 meters deep. Under Xianxu's guidance, they flew into the canyon, which was concealed by a formation spell. At the same time, several seven-sect cultivators came out to greet them. The leader of the original guards of the Spirit Stone Mine was an old man at early Foundation establishment wearing heavenly Imperial Fortress clothes. Besides him were 5 or 6 Qi condensation disciples. With such weak guards, it was no wonder the upper echelons of the seven sects had anxiously dispatched support. The old man who called himself Yuxing led them into a huge cave dwelling inside the canyon. There, he gave Han Li and the others a detailed explanation on the circumstances of the Spirit Stone Mine. Then Xianxia swiftly and decisively arranged their defenses. He took out over 10 formation flags and formation discs and had the male cultivators arrange an autonomous attack formation named the Four Fiend Formation underneath the Illusion Formation. He also had Han Li and the other cultivators divide into groups to take turns patrolling and standing guard near the Spirit Stone Mine in order to prevent enemy raids. Cultivators not on duty could meditate and cultivate their magic power. Han Li was very pleased with Xianxu's arrangements. Like this, Han Li would be able to compensate for the deficiencies in his strength. From what he experienced from his fight with the Ghost Spirit sect, Han Li had come to understand that his previous manner of relying on strategy and nimble movement to deal with the enemy was fundamentally incapable of dealing against enemies with large disparities in strength. Upon meeting a ferocious character like the Ghost Spirit sect's young master, everything he could possibly muster had appeared powerless before him. Even the treasure talisman he had put high hopes in had almost been snatched away. He was no longer able to once again fix his problems with a single blow. If it weren't for the surprising effects of the poisonous fog released by the azure fire miasma, he would have long been buried underneath the yellow earth. Even his very own soul may have been collected by his opponent and tormented in more than 100 ways. When he thought of that dreadful fate worse than death, Han Li felt chilled to the bone. A great fear of that top-grade Devil Dao secret technique, the great blood spirit arts, had been born in Han Li's heart. He clearly understood that if he were to come across the Ghost Spirit sect young master again, it was likely he would only be able to resign himself to death against his opponent's secret techniques. Unless he cultivated the Azure Essence Sword art to core formation, its divine abilities fundamentally wouldn't be able to contend against that opponent. During the 6 Devil Dao sects invasion of the state of Yu, the 7 great sects had vigorously struck back during the confusion, so melees between cultivators became commonplace. During this time, long-term plans had become secondary in favor of quickly increasing one's strength, allowing a cultivator to preserve his life in this period of chaos. Thus, his original plans for cultivation must adapt. The Azure Essence Sword art would be set aside for the time being. He would first cultivate the Great Development Technique to substantially increase his strength. Having previously seen the overbearing power of mechanical puppets, Han Li was convinced that even if he could only cultivate the first layer of the Great Development Technique, he would have enough power to defend himself. After all, he already had several tens of mechanical puppets on hand. Naturally, he would have to study those puppet sutras and hope he would be able to create a few simple mechanical puppets in the short term. With that, along with the Great Development Technique, he would have a continued source of strength throughout his time in Foundation establishment. After repeatedly pondering over this several times, Han Li felt this decision was correct and cultivated the Great Development Technique during his time off duty. At the same time, he also used a few simple materials he had on hand and started attempting to create elementary mechanical beasts, devoting his energy to creating puppets similar to his figurines. On the wasteland, a meter-long lizard stuck its head out from a heavily eroded rock and looked around, preparing for the day's hunt. But just as it crawled out several meters from its nest, a yellow monster about 3 meters long suddenly leaped out from the sandy soil. It used its 2 front claws and mouth, pouncing at the lizard and easily breaking its neck. Holding the corpse in its mouth, it then hurriedly rushed forth in some direction. This strange beast had 4 claws and a long pointed tail. It appeared to be a huge lizard, but its entire body was extremely hard. As it ran, it made creaking noises. It was actually a mechanical figurine. When this strange animal ran about half a kilometer, it reached a yellow-robed man sitting in meditation on a flat rock. Then it tossed the dead lizard next to this man's side and ran off. This yellow-robed man wasn't surprised in the slightest. His expression remained unwavered. He calmly moved his hand. The dead lizard at his side slowly flew up several feet in the air before stopping. Then this yellow-robed man extended his forefinger to the lizard's head and muttered something. Not long after, a faint white light slowly emitted from his extended forefinger. As he continued his incantation, the white light grew increasingly bright until it became blinding. Swiftly, seeing that the crucial moment had not yet passed, yellow-robed man yelled this in a low voice. The white light on his forefinger shot out a white thread that entered the deepest part of the lizard's skull. Then the yellow-robed man strenuously pulled back at the thread. His expression was solemn as he exercised extremely caution. Eventually, under the yellow-robed man's careful gaze, the white thread pulled out a green sphere of light from the lizard's corpse. It was light as a feather, only as large as his thumb. When the yellow-robed man saw this, he beamed as if he had acquired a rare treasure. A light flashed from his other hand, revealing a small light yellow jade bottle. Poof! Streaks of multicolored lights shot from the bottle, sweeping the green ball of light into the bottle. At this moment, the yellow-robed man let out a deep breath as if he were relieved of a burden, wiping a thin layer of sweat from his forehead. It could clearly be seen that his previous action had expended no small amount of energy. This soul extraction technique truly isn't something an early foundation establishment cultivator is easily capable of using. The probability of success is far too low. There is only one success for every 3 or 4 attempts. It seems I'll have to spend the whole day here. The yellow-robed man looked at the small jade bottle in his hand and muttered to himself. His face wore a slight expression of helplessness. This man was Han Li, who was currently practicing the Great Development Technique. The reason why he appeared at this barren area, about 50 kilometers away from the Spirit Stone mine, was because he wanted to gather animal souls. This was normally something that only people of the devilish Tao would do. The reason as to why Han Li was currently doing this was because he was studying the Puppet Sutras. Originally, after he studied the initial step of the puppet refinement technique, Han Li discovered that puppet refinement not only required the normal materials used to refine magic tools, but it also required the souls of living creatures. Otherwise, if it were refined without a soul, it wouldn't have any spiritual properties and would fundamentally be the same as a common figurine. The greater the grade of the puppet, the greater the soul it contained. Only as such would the puppet's efficacy be displayed. For this reason, at the end of the Puppet Sutras, it included 3 techniques commonly used by those of the devilish Tao: soul extraction technique, soul concentration technique, and soul refinement technique. This soul extraction technique was the magic technique that Han Li had used to extract the soul from the dead lizard. Not only was the power of this magic technique weak, but its rate of success was also low. Furthermore, it could only be used on corpses that had recently died. Compared to the secret techniques of the devilish Tao that specialized in dealing with souls, it could be said the difference in power was far too great. However, the sole benefit of this magic technique was that it required an extremely lower amount of magic power. Mid-foundation establishment cultivators would be able to frequently use it. Naturally, an early foundation establishment cultivator such as Han Li could also use it with difficulty, but the rate of success wouldn't be particularly high. The soul concentration technique was a magic technique that condensed souls. After all, powerful souls weren't easily found. Normally, high-grade puppets would use artificially strengthened souls that were refined from combining several tens or even several tens of weak souls. Although these kinds of souls weren't as good as innately strong souls, they were far stronger than using low-grade souls. Thus, this magic technique was a required technique to learn puppet refinement. The last was soul refinement technique. As its name implies, it is a magic technique used to refine and transform souls. After all, souls had to be refined together with the puppet. Raw souls weren't capable of being used. They must first undergo a particular method before they could be used for refinement. As for that lizard-like mechanical beast from before, after Han Li refined his first independent thread of spiritual sense from the Great Development Technique, it was the first mechanical puppet he personally refined. As for the souls he used, they were yellow mice's souls he conveniently acquired. Before that happened, Han Li had already failed 7 or 8 times. His success rate was truly nothing to brag about. But when Han Li sent his thread of separated consciousness into the puppet to control it, it felt incomparably wonderful. It felt far more responsive than operating magic tools, but it still wasn't as genuine as moving one's own limbs. In reality, his thread of consciousness and this mechanical beast seemed to have the relationship of superior and subordinate. The puppet would act in accordance to any orders given through his thoughts. As for how the puppet specifically moved, the puppet would decide by itself. In addition, what the puppet was capable of seeing and hearing, Han Li was also able of clearly sensing it. This caused him to be greatly pleased. The first time Han Li controlled a puppet, he felt a great childish and playful curiosity. Apart from the only elementary puppet beast he created, he also played around and operated a few higher-grade mechanical puppets he had on hand. He got to fulfill his childhood dreams of playing with figurines. As he controlled these puppets, Han Li gradually began to experience a few limitations of these puppets. First, these puppets could only be controlled 1.5 kilometers away from him. Any further from this distance and the mechanical puppet would be incapable of movement. Also, his thread of consciousness would return to him. Han Li guessed that this was the maximum distance his divided consciousness could be separated from his body. As his cultivation and primordial spirit improved, this limitation would also increase. However, the next flaw was a deficiency of the puppet technique that he was unable to compensate for. When these puppets received their orders, there was a delay before they took action, during which they were unable to move as they desired. In true combat, his opponent would very likely be able to take advantage of this flaw. Even with these 2 flaws, this puppet technique was no trifling matter. By only further creating strands of spiritual sense and cultivating to the first layer of the Great Development Technique, he would be able to mutually contend with formidable foundation establishment characters. After all, with over 10 assistants at his side, even if they only had the strength of chi condensation, it would be more than enough to strengthen his defense. At the very least, if he were trapped again by that ghost spirit sect young master, he wouldn't need to fear that endless army of blood ghosts, as the actions of his low-grade mechanical puppets would only consume a few low-grade spirit stones. Only that huge tiger puppet from the 1,000 Bamboo Schools Huang Long with its amazing strength would consume mid-grade spirit stones. However, Han Li reckoned that the puppet beast was of grade 3 or higher. It was capable of destroying a barrier created by several foundation establishment cultivations joining hands in 2 attacks. From this, its fearsome might could clearly be seen. But unfortunately, his Marshal Senior Lei used his magic treasure to turn that puppet into ashes. Else if Han Li had gotten hold of it, it would be an incomparably sharp trump card. As he thought of the advantages of having that huge tiger puppet, Han Li began to set his heart on refining such a puppet. After eventually refining several tens of elementary grade 1 puppets, Han Li decided to attempt to refine an elementary grade 2 puppet. This was something he had previously seen before, the main puppets the 1,000 Bamboo School used to fight. So long as he was able to refine puppets of this grade, he wouldn't need to be scared of using up his puppets. However, refining grade 2 puppets couldn't be done with scrap. It required nearly all the materials needed to create a high-grade magic tool. The most important material was a large quantity of ironwood several hundred years old. This particular material also cost the most. Actually, if Han Li was in his Immortal's cave, nurturing ironwood of a particular age wasn't a problem at all. However, with his current responsibilities, Han Li could only painfully acquire it by having others gather a great amount for him from distant market cities. Now that he had materials, he had to acquire an appropriate soul. After all, the soul of the most common animal inside the canyon, the yellow mouse, was far too weak. Even if he concentrated a bunch of their souls, it wouldn't produce a very remarkable improvement. Thus, Han Li set his eyes on the yellow mouse's predator, the wasteland lizard. As of this moment, Han Li had gone through 3 to 4 months of hard effort and had also created several strands of spiritual sense. Those several strands of consciousness had been used to control several low-grade puppet beasts to scour the entire wasteland for these lizards. Thus, the previous scene had occurred. After Han Li put away the small bottle that contained the lizard soul, he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate the great development technique, slowly strengthening his primordial spirit. This great development technique was crucial to using puppet techniques. Han Li didn't dare to slack off. However, the great development technique truly deserved to be the core doctrine of the Thousand Bamboo School. It simply couldn't be compared to common consciousness-splitting secret techniques. Ordinary consciousness-splitting techniques merely split off a small portion of one's spiritual sense through force. The number of strands of spiritual sense that could be produced relied entirely on the strength of one's primordial spirit. Moreover, these techniques were unable to bolster the primordial spirit. The great development technique made up for this deficiency. When it was cultivated, it gradually strengthened the primordial spirit to the point where it could even be as strong as naturally powerful primordial spirits. Furthermore, its method of splitting the spiritual sense was far more safe and exquisite than that of common techniques, allowing divisions of spiritual sense far finer and greater in number without hindering the primordial spirit. With this comparison, it was no wonder the great development technique was considered the core of Thousand Bamboo School's teachings, and why senior Marshal Brother Lin had constantly longed for the final 3 layers of the chant. According to the great development technique, after cultivating it to the first layer, splitting over 10 strands of divine sense would be of no problem. After reaching the second layer, one could divide up to 100. Upon reaching to the third layer, like senior Marshal Brother Lin had done, one could split their consciousness into several hundreds of strands. When he thought of being able to control several hundreds of puppets in a battle after reaching the third layer, Han Li had felt a bit strange. However, this abnormal feeling was due to Han Li being unstoppable among Foundation establishment cultivators. But once he reached core formation, he would have to refine several hundreds of puppets of grade 3 of higher, equivalent to the strength of Foundation establishment cultivators. Otherwise, no matter how many he refined, they would unable to withstand a core formation cultivator's attack. That scene where Fatty Lay had swept away several hundreds of the Thousand Bamboo School's grade 2 puppets was still clear in his mind. Since refining each grade 2 puppet required the materials for a high-grade magic tool, to refine an even higher grade puppet would require materials for a top-grade magic tool at the very least. As such, if core formation cultivators who cultivated the puppet technique wished to suppress other core formation cultivators of the same strength, they would have to spend enough materials for several hundreds of top-grade magic tools at the very least. From this thought, Han Li could not help but be apprehensive for a long while. Not to mention the materials that would be wasted from refinement failure, as well finding hundreds of strong enough souls. This was also a major reason so few knew of the Thousand Bamboo School's puppet technique. After all, a sect's strength was evaluated on the number of core formation cultivators it possessed. With regards to battles between core formation cultivators, the Thousand Bamboo School was powerless while other sects thrived. Even if their Foundation establishment disciples were ferocious, they could only hold themselves up in a single region and become a mere local hegemon. Naturally, this was just some speculation from Han Li after he cultivated the great development technique and the puppet techniques. However, this puppet technique would cause Han Li's strength as a Foundation establishment cultivator to substantially increase. This fact wasn't false in the least. As of now, Han Li couldn't be bothered with future deficiencies. After all, this great war stirred across the cultivation worlds of several countries had just started. Not long after Han Li started guarding the Spirit Stone mine, a great ambush had unfolded at some desolate desert mountain between the 6 Devil Dao sects and the 7 sects of the State of Yu. Han Li gradually came to know the specific circumstances. Originally, Spirit Beast Mountain of the 7 sects was actually a branch of Devil Dao's controlling Spirit sect. But the neutral sect had secretly eliminated the Devil Dao's intermediaries several thousand years ago and buried them in the State of Yu. As for this invasion of the State of Yu, the Devil Dao had planned to take advantage of their formal relationship and hoped to use the same tactic they had used to seize the state of Jiang and Che-Ji to great effect. But who could have known that the ancestors of Spirit Beast Mountain had passed on their unwillingness to be part of the controlling spirit sect to their descendants through the past thousands of years? They were absolutely unwilling to have another overlord suddenly appear above their heads. As a result, After Spirit Beast Mountain released this information to the other 6 sects, they used an unknown method to convince the Devil Dao sects to attack a stronghold of 7 sect cultivators. As they mounted a raid with several thousand cultivators, they were ambushed by a great number of 7 sect cultivators en route. With the 7 sects' absolute advantage, the Devil Dao suffered a great loss, even losing 2 core formation cultivators during the fight. This was a great blow to the 6 Devil Dao sects, and naturally it was greatly celebrated by the 7 sects of the State of Yu, greatly boosting their morale. Humiliated, the 6 Devil Dao sects flew into a rage and began their large-scale assault. Not to be outdone, the 7 sects laid out their defensive formations. Among the common borders shared by the State of Yu and the states of Jiang and Cheji, over 10 great battles had occurred there, resulting in the deaths of over 10,000 cultivators. With the additional deaths of 7 or 8 core formation cultivators, the battles had been extremely desperate. On the day, a few cultivators came to pick up spirit stones. They told the guards this with lingering fear. This caused Han Li and other cultivators who heard this to become extremely apprehensive, secret rejoicing at not needing to fight in the war. Just by seeing how many core formation cultivators died in battle, one could imagine how dreadful the situation has become. However, the 6 Devil Dao sects were one of the 2 great powers in the Heavenly South region. Their strength truly couldn't be compared to the likes of the cultivation world of the State of Yu. After 7 or 8 battles, the 7 sects clearly understood they would not be able to continuously withstand the opposition's fierce assault. If the 7 sects didn't prepare and establish great restriction formations in advance as cornerstones of their desperate struggle, they would be defeated without much resistance. But even if this were the case, the 7 sects wouldn't be able to withstand for long. During this time of certain crisis for the State of Yu, the 7 sects had sent requests to the cultivators of the mid-level states of Yuan Wu and Zijin to come to their aid. Before the 7 sects had started their war against the 6 Devil Dao sects, it turned that they had already wisely sent eloquent messengers to the 2 countries' sects to request aid. When the cultivation sects of these 2 countries received these letters, they were naturally afraid that after the Devil Dao seized the State of Yu, their countries would be the next ones to be taken over. Without having the messengers spend time pleading, they agreed to provide aid. Joined together against a common enemy, the 2 countries sent a majority of their cultivators to provide assistance during that starry night. This new alliance greatly reduced the disparity in strength between the State of Yu and the 6 Devil Dao sects. By relying on the protection of their powerful great formations, they were able to firmly resist the Devil Dao's assault. As such, the 6 Devil Dao sects' plan to seize the State of Yu in a single burst was naturally shattered. The war sunk into a deadlock and became a battle of attrition. As a result, large decisive battles became less frequent while smaller-scale surprise attacks at the rear occurred in great number on both sides, particularly at locations where materials and spirit stones were produced. These raids eventually became the primary objective of the 7 sects and Devil Dao. Perhaps the war front was too far away, but this specific spirit stone mine had not yet suffered an enemy attack. This was nothing short of a miracle. After all, other equivalently sized spirit stone mines had all already suffered 3 to 4 raids. But the more the raids occurred, the more the 7 sects became ill at ease. Half a month later, a group of 20 cultivators were dispatched as support headed by a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Thus, the spirit stone mine naturally became far stronger. However, like a mountain longs for rain, Han Li felt a desire to cultivate the great development technique even more diligently. The distance to break through to the first layer was still far away. Among the second group of Qi condensation disciples to come, Han Li unexpectedly came across an acquaintance, that ugly man Zhong Wu he previously met at the trial by blood and fire. Zhong Wu also recognized Han Li. However, now that Han Li had a cultivation base at Foundation establishment, his expression darkened all over, switching between shock, envy, admiration, as well as many other emotions. Seeing him once again truly astonished Han Li. Finally, Zhong Wu bitterly smiled. He saluted Han Li in advance and somewhat unwillingly called him senior. Resisting a smile with difficulty, Han Li insipidly replied. When Han Li thought of Zhong Wu's many changing expressions as he sat in meditation, he couldn't help but knowingly smile and opened his eyes. At this moment, his mood was truly unsuitable for cultivating the great development technique. He would continue when his heart became tranquil. Time passed by quickly. Spending a small portion of time on guard duty and the majority of his time cultivating the great development technique and refining mechanical puppet beasts, a month passed for Han Li. During this time, Han Li could clearly feel that he was on the verge of breaking through the first layer of the great development technique. This caused Han Li to be pleasantly surprised. With regards to Han Li's cultivation of 5-element Taoist magic and the Azure Essence sword art, his aptitude toward them was shown to be inferior. However, he was able to cultivate this great development technique extremely smoothly and without the slightest difficulty, feeling as if success flowed naturally. In addition to feeling happiness, Han Li also felt awe in his heart. As for this first grade 2 mechanical puppet, after failing over 10 times, he finally refined it 2 days ago. Although it was a bit crude when compared to the puppets of the 1000 Bamboo School and its strength was rather inferior, it caused Han Li to beam with happiness. After preparing materials brought to him by other cultivators, he started refining them in great quantity. But today, just as Han Li was sitting in meditation in a quiet room, he heard an extremely sharp whistle from the outside. Then people loudly yelled, "Not good. The Devil Dao is attacking. Prepare to fight." Han Li's heart trembled. His expression became solemn as he left the quiet room. At this moment, the 7 sect cultivators who were originally meditating and resting in the cave solemnly walked out just as Han Li had. After they mutually looked at each other, they walked out of the cave dwelling one after another. The masked Moon Sect's late foundation establishment Xianxia and Spirit Beast Mountain's Lu Tianmeng were expressionlessly floating underneath the offensive formations and looked up from the Great Canyon. Over 10 cultivators who were on duty stood behind him with anxious and frightened expressions. But after they saw Han Li and the others coming to support them, they became far more calm. Han Li followed Xianxu's gaze and looked up from the Great Canyon. As expected, there were traces of enemies, about 20 or 30 assailants. However, Han Li clearly understood that since the enemy had dared perform a raid from such a distance, it was likely that they were all at late foundation establishment. They wouldn't have brought any Qi condensation disciples to weigh them down. Thus, in terms of strength, they were absolutely weak in comparison. This battle was not likely to go very well. Han Li's side had 9 foundation establishment cultivators and over 60 Qi condensation disciples. Although they were a bit weaker than the opposition, they had the 4 fiend formation, so it wasn't as if they were completely defenseless. As a result, Xianxia called out, having Han Li and the other cultivators hide near the 4 fiend formations and observe the enemy's movements. At this moment, Han Li was able to take a distinct look at the Devil Dao attackers. They were all wearing either red or yellow robes. It seemed they were cultivators from 2 sections. Standing at the forefront were an ordinary-looking red-robed young woman and an old yellow-robed man who appeared to be 60 to 70 years old. Their cultivation wasn't particularly special, one being at early foundation establishment and the other at late foundation establishment. They were talking to each other with slight smiles on their faces. "Be careful. These people are from the Devil Flame sect and the Heavenly Fiend sect." Lu Tianmeng, being the only one who had experienced multiple encounters with the 6 Devil Dao sects, said this to the other cultivators with great caution as if he felt great fear towards the people from these 2 sects. When the Han Li and the other cultivators heard this, their expressions naturally grew increasingly serious. At this moment, the young red-clothed woman stopped chatting, turned her head, and insipidly said a few words. Because Han Li and the others were too far away, they weren't able to hear very clearly what she said, but her words made the red-robed cultivators behind the young woman move forward before slowly flying down toward the canyon's 4 offensive formations. At this moment, the yellow-robed old man also silently waved his hand, and his yellow-robed cultivators became streaks of yellow light that headed toward the 4 fiend formation. Within the formation, Han Li and the others unknowingly held their breaths and impatiently revealed their magic tools. These yellow-robed cultivators naturally didn't foolishly charge straight into the formation. Instead, they stopped about 100 meters away from the 4 fiend formation. Then, magic tools flew out, aggressively throwing themselves at the great formation. The collisions of the magic tools' wondrous light and the 4 fiend formation's azure, red, blue, and yellow-colored restrictions released waves of thunderous explosions, causing the expressions of the 7 sect cultivators underneath to slightly change. Half of you will go out to deal with those heavenly fiend cultivators. Do not let them break the great formation. The other half be on guard against the devil flame sect cultivators. The masked moon sect's Xianxia muttered to himself for a moment before decisively giving his orders. Then a small pure white sword flew out of the formation and turned into a streak of white light, obstructing a flying saber as well as bead magic tools. Hearing those words, a team of cultivators followed Xianyu and also released several of their own magic tools, obstructing most of the opponent's offense. Hanli was naturally one of these people. With flawless proficiency, he released his golden beetle swarm blades to form a net of golden light, trapping a long azure spear magic tool. Because Hanli had chosen to battle the owner of the magic tool, who had the same level of cultivation as he did, the battle seemed extremely tense as golden light and azure streaks danced about. But in fact, Hanli was easily in control and had the time to take a look at other areas of the battlefield. The situation appeared to be handled. The cultivators at Hanli's side were mostly chi condensation disciples. Their magic tools could not compete with their enemies. Only with the cooperation of 5 or 6 members would they barely be able to resist the attack of a single Foundation establishment cultivator. But because they were underneath the protection of a great formation, these cultivators were able to dodge into the formation during a time of crisis and avoid death. As for the other Foundation establishment cultivators, they naturally were the same as Hanli, each blocking a yellow-robed cultivator in a dazzling light show. So this is the strength of the 6 Devil Dao sects. Hanli felt this was a bit strange. If their enemy's strength were as such, then how could defending the Spirit Stone Mines prove to be such a problem? Just as he thought this, the red-robed cultivators from the Devil Flame sect eventually arrived beside the 4 Fiend formation. This caused Lu Tianmeng and the cultivators that had yet to act to diligently pay attention to them. A few of the younger 7 sect cultivators were somewhat eager to act. The red-robed cultivators didn't immediately enter the fight. Instead, they stood in a strange formation. Following a command, they all took out a fiery red banner with a golden crow on a scorching sun, releasing a brilliant red light. From a single look, one could this was no ordinary object. Not good. These people are wild flame cultivators. They want to release an azure sun devil flame. Quickly block them. When Lu Tianmeng saw these red-robed cultivators act so calmly, he felt an ill premonition in his heart. As they stood in a battle formation and each took out a banner, he suddenly recalled an astonishing scene he witnessed from the day he fought in a great battle against the 6 sections. He couldn't help but shout with a whitened complexion. The Spirit Beast Mountain cultivator then instantly rushed out of the formation and hastily reached for the storage pouch at his waist, immediately releasing 2 flying centipedes about a meter long. These 2 centipedes were covered in sinister black and yellow stripes and sprouted dark green translucent wings. Under Lu Tianming's hurried whistles, they charged toward the red-robed individuals with an ominous light emitting from their eyes. Upon hearing these words, although the other 7 sect cultivators that had yet to act did not know what Wild Flame cultivators and Azure Sun Devil Flame were, they knew that since it was able to cause their late Foundation establishment captain to become bewildered, it was no small matter, so they did not hesitate to follow his orders. The other Foundation establishment cultivators followed closely behind Lu Tianmeng and also sent their magic tools after the 2 centipedes towards the red-robed cultivators. At this moment, more than 10 wild flame cultivators were still chanting as they held the large banners without moving in the slightest, turning a blind eye to the attacking cultivators. This caused Lu Tianmeng and the other cultivators to grow greatly excited. The very first to arrive in front of the Devil Flame sect cultivators were one of the 2 flying centipedes. It opened its mouth and ruthlessly sprayed out dark green poisonous gas. But at this moment, something shocking had occurred. With the green poisonous gas having not yet left the huge centipede's mouth, several slender streaks of silver light flickered from its body. Its body then suddenly fell to pieces, having been cut by the streaks of light. Without waiting for the 7 sect cultivators to recover from their shock, the same scene immediately occurred to the other centipede. This caused Lu Tianming's expression to greatly change, and he hastily stopped moving. He then took out a small shield and placed it in front of his body. Overwhelmed with shock, the several cultivators behind him also took out defensive magic tools and defensive talismans, fearing they would meet a similar end as the centipedes. However, something even more outrageous occurred. Just as the few magic tools that had closely followed behind the centipede began their attack, an abundance of fine silver strings appeared in front of them, tightly wrapping around them without allowing the slightest of movements. The 7 sect cultivators that had just left the Great Formation looked at each other in dismay. In a moment, they no longer knew what to do. Quickly use the spirit light technique. There are others in front of those red-robed cultivators hidden by some sort of secret concealment art. After a flashing blue light from his eyes, a cultivator who had experienced a loss of a magic tool shouted this out with shock. These words caused the other cultivators to suddenly come to a realization. However, only Foundation Establishment cultivators could use the spirit light technique. Qi condensation disciples could only helplessly watch. Hanli also used the spirit light technique to look at that location. He had seen the entire previous scene and was shocked by no small amount. Now that he was reminded to use the spirit light technique, he saw several indistinct white silhouettes in front of the Devil Flame sect cultivators that were holding the banner. These figures held a long, slender sword-like weapon in one hand and controlled a thin silver thread in the other, restraining the magic tools. At this moment, after Lu Tianmeng and the other cultivators had discovered the white silhouettes, they did not hesitate to attack with all sorts of magic tools and magic techniques, suppressing the white silhouettes. However, those white silhouettes held on tenaciously. Regardless of what magic tool or Taoist magic was used, they seemed to cause no large injuries to the white silhouettes as if they simply had immortal bodies. But fortunately, the white silhouettes could only use one hand to slice and the other to tangle. With a bit of careful dodging from the 7 sects side, the silhouette's only method of attack was neutralized. What sort of crafty thing is this? Han Li exclaimed in great surprise. These silhouettes obviously weren't those of ordinary humans. Could they be refined sacrificial ghost spirits? As he thoughtfully pondered this, he commanded the golden blades in front of him. This careless attitude finally offended the middle-aged heavenly fiend cultivator. As the cultivator commanded the azure spear to tangle with Han Li's golden blades with a darkened face, he noiselessly patted his storage pouch. A continuously spinning white bead suddenly flew from it. After this bead charged out, it grew to the size of a room as it flew, fiercely striking toward Han Li's head. Even though Han Li wasn't paying much attention, how could he not notice such large movements from the enemy? He calmly chopped his hand through the air, and an azure sword streak several meters long flew from his hand towards the bead. The sword streak chopped against the bead and was unable to advance for the moment. Then, Han Li took out his black dragon's gasp from his storage pouch. As the sword streak was on the verge of collapse, it took its place and formed a deadlock with the bead. This caused the heavenly fiend cultivator to become extremely angry, but he had no other option at the moment. Not good. Lu Tianming's extremely anxious shout caused Han Li's heart to tremble. He hastily looked to the side and noticed that the red-robed cultivators had stopped chanting. At the same time, they lifted their banners into the air. The top of the banner began to faintly emit an azure flame. So that's the Azure Sun Devil Flame. Han Li widely opened his eyes and rigidly stared at the azure flame, feeling a bit restless. Seeing the opponent finish casting their magic, Lu Tianming's heart completely sunk. However, he wasn't even close to breaking through the white silhouettes before him. Retreat! Everyone, retreat to the Great Formation! Lu Tianming yelled in a moment of desperation after seeing the azure flames on those large flags grow thicker and thicker, then took the lead to fall back, fleeing towards the large formation behind him. Hearing this, the cultivators next to him immediately instinctively followed their captain and retreated. Xianxia did not hesitate and similarly ordered a retreat. However, the cultivators on Han Li's side, apart from a few cultivators who had a steady advantage and could retreat at any time, were all entangled by the opponent's ferocity and had no way of escaping. Han Li's opponent similarly mounted a ferocious offensive, attempting to contain Han Li. However, Han Li coldly laughed. After retrieving his other magic tools, he tossed out the white scales shield, forcefully blocking the opponent's attacks and easily returning to the Great Formation. The heavenly fiend sex cultivators could only bitterly watch and stop their footsteps outside of the formation. Seeing that more than half of his unit was stuck outside the formation, unable to escape, Xianxia began to fight even more fiercely, knowing in his heart that the situation was not good. But just as he wanted to go assist the other cultivators, Lu Tianmeng instantly pulled him back the moment he began to move. It's already too late. The Azure Sun Devil Fire has already been summoned, Lu Tianmeng said with an ashen expression, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Han Li finally noticed that between the flags of the red-robed flag bearers, azure flames had already shot out. 10 or so flame columns shot into the air, converging into a giant azure fireball tens of meters in diameter, gently floating in midair and swaying imposingly. It was incredibly eye-catching. This, after being startled, Xianxia was about to say something. However, the following movements from those red-robed cultivators immediately caused his expression to become extremely ugly. Those red-robed individuals pointed the tips of the flags at the 7 great sex cultivators who had been entangled outside of the formation. Instantly, the huge fireball became 10 or so smaller fireballs about a meter wide with a PU, shooting directly towards these cultivators. The speed of those azure fireballs was incredibly frightening. In the time it took to blink, they had already aggressively flown in front of the cultivators from the 7 great sects. Naturally, these people had long discovered the transformation of the large fireball. They all instinctively used various kinds of magic tools to receive the attacks of the azure fireballs. An extremely low number of them used a few talismans to execute Taoist magic in an attempt to shoot them down. Unfortunately, because these azure flames were the so-called Azure Sun Devil Flames, they were extremely frightening, regardless of whether it was the magic tools or the Taoist magics. As soon as they encountered the azure fireball, they were like moths in a flame, silently melting away completely. Seeing this unbelievable scene, the faces of those cultivators became as deathly pale as snow. Before they could think carefully about it, 10 or so fireballs simultaneously slammed into them. The protective barriers and similar magic spells were all completely destroyed upon contact. Furthermore, their bodies instantly became reduced to nothing under the demonic fire, not even leaving a single trace behind. After seeing this massacre, how could the remaining cultivators who had not been hit dare to hesitate at all? Either they had been gravely wounded by the Heavenly Fiend sect cultivators or they simply dropped the tangled-up magic tools, directly fleeing towards the Great Formation. However, 2 or 3 people panicked, and they immediately died under their opponent's magic tools. In this way, the 7 great sex cultivators defending the Spirit Stone Mine had suffered the deaths of nearly 10 Qi Condensation disciples and 1 Foundation Establishment cultivator. As soon as they brushed against the enemy, their losses were very great. However, the Azure Sun Devil Flames' might was not limited to this. Under the guidance of the red-robed cultivators, those azure fireballs became one entity once again, directly becoming a sea of flames that rushed towards the 4 fiend formation. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the ones hiding inside the formation drastically changed, and a fear spread through all of the cultivators. Seeing this, Xianxia wrinkled his brow and directly asked Lu Tianmeng, "Senior Marshal Brother Lu, what's going on with these azure flames? How can Foundation Establishment cultivators release such frightening true fire? This great formation's restriction ability should be able to block the attack of the flames, right?" Lu Tianmeng couldn't help but begin to bitterly laugh after hearing the other person's string of questions. However, upon seeing that all the other cultivators were attentively watching him, he could only helplessly explain, "To tell the truth to you all, when I, Lu, was battling in the war front, I only occasionally witnessed this Azure Sun Devil Flame's fearfulness. As for whether or not it can break the 4 fiend formation, I have no way of guessing. Only I heard afterwards from a senior that this kind of demonic fire cannot be carelessly released. Not only are these wild flame cultivators required to cultivate in this kind of Azure Sun Devil Flame technique, every time they release it they pay a price in lowering their own cultivation bases. That's why it's so difficult to defend against." These words from Lu Tianmeng caused Xianxia and the other cultivators to glance at each other, revealing dispirited expressions. At this time, the fierce azure flames finally slammed into the 4-colored restrictions of the Great Formation. A low rumbling sound, like an explosion, sounded out, immediately attracting the attention of all the cultivators present. They saw that the azure waves incessantly slammed against the 4-colored light barrier, wave after wave, causing the light barrier to ripple non-stop. However, In the end it blocked these frightening demonic flames, causing the 7 sex cultivators in the formation to let out a sigh of relief. However, Hanli and the others did not relax for long before they were on edge once again. That was because as time went on, the 4-colored light barrier was already slowly dimming under the repeated onslaught of the vicious azure flames. Clearly, this was a sign that the great formation was about to shatter. And although those red-clothed people were also drenched with sweat waving their large flags, they definitely had no problem in holding out for a while. All of the cultivators inside the formation now began to furiously rack their brains on ways to retreat and get out of there. Based on the circumstances of the other spirit stone mines that had been ambushed, although the 7 sex cultivators who fell into the hands of the Devil Dao were not immediately killed, they would be immediately escorted to the enemy. It was unknown what the Devil Dao were planning to do with their hostages. However, the hatred built up between the 7 sects and the 6 Devil Dao sects after their consecutive battles could be likened to a deep sea. How could either side treat their hostages well? This concern was especially made worse since the opponent often practiced the inhumane method of extracting one's soul. This caused the 7 sex cultivators to feel even more uneasy. Thus, unless there was no other way out, no one would bring up the matter of surrender. I know of a tunnel directly leading to a location around 10 miles away. That should be enough for us to escape alive. The elder Yuxing, who had been standing guard here for 10 or so years, suddenly said with a peaceful expression. Like a large boulder creating huge waves, these words instantly shocked Xianyu and the other cultivators, then exciting them immediately afterwards. Martial brother Yu, is this really true? Great, now we can finally escape. We're saved. The 7 sex cultivators who were originally panicking had suddenly become much more lively and were unable to contain their joy. Hanli was also rather happy. After all, he truly had no way to deal with those azure sun devil flames. Even if he were to go all out, he wouldn't know where to start. Xianyu and Lu Tianneng restrained the excitement in their hearts and, after confirming again the veracity of the tunnel from Yuxing's mouth, hesitated for a moment before issuing the order to retreat. As for the spirit stone mine, they wouldn't have to worry about it. At most, the opponents would destroy the tunnel entrance, halting the production of spirit stones. The Devil Dao cultivators wouldn't even take a few spirit stones from the mine. Even the mortals who worked the mines wouldn't normally be injured in the battle. Thus, all they needed to do was make themselves scarce and slip away. Under Yuxing's lead, Han Li and the other 50 or so cultivators guarding the mine entered a certain underground tunnel in the spirit stone mine. However, just when they entered the underground tunnel, everyone felt the entire canyon tremble for a moment. The 4 fiend formation has been broken through, Xianyu shouted expressionlessly. Instantly, the cultivators sped up their footsteps even more. The inside of the tunnel was lit up by the many moonlight stones in the cultivators' hands. One could tell from the potholed walls of the tunnel that it was man-made, causing all of the cultivators to feel somewhat shocked. Based on Yuxing's brief overview, this tunnel was originally an extremely long spirit stone vein. It had been carved out by the miners as they progressed along the vein, harvesting the spirit stones. It eventually led to another exit. Thankfully, this tunnel existed and Yuxing remembered it. Otherwise, they really would have had nowhere to escape today. These words caused the other cultivators to repeatedly nod their heads in agreement. But just at this moment, the tunnel suddenly began to shake violently. After a few loud rumbles, it began to slowly fall apart. Countless clumps of dirt and huge stones rained on the frightened cultivators, directly burying them. The entire underground world became pitch black once again. After many hours at a certain stone wall in a naturally occurring underground cave, a large hole suddenly opened up with a walla. Next, a lizard-like puppet beast rushed out of the hole, stretching its head to size up its surroundings. It then jumped back into the hole. After the time it takes to cook a meal, the lizard mechanical beast jumped out again from the stone wall. Only this time a person crawled out as well, closely following behind. This was none other than Han Li, who had encountered the collapse yet managed to survive the disaster. Han Li stood up and glanced at the surroundings, his face revealing a joyful expression. He had just received a new lease on life. Han Li was currently in a stalactite cave open from all sides. Although he did not know how big it truly was, it absolutely couldn't have been small. After Han Li took a look in every direction with a moonlight stone in hand, he had come to that conclusion. In the split second when the tunnel collapsed into dirt and falling stones, Han Li quickly flew and activated his protective barrier. As a result, although he was deeply buried underneath the earth from the series of tremors, he still had the leeway to take deep breaths and move slowly. However, the earth tremors were too great and Han Li no longer knew where he was, incapable of identifying his direction. He had no choice but to release several lizard puppet beasts he had on hand and have them simultaneously dig in different directions, hoping to find a way out. At this moment, he felt great regret for not having previously learned the earth evasion technique. If he had, he could just smoothly shuttle through the earth. Now, he could only have his puppet beasts move forward as he slowly crawled. As for using magic tools to open a path, Han Li completely rejected it as soon as he thought of it. Under the current circumstances, negligently squandering magic power was not wise, especially without knowing a clear route. Furthermore, using magic tools while underneath the earth was truly far too dangerous. With a single mistake, he would be caught in another collapse. As such, Han Li first controlled several puppets and scouted everything within a certain range once through before choosing the mostly likely route to escape from. Like this, after many hours of dull crawling, he eventually arrived at this mysterious stalactite cave. This caused Han Li's completely taut heart to thoroughly relax. The feeling of surviving a calamity was truly wonderful. Han Li turned his head to look at the hole he just crawled out of. He was certain there were others who had also managed to preserve their life while trapped underneath the collapsed tunnel, but whether or not they were able to find a path to life was hard to say. Because they were trapped in an airtight area, even if they were Foundation establishment cultivators, they wouldn't last for very long. Qi condensation disciples were even less likely to survive. However, while Han Li was rejoicing in his fortune, he felt a bit puzzled. How could it be that soon after they entered the tunnel would collapse from an earthquake? Could it be the Devil Dao had arranged ghosts to cause this? Han Li felt that this guess was most likely true. On the surface, the Devil Dao cultivators had just greatly damaged the Spirit Stone mine's opening, using magic tools to completely smash the cave within to pieces. High up above the Spirit Stone mine, yellow-robed old man was facing the red-robed young woman, regretfully saying, "Junior Marshal Sister Lien, you are treating this small problem greatly. Just to get a few stray dogs, you used an earth-shaking talisman, an extremely rare mid-grade talisman. Humph! To run away from me, Lien Feiwa, how could it be so easy?" Although rooting out the Spirit Stone mine happened to be just an insignificant mission, to truly let them run away so easily makes me feel ill at ease. The red-robed young woman slanted her mouth, saying this without concern. When the yellow-robed man heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Using this to justify wasting a rare talisman, it was truly too ridiculous. But even so, she was the Devil Flame sect master's only daughter. He was only a heavenly fiend sect enforcer. He should just mind his own business. With this thought, the old man shut his mouth and kept quiet. Not long after, the Spirit Stone mine was completely destroyed by the Devil Dao cultivators. They flew away, eventually flying off into the horizon. After a day, a huge 7-sex medicine cultivation yard hidden rather far from this place was raided by the same group. They stole all the medicinal herbs that could be used and cleanly set the saplings ablaze with Azure Sun Devil Fire. This matter immediately seized the hearts of the 7-sex upper echelon. Compared to the Spirit Stone mine Han Li had guarded, it was insignificant. By using only a bit of time, the mine would be restored. However, the plundered and burned spiritual herbs needed several tens of years to grow again. The 7-sex upper echelon furiously dispatched experts to pursue and kill them. But who would have thought that the enemy would meet with reinforcements or that the 7-sex would suffer a small loss from the ambush? With such continuous losses, the 7-sex naturally wouldn't submit to humiliation. After recovering a bit of strength, they took the initiative to begin a second wave of large-scale battles, once more opening another prelude. Underground, Han Li wrinkled his brow. He finally identified the direction of the wind within the cave. He had his puppet beasts find the path forward as he crawled after them. After passing through several tens of caverns, the stalactite caves became larger and larger. The largest cavern could fit over 100 people without problem. The further he moved, the stronger the wind flow, which caused Han Li to be a bit more at ease. After all, with wind, there would be an opening to the surface. Just as Han Li entered a new cavern, he ran into 6 or 7 people. They were Yuan Lu, Lu Tianfeng, and other cultivators. Unexpectedly, Zhong Wu was there as well. When they saw Han Li alongside 2 puppet beasts, they blankly stared with surprise. But soon after, as Xianxia smiled and thought of saying something, a mournful scream came from the other direction, causing everyone's expression to change, revealing fright. Without inquiring anything from Han Li, Xianxia and Lu Tianmeng looked at each other and immediately followed the scream with hastened steps. No one dared to be negligent, applying all sorts of defensive magic techniques and magic tools as a precaution. When Han Li saw this, he hesitated for a moment. In the end, he took out his white scale shield and slowly followed. However, he didn't use a defensive magic technique. This way, he would be able to use both the Imperial Flight technique and soft body movements. He always believed that, in narrow quarters, speed was more important than defense. After they passed through 3 or 4 large caverns, they arrived at a huge stalactite cave and suddenly saw a frightful scene before them. At the center of the cavern, a sparkling crystal white spider over 10 meters large was using its huge, sharp teeth to bite at a badly mutilated corpse. The corpse was wearing white clothes, clearly revealing its former identity as a masked moon sect disciple who had managed to flee from being buried alive. Near the corpse, there were 3 or 4 thoroughly worn-out magic tools. But what was most noticeable was the huge spirit stone vein behind the spider. Surrounding it was an extremely ancient hexagonal transportation formation. To the side of the transportation formation, there was a rainbow-colored skeleton sitting cross-legged in meditation, levitating a meter into the air. Its hand was grasping a lustrous blue command medallion that was radiating faintly. "What is this?" After a chi condensation cultivator swallowed his spit, he dryly asked. No one knew if he was asking about this monstrous spider, the transportation formation, or the skeleton with the command medallion. Naturally, no one answered. Perhaps it was because this person's voice had alarmed the spider, but the monster suddenly stopped gnawing. It raised its head and glared at the party that had invaded its cavern with an ice-cold gaze. This caused Han Li's and the other cultivators' hearts to tremble as they hastily prepared to fight. But a moment after this monster took a glance, it lowered its head and continued to gnaw at the corpse, turning a blind eye to the crowd of people. This caused everyone to look at each other in dismay. Die! When a masked moon sect cultivator saw his fellow sect member had died at the jaws of the spider, he felt grieved from his death and raised his hand, fiercely throwing a flaming dart magic tool toward the spider. This caused Lu Tianmeng and the other experienced people to jump in fright, inwardly cursing this person's imprudence. Pung, the clear sound rang out as the flying dart struck the head of the spider, which hadn't attempted to dodge in the slightest. Unexpectedly, it bounced back. Not the slightest trace of damage could be seen on the insect beast. Furthermore, the point of the dart had become slightly bent. The other cultivators' eyes nearly dropped from their sockets. This spider's outer carapace was actually this hard. It was far too ridiculous. Everyone, attack! Xianxia fiercely glanced at that rash fellow sect member and had no better option than to call for everyone to simultaneously attack. This was because that spider had already stopped eating and was slowly walking towards them. After these words were said, over 10 magic tools flew out at the same time. They all struck the huge spider with all sorts of divine powers. Han Li had also sent out his golden blades. At this moment, underneath the dazzling barrage of attacks, the spider's body had become completely covered by strong light, almost as if it had been instantly killed by those attacks. But after the sounds of clatter were heard, the brilliance of the magic tool's attack had dimmed. 5 or 6 lower-grade magic tools even completely lost their spiritual properties, falling to the ground. When Han Li and the other cultivators saw this, they turned pale with fright. They each took the same action, drawing their gazes to their magic tools. In the end, the top-grade magic tools were still in good condition. However, the high-grade magic tools suffered heavy damage. As for the lower-grade magic tools, they fell to the floor. Once again, the slightest trace of damage couldn't be seen on the white spider, which continued to leisurely crawl towards them. Withdraw! After Li Tianmeng and Xianyi looked at each other, they both happened to shout the same word. Although they were a bit curious about the transportation formation and the command medallion, the price to kill that demonic monster was far too high. Furthermore, the return to the surface was far more important. But during this time, the white spider opened its mouth, and a shining white liquid sprayed out everywhere. After seeing the fearsomeness of this monster, who dared to be so stupid as to touch this unknown liquid? Everyone similarly flashed to either side. Not good. Han Li came to a realization after thinking of something and couldn't help but cry out. The other cultivators were slightly startled. They hadn't fully realized what just happened, the liquid suddenly turning into a huge net. The spider then pounced at the cave opening and stood on the web. Much to their surprise, it tightly sealed the entrance they had just used to enter. The other cultivators' expressions changed. At this moment, they discovered that this stalactite cave seemed to only have one exit. Could it be it wishes to eliminate us in one stroke? Zhang Wu asked with a white complexion. Humph. Xianyu didn't speak and raised his hand instead. 7 to 8 fireballs flew from his hand, shooting toward the dense spiderweb. Pung ping. The spiderweb was left completely intact. Not even the slightest sign of a burn could be seen. At this moment, the others weren't surprised. They had clearly anticipated that this spiderweb wasn't so fragile. During this moment, the white spider slightly bent its legs, and with ferocious power, it pounced straight toward Xianyu's direction with its entire body. Xianyu's expression darkened. He pressed a yellow talisman against the ground, and immediately after, it noiselessly dissolved into floor. Subsequently, a huge stone spike sharply rose not far away, precisely hitting the abdomen of the spider as it leaped in midair. The spider was rigidly pinned to the roof of the cavern, incapable of moving for the time being. Good. When Lu Tianeng saw this, he loudly shouted and revealed an expression of happiness. Then he threw out a dark green bag with the bag's opening pointed at the spider at the ceiling, revealing faint warm light. At this moment, the spider trapped at the cavern ceiling started hissing. It drew its legs towards its abdomen and held the stone spike tightly. Then it fiercely exerted force. The sounds of crashing stones were heard. The tip of the stone spike had actually been easily crushed into countless falling stones. After recovering its freedom, the demonic beast jumped down. When it had broken the stone spike's tip, its small eyes flickered with green light as if it were angered. It lowered its body and then straightened it. It seemed to want to pounce toward the cultivators once again. But at this moment, the warm light rushed out from the bag and precisely swept away the spider as it was midair. Then, as quick as lightning, the light returned. With it, the spider that had unexpectedly shrunk as it was collected into the bag. Han Li and the others at the side were startled. Such a seemingly ferocious spider had actually been so easily captured alive. This was truly hard to imagine. Lu Tianmeng also wore an expression of pleasant surprise. Although the might of his sun and moon pouch was quite considerable, it had already been used many times to collect a large number of demonic beasts. Even so, it was still able to smoothly capture this spider, which caused him to be greatly surprised. Feelings of ecstasy then began to rise in his heart. If he could tame such a demonic beast, wouldn't his power increase by several times? With this thought, although Lu Tianmeng had regained his calm, his happiness was displayed on his brow. He impatiently waved at the green bag, and it slowly flew back under everyone's gazes. The other cultivators naturally knew what such a live demonic beast meant to a member of Spirit Beast Mountain. They couldn't help but display an expression of envy. However, just as this expression was revealed, that flying bag suddenly stopped in midair and moved no more. Lu Tianmeng grew frightened and hastily attempted to retrieve his bag by forcefully using more magic power. However, after the bag swayed several more times, it still stopped in midair. Everyone watching from the side knew something was amiss. They hastily went on guard. The surface of the leather bag suddenly became bumpy. It seemed that demonic beast was causing these oddities from within the bag. These strange occurrences continued for a short moment before disappearing. But soon after, it suddenly began to swell, and with a loud bang as the bag exploded into pieces. The white spider had actually forcibly destroyed the magic tool and restored its original size. After once again escaping constraint, the demonic beast clearly entered a craze. Its translucent pure white body gradually turned red and began to shoot off fearful blood-red rays of light. It began grinding its mouthful of sharp teeth, releasing fearful crackling noises. When Lu Tianmeng and the others saw this, they all solemnly drew back several steps, planning to use explosions from magic tools to increase the distance between them. However, the blood-red spider cut forward with its many legs and charged toward the two cultivators furthest away as fast as lightning. After seeing only 2 streaks of white light flash by and hearing poo-poo, the two cultivators' defensive barriers had been destroyed in a single strike, their bodies severed in 2, meeting a violent end. Among these 2 was unexpectedly that ugly man Zhongwu. Unfortunately, he had believed he was safer as he was farther away. After seeing the 2 cultivators' deaths along with the spider's lightning-fast movements, the others that had scattered the farthest turned pale with fright and feared they would follow the pair's footsteps. However, they were too late. The demonic beast's body had already flashed and turned into a streak of blood-red light, shooting toward the saber transformation cultivator. This cultivator's face became deathly pale. He grit his teeth, shooting 2 black throwing knives at the approaching spider. However, the spider opened its mouth, and shining white liquid shot out toward the throwing knives, causing the throwing knives to lose their magic power and fall to the floor. Then it leaped up with its huge body and bit off the head of the saber transformation cultivator. The headless corpse spouted out blood like a fountain, causing those who saw it to become aghast. The others, Han Li included, no longer hesitated and immediately sent talismans and magic tools to smash its head. However, even since the spider's body turned blood-red, it became as fast as the wind. Within this narrow cavern, the magic tools and magic techniques simply couldn't follow its nimble movements. A short moment later, another 2 cultivators met their violent end underneath its fierce teeth. Although one of them had timely used a colored scarf to obstruct its advance, in the blink of an eye, the spider shredded through the scarf and killed him. This spider's legs and fierce teeth were truly sharp. Their hardness was absolutely that of a top-grade magic tool or higher. At this moment, only Lu Tianmeng, Xianxia, and Han Li had remained. The trio's complexion had become ashen with extreme fear and anger. If they were in an open area, then these cultivators wouldn't have died so easily. After all, with flying magic tools, they definitely would have lasted longer. Bang! The spider flashed to the side of Lu Tianmeng. As it attempted to cleave his body in 2 through his protective barrier, a black object appeared to obstruct it. This flat and round object appeared to be a small shield, but under careful observation, its surface seemed to have cracks. It was actually a miraculously strange turtle shell. Apart from a shallow mark that remained from the strike, it was completely intact. It was truly astonishing. Seeing it had no effect, the huge spider immediately gave up on Lu Tianmeng and flashed with red light, arriving at Han Li's side with its jaws open. However, Han Li's cold expression shook several times. His body suddenly became vague and immediately disappeared. He then appeared over 20 meters away. This caused the demonic beast to unexpectedly stay still from surprise. During this delay, Xianxia took out a small yellow cup and arrived next to the spider. After the small cup flashed with yellow light and expanded, Xianxia slapped it underneath, trapping it once again. Afterwards, Han Li expanded his black dragon's grasp to its greatest size and cautiously hovered over the cup, fearing another escape from the demonic beast. You too be at ease. My heaven-shrouding cup was refined from copper essence, a material used to refine magic treasures. It absolutely wouldn't be able to escape. After Xianxu's expression relaxed, he explained this to Han Li and Lu Tianmeng. Hearing this, Han Li's expression relaxed, and he retrieved his black dragon's grasp. It seemed he was truly at ease. However, Lu Tianmeng walked to the front of the copper cup and took a few looks at it before muttering to himself and shaking his head with worry, saying, "This won't do. I feel unassured. Continue using your cup to trap the beast and give me time to prepare a magic treasure and thoroughly kill this monster." When Xianxia heard this, he wrinkled his brow, but he didn't say anything and followed along. Han Li then looked at the transportation formation and the skeleton's command medallion. After a moment of thought, he walked to the side and sat cross-legged in meditation, leaving the previous matter up to the other 2. At this moment, Lu Tianmeng took out a treasure talisman flashing with azure light. He pressed it between his palms and slowly filled it with spiritual power. It was obvious that a late Foundation establishment could use a treasure talisman quickly without having to charge it with power. A short moment later, he separated his hands, and an exquisite small rod shot forth and revolved around his head. "Are you ready? I'm going to release the demonic beast." When Xianyu saw this, he asked this with concern as he controlled the small cup. "I'm ready. You both can die at ease. That greater displacement medallion is mine." Lu Tianmeng widely opened his eyes, suddenly revealing a sinister appearance. After this large shout, the tip of the short rod released innumerable rays of light. In a flash, 1 rod became 2, 2 became 4, and 4 became 8. In the blink of an eye, over several hundred similar small rods had appeared. Each of the small rods released a small, buzzing rumble. Then, under Lu Tianming's control, the majority of the rods charged toward Xianyu in a dense formation, while a small portion went toward Hanli as he was meditating cross-legged. When Hanli saw this, his expression slightly changed. He didn't dare to clench the item in his hand and rigidly stared at the approaching talisman treasures. Xianyu's expression was dull, as if he were turning a blind eye to this crisis. Seeing the pair's expression, Lu Tianming's proud expression froze. As he shouted, "Not good!" In his mind, he thought to take out the tortoise shell. However, behind him, the sound of the ground rupturing came from behind him. Then, a streak of red light struck at his side. Suddenly, Lu Tianming's body fell to the ground in 2 pieces. Right after, the red light leaped back a certain distance away and stopped. It was unexpected, the blood-red spider that had escaped its trap at an unknown time. Once Lu Tianmeng had died, the magic power supporting the several hundred small rods disappeared. In an instant, they dissolved into specks of azure light and converged together, forming a treasure talisman that gently fell to the floor. At this moment, all that was left was Han Li, Xianyi, and the blood-red spider. Xianyi expressionlessly stared at Han Li and didn't make any movements. Han Li then looked at the blood-red spider and then looked at Xianyi. He then silently raised his hand and brought out his white scale shield. Simultaneously, 8 streaks of white light appeared at his side. They were revealed to be Han Li's puppet beasts. Xianyi's expression became slightly moved as he raised his hand to recall the small yellow cup. He insipidly said, "I truly did not think that Junior Marshal Han Li was actually an expert in puppet techniques. However, it seems you haven't cultivated it to perfection. Do you think with so few puppets, you could be considered my opponent?" When Han Li heard this, his expression didn't change. He only coldly asked, "Did you release the spider intentionally?" "Correct." Xianyi bluntly acknowledged this. Then he flipped his hand and summoned a red muslin cloak. "Are you not worried about overreaching yourself and allowing yourself to die to this demonic beast?" Han Li coldly laughed after he licked his dry lips. "Hee. Me die? Against a mere grade 4 demonic beast with a bit of toughness and brute strength?" Xianyi mockingly said. Hi's face was filled with disdain and contempt. "Regardless, you should go and properly play with that crystal spider. Hope you'll be able to preserve your life." With that said, he covered his body with the muslin cloak. Although he was still there, all the sense from his body completely disappeared. Han Li was slightly surprised. He couldn't help but look at that muslin cloak several times. At this moment, Xianyi slowly retreated to a corner of the cavern with a slight smile on his face. It seemed he didn't want to be involved at all. Han Li's thoughts whirled in his mind several times and guessed several uses of that muslin cloak. His complexion couldn't help but change, and he hastily looked at the spider. After seeing the blood-red spider stare at him with an ominous glint, he heard the sound of crackling come from its fierce teeth. It seemed he had already become its hunting target. After Han Li pondered for a short moment, his body flashed as he rushed toward the corner Xianyi was resting. But when the blood spider saw Han Li move, its blood-red light brilliantly shined and it charged towards Han Li. However, he had already prepared his puppet beasts, which opened their mouths, taking turns to shoot out light beams at the spider as it drew near. When the beams hit the red spider's body, it tumbled several times back. At this moment, it had no method to further pursue Han Li. When Xianyi saw Han Li approach him at great speed, his heart trembled. He was greatly fearful toward Han Li's lightning-fast movement technique. How could he let Han Li approach him so near? He reacted by tossing the small cup in his hand towards Han Li. Then radiance shot forth from his body. A set of fire-red leather armor appeared on his body. Having lost its usefulness, the muslin cloak had been put away. When Han Li saw the giant cup barrier approach him, he waved his hand, causing a small mirror to appear in his hand. At the same time, a brilliant azure mist shot forth and immediately turned the huge cup back to its original size, halting it in midair. Azure Stasis Mirror, Xianxia shouted in alarm. This was a famous top-grade magic tool from his own sect. How could he not know of it? Suddenly, Xianxia panicked and moved erratically. He originally believed this heaven-shrouding cup would have bought him some time. However, it hadn't slowed down Han Li's charge in the slightest. How could he not be in a fluster? Fortunately, he was still over 30 meters away. Xianxia took out an Ice Storm Technique talisman and threw it out. It immediately turned into a dense barrage of ice spikes. He assumed that since Han Li would use his white scale shield to defend, he would slow down his movements, giving Xianlu enough time to take out an impressive magic tool. When Han Li saw the barrage of ice spikes, a cold light flashed through his eyes, but he inconceivable waved his hand, retrieving the small shield into his storage pouch. At the same time, he suddenly increased his speed. His body became distorted in incomprehensible transformations and charged straight through the icicle barrage without the slightest of injury. When Xianxia saw this, his calm expression thoroughly disappeared, his complexion becoming incomparably pale. In the blink of an eye, Han Li had already appeared in front of him. Lacking the time to use any magic tools, he could only madly pour the entirety of his spiritual power into his fiery armor and hope the defensive power of this top-grade defensive magic tool was enough to save him from the crisis before his eyes. Seeing the dazzling radiance released from his opponent's armor, murderous intent rushed forth from Han Li's eyes. He opened his mouth and a black needle that had been prepared long ago shot out from his mouth when it was least expected, producing an extremely grim hiss as it pierced the air. It flew toward the opponent's armor with extreme speed, creating a world-shakingly loud clap upon impact. A huge streak of azure sword chi then appeared from thin air, and with a flash, Han Li was already standing behind Xianxia. Xianxia blankly stood at his original location. At the pit of his stomach, a fist-sized hole had appeared on his armor, causing the armor's spiritual chi to disappear, turning the armor to scrap metal. Then, without warning, his head suddenly fell to the floor. After Han Li had suddenly broken his armor, he used an azure essence sword streak to immediately behead him. Naturally, Han Li had already taken his storage pouch as he passed by. Han Li looked at the storage pouch in his hand and felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He was unexpectedly able to kill a late Foundation establishment cultivator. He had trouble believing he had just done so. However, Han Li clearly understood that the reason why he was able to kill Xianlu was because he had caught him off guard and because Xianlu was restricted by the narrow terrain. If it were a normal high-level battle between cultivators, Xianlu absolutely wouldn't have given him the opportunity to approach. Separated by a distance of over 100 meters, and with the assistance of flying magic tools, Xianlu wouldn't be slower than Han Li's extremely limited movement technique and could move about as he wished. In order to destroy this person's armor, Han Li had to consume a single-use explosive magic tool refined from the fledgling horn of the inky flood dragon. It had been mutually destroyed along with the opponent's armor. When this fledgling horn was refined, the magic tool shop owner continuously felt regret. If the inky flood dragon had grown another 20 to 30 years, its horn could have been refined into an extremely powerful magic tool and wouldn't need to produce such a fragile consumable magic tool. But from what happened today, by allowing him to kill a late Foundation establishment cultivator, this item was truly worthwhile. After Han Li put away the azure stasis mirror and the small cup, a series of explosions suddenly appeared from behind him. This caused him to stop and instinctively react, patting his storage pouch. Several Grade 2 puppet beasts flew out from his pouch and blocked the blood spider's advance. A few seconds later, the puppets had been cut and gnawed to pieces. At this moment, the blood spider lowered its head and once again charged towards Han Li. Han Li raised his hand and sent forth his black dragon's grasp in its greatest size, stopping the huge spider in midair. Soon after, Light beam attacks from his puppet beasts continuously shot at the demonic beast's blood-red body. It was eventually suppressed to the point where it was incapable of moving forward. In a moment of desperation, the blood-red spider sprayed out several spider webs from its mouth. Fortunately, Hanli had already seen the demonic beast use this before, and his body immediately flashed, avoiding it. As for the puppet beasts, although they weren't able to avoid being tangled in the spider's threads in the slightest, Hanli was able to instantly take the tangled ones into his storage pouch and exchange them for fresh puppets. The puppets' attack continued without the slightest of delay. Hanli immediately thought of using a talisman treasure but couldn't help but dispel the idea against this opponent. After all, using protective barriers and magic tools was unwise and would result in him being trapped by the spider's webs. With no better choice, Hanli let out a sigh and could only maintain his attacks against the spider. He didn't dare to relax in the slightest. After a quarter hour, it turned out as Hanli had predicted. The blood-red spider's body gradually lost its color, its shell beginning to show bumps. It was clear that this demonic beast's true essence was almost exhausted, rendering it incapable of using spiritual power to reinforce its body to withstand the attacks. When Hanli's face revealed a slight smile, the spider seemed to realize the situation was far from good, and attempted to flee Hanli's offensive entrapment several times. As it attempted to leap to the cavern's exit, it was swiftly suppressed and pushed back by a burst of the puppet's light beams. In the end, it was actually restrained to one spot by Hanli's ever-changing entrapment. When the entirety of the demonic beast's true essence had been exhausted, it could only shrink into a ball without any power to counterattack. Hanli then took out the incomparably sharp silver-pointed sword and took several steps forward, beheading the spider. As expected, although the beast's external shell was hard, without any magic power to reinforce its body, its defenses were easily sliced through by the sword. Hanli finally sat down on the floor, exhausted. He remained silent for half a day. After a long while, he took a look at the dead cultivators lying in every direction and felt for the first time that the lives of cultivators were fragile. This caused him to feel sorrow in his heart. Would he also meet his end at the hands of another cultivator or end up in the stomach of a demonic beast one day? After he fully rested, Hanli first gathered the small rod treasure talisman and then searched through the dead cultivator's storage pouches. Finally, he approached the transportation formation with caution. His gaze continuously flickered between the rainbow skeleton and command medallion. Greater displacement medallion. That was what Lu Tianfeng called it. Hanli thought as he sunk into contemplation. Greater displacement medallion. Hanli had never heard of this name before. Seeing that Lu Tianneng and Xian Yu had acted to eliminate all others, this object was obviously precious. However, facing the strange appearance of the rainbow skeleton, Hanli didn't dare to rashly act. He took out his golden blades and carefully touched the skeleton with it. Seeing that nothing happened, he felt reassured and walked closer, attentively sizing up the command medallion. The blue luster of the command medallion faintly released twinkling light similar to gems. The medallion was engraved with simple decorative designs and an ancient character. It was clearly an object of ancient origin. As for other areas, Hanli didn't find anything noteworthy. The spiritual power contained within wasn't very large either. Hanli pondered for a moment and used his golden blade to lightly pick at it, causing the command medallion to easily fall from the hand. After picking it up with his hand, he noticed that it wasn't made of metal as he had imagined. It was both flexible and hard. It seemed to have been refined from wood. After Hanli fiddled with it for a moment, he attempted to inject it with a bit of spiritual power. But then a huge suction force came from the command medallion, taking a great amount of spiritual power away from his body. Fearful, Hanli cut off the spiritual power connection without delay, causing the suction force to disappear. Having suffered, Hanli didn't dare to recklessly attempt it again and carefully put the command medallion away in his storage pouch. Then he looked at the several layers of the mysterious transportation formation. He felt very curious regarding where the transportation formation went. Naturally, Hanli didn't attempt to recklessly use it. Furthermore, even if he truly had such idiotic thoughts, he would be incapable of acting upon them. This was because a corner of the transportation formation had already been damaged. Although the damage was not much, it was sufficient to cause the transportation formation to be inoperable. Han Li blinked his eyes and suddenly took out a jade slip. He started to record the transportation formation's appearance and decorative design, preparing to ask others about it and see if he could restore the transportation method. He was greatly looking forward to this. After doing all of this, Han Li looked around the huge cavern to see if there was anything he had missed. As a result, behind a coarse stone pillar, he had discovered 2 sparkling translucent eggs, each about the size of a fist. When Han Li saw this, he was pleasantly surprised. Without guessing, he already knew they were the eggs of the spider demonic beast. Having personally experienced that spider demonic beast's ferocity, how could Han Li miss this opportunity? He immediately looked for a leather pouch that specialized in holding spiritual beasts from a spirit beast mountain cultivator's storage pouch. Then he carefully put the spider eggs into the bag and then stuffed the bag into his pocket. With this harvest, Han Li looked around even more attentively, but unfortunately he found nothing else. However, Han Li didn't mind as he was perfectly content with his spoils. He returned to the white spider's corpse and dismembered it with no trace of politeness, stuffing the limbs into his storage pouch. Then he took Xianyu, Lu Tianmeng and the other cultivators' corpses and used fireballs to turn them into ashes, burying them there. When Han Li looked at the rainbow skeleton, Han Li threw a few fireballs at it in passing, intending to turn it to ash. But as a result, the skeleton fused with the inferno and condensed into 7 to 8 small rainbow pearls. This greatly shocked Han Li, and he collected them with curiosity. Han Li then wanted to leave this place, but in order to make it so the transportation formation wasn't discovered by anyone else, he used azure essence sword streaks to destroy the cavern entrance as he was leaving and completely block the passage. Naturally, he also committed this place to his memory so that he could find it in the future. After that, Han Li followed the direction of the wind in the stalactite cave, finding an extremely hidden opening. He had finally returned to the surface. Because Han Li was afraid of Devil Dao cultivators wandering around in the vicinity, he didn't dare to delay and piloted his divine wind boat in the direction of the Taiyu mountain range. 7 to 8 days later, Han Li returned to Yellow Maple Valley. After he went to report about their losses to a steward who was on duty, he remained on standby at his Immortal's cave. At this moment, he knew the second wave of war had already started. Furthermore, the 7 sects had received vigorous assistance from 2 neighboring countries at the very start of the star, and it seemed as if they were currently winning against the 6 sects. This caused the atmosphere in Yellow Maple Valley to greatly ease up. It was no longer as pessimistic as it was the beginning of the war. After returning, Han Li saw that everything inside his Immortal's cave was the same as before. He relaxed, deeply breathing out. Although it could be said that returning to his sect now wasn't sensible as he was likely to be assigned to fight any 7 sects disciple that shrank back as battle approached and used excuses to avoid being conscripted was severely punished. Light punishments took away spirit stones. Heavy punishments crippled one's magic power. These things weren't tolerable in the least. Furthermore, others have told him that 7 sects had already dealt over 100 punishments of varying degrees. Also, regardless if they fled the battlefield, disciples with no assignments or had already completed their assignments were required to report back to the sect within a certain amount of time. If there weren't any reasons for not returning within the time frame, one would be judged for punishment. Naturally, consequences for blunt evasion without reporting back or fleeing to another country grew even harsher. They would be chased by a 7-sect enforcement squads for the rest of their lives until they were killed. So long as the 7 sects existed, the pursuit would never end. At this moment, Han Li was unwilling to break away from Yellow Maple Valley and flee the state of Yu. Naturally, he openly returned to obey orders. In truth, according to his deductions, how could there be a single peaceful haven in the heavenly south region if it was suffering from the simultaneous expansion of the devilish Dao and the righteous Dao? The cultivation worlds of every region would be in a state of war. It was only a matter of time. As such, he may as well stay in the state of Yu. After all, one's homeland was hard to leave. The first thing Han Li did when he returned to his Immortal's cave was to soak the spider eggs in the spirit wellspring. The spiritual chi should slowly incubate and grow them. Then he quickly secluded himself for 2 days and finally finished refining the first layer of the Great Development Technique. He didn't know whether it was a coincidence, but the Azure Essence sword art simultaneously broke through to the 5th layer after a long period of no progress, much to his surprise. This caused Han Li to enter mid-foundation establishment. When Han Li sensed this, he greatly rejoiced. After all, every increase in cultivation would increase the chances of one's survival within this period of chaotic unrest. But what baffled Han Li was that even after several days, the sect had yet to assign him a mission. This caused Han Li to feel uneasy. According to his experiences, the rarer the tasks, the more dangerous and troublesome they would be. But now that Han Li thought better of it, they were currently at war against the 6 sects, so there were no safe missions. If he nearly lost his life guarding a spirit stone mine, then who knew what would happen on a different assignment? After these considerations, Han Li's mind became calm once more. Should he take advantage of this short break to start investigating this greater displacement medallion? As for his master Li Huayuan and Hong Bai, he didn't need to explain the matter of Dong Xian'er to them. As core formation cultivators, they had long since left the sect on missions. In the Heavens Knowledge Pavilion within Yellow Maple Valley, Han Li spent 2 days of frantic searching, eventually finding a simple introduction of the Greater Displacement Medallion in a book called Knowledge of Cave Mysteries. According to the book, this lustrous blue command medallion was actually used by ancient cultivators to transport themselves across extremely long distances. One must have this magic tool or else the journey's safety couldn't be guaranteed. By only possessing a similar shifting movements medallion, a cultivator wouldn't die from the pressure of being transported through a long distance of space. As for short-distance teleportation, the pressure could be disregarded. For example, with the small transportation formation at Yulu Hall, Han Li hadn't felt the slightest bit of discomfort. As for how the shifting movements medallion guaranteed the safety of long-distance transportation, the book didn't explain. Furthermore, the method to create the shifting movements medallion had long been lost during the turmoil of the ancient cultivation world. Existing greater displacement medallion had also disappeared one by one without a trace. In current times, it had already become an item of lore, an item that nobody was heard to possess. However, in the current cultivation world, this may not be the case. Because ancient transportation formations had become an object of legend earlier than the Greater Displacement Medallion, a single such formation could not be found in the Heavenly South region, though this could not be said for other places. It was slightly possible one could be found in a desolate area or a sect's hidden grounds. But in the current cultivation world, the farthest a transportation formation could travel was about 50 kilometers. As for ancient transportation formations, they could travel for over several millions of kilometers. They fundamentally couldn't be compared. Even as such, a sect or clan could only afford the construction of 3 or 4 transportation formations. Any more would be far too much of an expense. Now that Han Li clearly understood the usage of the Greater Displacement Medallion, the first thought that came to mind was, could it be that the underground transportation formation was an ancient transportation formation? This guess caused Han Li's heart to wildly thump. He knew the odds of this were high. If this were true, with this greater disposition medallion and with a repaired transportation formation, he could immediately travel to a place at least 5 million kilometers away. He wouldn't need to get further tangled in this mess between the 7 sects of the state of Yu and the 6 sects of the devilish Tao. He could travel to a new place and continue his cultivation there. With this thought, Han Li found he was unable to restrain himself. He started to look for books regarding ancient transportation formation to see whether or not there was a method to restore that underground transportation formation. Han Li spent many days searching through the libraries of the Heavens Knowledge Pavilion. However, he hadn't found a single formation spell book with regards to ancient transportation formations. This caused Han Li to become greatly disappointed. At this moment, Han Li thought of a single person who could perhaps help him restore this formation. The person Han Li thought of was naturally Qi Yunxiao, whom he had made a pact with several years ago. Since Qi Yunxiao, a friend and formation spell master, was proficient in the 5 elements reversal formation, surely he should be very knowledgeable about other formations. This ancient transportation formation could also be considered a formation spell. As such, perhaps this friend of his could help him restore the formation. As Han Li thought of this, his heart felt greatly moved. After thinking about the dates, he realized that the day the two had arranged to meet again shouldn't be far away. However, He could be dispatched on a mission at any time, so he wouldn't be able to immediately leave to go find him. It seemed he had not choice but to postpone the trip. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li felt slightly disheartened and was no longer in the mood to further look through formation spell books, returning to his Immortal's cave. Returning to his Immortal's cave, Han Li discovered that the spider eggs had grown larger. It seemed the spirit wellspring was quite effective at accelerating their incubation. When Han Li saw this, he immediately drew a simple spirit-controlling spell formation, a cultivator's basic method for controlling infant demonic beasts. He then bled several drops of essence blood into the spell formation and placed the spider eggs within. The spell formation took effect, and the 2 white eggs absorbed the essence blood. Han Li then placed them back into Spirit Spring. As Han Li finished this, a sound transmission talisman arrived and told him to go the main hall without delay. His heart trembled. He knew his assignment has finally come. On the main battlefield between the 7 sects of the state of Yu and the 6 sets of the devilish Dao, at a patch of stones in the Golden Drum Plains at the common border between the states of Yu and Cheji, Han Li was controlling 2 streaks of light formed from his black dragon's grasp and several golden blades. He was madly attacking an early Foundation establishment disciple from the Ghost Spirit sect at all sides. Although the black chi on his opponent's body surged formidably and had several human skulls faintly howling around him, under the violent storm of attacks from Han Li's 2 magic tools, Han Li quickly found an opening and chopped him into pieces. Han Li skillfully snatched the other's storage pouch from his body. Yet another person had disappeared from this boundless wasteland. By the time he reaped his harvest, the sky had already turned dark. As usual, the core formation cultivators of the Devil Dao and the 7 sects should have come out to fight. If the battle spread to his location, he was certain to die an unjust death. Han Li recalled a battle between core formation cultivators that he had previously witnessed with his own eyes. Fear still lingered in his heart. The magic battle between the cultivators of Saber Transformation Dock and the controlling spirit sect had shattered the heavens and earth and swept back and forth over several kilometers. From then on, so long as the sky was the slightest bit dark, he made an early return even if he turned up empty-handed. A year before, he and several others had received orders to escort a spirit stone transport to this location. Afterwards, they would remain there and become high-grade cannon fodder for the 7 sects, participating in multiple successive large-scale battles. The battle that had just occurred deep within the Golden Drum Plains was such a battle where over 1,000 scattered enemies mutually killing one another was a common occurrence. What was even more baffling was that ever since the second campaign between the Devil Dao and the 7 sects had resulted in a draw, the 2 sides facing each other across the vast Golden Drum Plains would engage in a large skirmish every month, as well as random battles, both small and large, occurring every day. The so-called large skirmishes involved both sides dispatching over 1,000 troops in a mutual struggle. For small melees, each side would dispatch small groups of cultivators spanning from groups of 3 to 5 or even solitary cultivators to the center of the Golden Drum Plains, all of whom sought to kill enemy cultivators. Large skirmishes didn't go as one would expect. Although both sides had fought fervently enough, the number of casualties were quite small. If a side truly tried their utmost, the other side would activate their core defensive barrier, so it would become extremely difficult to harm them. For other smaller skirmishes, because the strength of core formation and foundation establishment cultivators were incomparable, they tacitly agreed to reserve the time between morning and early evening for close skirmishes between foundation establishment cultivators after each side had probed one another out. When night arrived, core formation experts would appear, and a great battle would occur. Core formation cultivators fought alone, one-on-one, even if they were likely to be defeated or sustain heavy injury. But if their lives were in danger, the speed at which a core formation cultivator could flee with all their strength was truly astonishing. A year passed in this manner. Each side had suffered several hundred losses of foundation establishment cultivators. As for core formation cultivators, their losses also were not few. This caused the leaders of both sides to feel great heartache at their losses and a bit of depression. As for chi condensation cultivators, because their magic power was meager, they could only prepare their strength and had preserved the entirety of their numbers. However, with this passing year of war on the battlefield, sabotage and raids had not ceased. causing both the Devil Dao and the Seven Sects to feel they could not endure much longer. Both sides simultaneously attempted to weaken the other and accumulate their own strength. They both clearly understood that the moment of their decisive battle was soon drawing near. After 2 hours on the Divine Windboat, Hanli arrived at his allied camp. Wood and stone rooms of various sizes could be faintly seen from within the great restrictive formation, scattered about without any semblance of a pattern. These were improvised buildings created by cultivators with wood and earth attribute Taoist magics. Naturally, the camp was divided into regions according to their sections. Hanli first went to his dwelling, a stone room that wasn't very large. After he firmly closed the door, he temporarily sealed the room with essence restriction formation flags. Then, Hanli took out the items from the storage pouch he obtained today and laid them out before starting to pick through them. Again with heaps of human skulls and small flags. Apart from the ghost spirit sect, who else would have such use for these ghostly items? This sword isn't bad. I'll keep it as a spare. After Hanli muttered to himself as he quickly separated the magic tools that would be of use and would remain. Those that were of little value and could not be used would go into a separate storage pouch. After Hanli put everything into the storage pouches, Hanli removed the formation and walked out. He turned several corners and eventually walked toward a very conspicuous room. This wooden room spanned a length of 150 meters and was painted with golden paint all over. When the sun set, it glimmered as if it were truly made from gold. Hanli impolitely pushed the door and entered. The room was bustling with activity and had several tens of trading stalls set up by cultivators. There were even more cultivators who were currently haggling over the price or picking items from the trading stalls. With great familiarity, Hanli hastily rushed through several stalls and turned the items in his storage pouch into spirit stone with great speed. After all the items had disappeared, he had about 100 more spirit stones. Hanli didn't pay any further attention to anything else and went to the center of the room toward the largest vendor stall. This vendor stall spanned over 20 meters, nearly 3 to 4 times bigger than the other vendor stalls. The stall's owner was a chubby mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Hanli didn't say any superfluous words and immediately threw a storage pouch full of spirit stones toward the fatty, impolitely saying, "Elder Brother Chun, I have gathered 500 spirit stones for the dragon crygrass. Hee. Well, if it isn't Brother Han. Truly impressive. You managed to gather this many spirit stones so quickly." When the fatty saw Hanli, he immediately beamed with a smile. Then he sunk his consciousness into the storage pouch within his chubby hands to count the spirit stones. Not bad, not bad. It really is 500 spirit stones. Here is the dragon crygrass. Make sure to put it away properly. Fatty Chin then took out a jade box with a joyful smile and handed it over to Hanli. Hanli took the small box and immediately opened it to see what was inside. He then nodded his head and put it away. Afterwards, he asked the fatty with slight anticipation, "With regards to my previous requests for pill formulas, is there any news?" "So long as there's a pill formula, I am willing to pay a bit more. Old pal, pill formulas are extremely rare. Although Foundation establishment cultivators are likely to have some, they are extremely treasured items. Who would dare to take them out and sell them? Furthermore, if dear friend wishes to have pill formula that are of use to Foundation establishment cultivators, it would be even more difficult. I've spared no effort. But even so, I truly haven't been able to find any." When Fatty Chan heard Hanli's words, his face grew bitter as he poured out his complaints. Feeling slight disappointment, Hanli wore an indifferent smile and said, "It doesn't matter. If there's nothing, then forget it. I still must thank Elder Brother Chun for helping find those 2 formulas earlier." When Fatty Chun heard those words, he happily smiled, saying, "Those 2 nearly ruined pill formulas were something I picked up over my many years. I didn't dare to be confident that you would actually want them. However, dear friend wished to take them and experiment to see whether he could improve them. This is something ordinary people wouldn't dare to do. After all, the energy and time required to do so is far too great. It's a feat that perhaps would be accomplished with the constant efforts of multiple generations." The fatty said this while feeling slightly moved. When Hanli heard this, he faintly smiled and didn't say anything else. Ever since Han Li arrived here, he shockingly discovered that within the camp's improvised market, there were many rare goods that couldn't be found in market cities. From medicinal herbs and raw materials to magic tools and cultivation techniques, it nearly had them all. All the medicinal ingredients he lacked for the spirit-gathering pill were easily gathered within the market. With only a bit of maturation, he'd be able to immediately progress his magic power once more. With this fatty here, Han Li only had to spend about 1,000 spirit stones for 2 of his greatly desired pill formulas, much to his pleasant surprise. After pulling out a majority of the spirit stones in his pocket, Han Li even collected a majority of the ingredients necessary for the new ancient pill formulas. As for the remaining missing ingredients, Han Li gritted his teeth and risked taking out 2 400-year-old spirit herbs to sell. His other option was to participate in a few more assignments to kill Devil Dao cultivators. In this way, not only could he earn a reward of a considerable amount of spirit stones, he could also exchange the items found in the enemy's storage pouches for even more spirit stones. Based on the numerous treasure talismans he possessed and the strength of the Great Development Technique, even if Han Li ran into late Foundation Establishment Cultivator, he could escape from the opponent safe and sound. Similarly, if early or mid-Foundation Establishment Cultivators were to run into Han Li, they naturally would not have any strength to retaliate and could only flee for their life from Han Li. Of course, how could important Foundation Establishment Cultivators like the Ghost Spirit Sect's young master participate in these kinds of operations? Just like this, Han Li earned himself a small bit of reputation among the 7 sects Foundation Establishment Cultivators this past year. Everyone knew that a vicious character had emerged from the Yellow Maple Valley. While his cultivation base was only that of the mid-Foundation establishment, he inconceivably hunted down over 10 Devil Dao cultivators and was still able to return whole. Han Li used the spirit stones that he had exchanged to gather all the remaining ingredients for the ancient pill formulas. Upon hearing that the campgrounds of a few other sects also had similar exchange locations, Han Li asked Fatty Chun to be on the lookout for pill formulas, but now it seemed there wasn't much hope. Just as Han Li wanted to say goodbye to the other person, a gust of fragrant wind suddenly reached his nose. Slightly stunned, Han Li twisted his head around to take a look. An elegant and cold female cultivator was approaching from behind. Upon clearly seeing that newcomer's touching face and that dainty body with full assets, Han Li's expression did not change, but in his heart, he was somewhat uneasy. It was actually Junior Marshal Sister Chin with whom he had had skin-to-skin contact before. As soon as he thought about the provocative and erotic scene from that night, a strange feeling surged up in his heart. Come to think of it, he and this woman had not run into each other ever since the departure from the forbidden area, so he didn't know when she had arrived at this camp. Fifth uncle, this is the item that you asked for. Junior Marshal Sister Chin indifferently sized up Han Li. Soon after, a trace of shock flashed across her eyes, but she still arrived in front of Fatty Chun and handed a storage pouch over to him. Hee. Niece Xiaoqian, your arrival is too timely. I was just thinking about these goods. Fatty Chin said with delight upon seeing Junior Marshal Sister Chin, his jowls flapping. Fifth uncle. Han Li was stunned by Fatty Chen's title for quite some time. He never expected that this Fatty whom he had known for the greater half of a year was actually Junior Marshal Sister Chen Sr. Just based on his mid-Foundation Establishment cultivation base, his status in the Chun clan would definitely not be low. After initially glancing at Han Li, Junior Marshal Sister Chin did not send a single glance in Han Li's way. This cold treatment caused Han Li to feel unhappy in his heart. Senior Marshal Brother Chin, I will take my leave now, but I will definitely come visit you in the future. Han Li said politely, unwilling to stay any longer. He turned his head around and walked out of the market. At this time, Chun Xiaoqian finally gazed coldly at Han Li's disappearing figure. Her eyebrows were tightly knit as she asked Fatty Chun, who was inspecting the storage pouch. Fifth uncle, was this scaredy cat trying to buy something from you? Scaredy cat. Fatty Chun was shocked by Chun Xiaoqing's words. Yes, the fellow who was just standing here. You're talking about Han Li. Fatty Chun blinked his tiny eyes as an expression of disbelief surfaced on his face. Yes, I'm talking about him. Is there something wrong with that? Chun Xiaoqian asked, somewhat curious. Back then, during the expedition to the forbidden area, Han Li had not given this Junior Marshal Sister Chun any good impressions. She always reckoned that Han Li was someone who had run into a great deal of good fortune and always took the opportunity to escape from a fight. Fatty Chun sat in silence for a moment before suddenly sighing, saying with a strange tone, "Xiao Qian, you've just arrived here and are ignorant about some matters. Although I don't know why you think this guy is a scaredy cat, your fellow sect member's reputation here is not small. He is an extremely strong character who exterminated over 10 Foundation establishment cultivators in succession and is definitely not a mediocre individual. I even want to recommend this person to the clan leader after a few more battles. If we can win over this guy, he will be a great help to us." He exterminated over 10 Foundation establishment cultivators? Junior Marshal Sister Chun asked, the cold expression on her face turning into one of amazement. She truly did not dare to believe what she was hearing. She couldn't help but gaze blankly at the exchange location's front door, but by now Han Li had already left the room for quite some time. After walking out of the exchange location, Han Li pondered for a moment, then headed towards his master Li Huayuan's residence, preparing to pay his respects to his master according to common convention. As a core formation cultivator, Li Huayuan's residence could not be compared to those of regular cultivators. He lived in a cozy little house in the middle of a large formation. His wife naturally lived together with him. As for Han Li's 7 senior martial brothers, apart from the eldest, who was still standing guard outside of the Green Ripple Cave, all the others had missions and were not present here. The only ones remaining here were Han Li and his 4th senior martial brother, Song Meng. The first day that Han Li arrived and went to see Li Huayuan, his cultivation base of mid-foundation establishment caused his master to feel great shock. After all, Han Li had only successfully entered foundation establishment a few years ago. Under normal circumstances, even cultivators with good talent would need to spend 10 or more years before advancing from early to mid-foundation establishment. So Han Li's sudden advancement in leaps and bounds naturally aroused Li Huayuan's curiosity. After finding no evidence from searching Han Li's body, he asked some questions related to the cause for Han Li's cultivation base to grow so quickly. Han Li naturally would not reveal the truth. Instead, he put on an act of confusion, as if he also didn't know what had happened, causing Li Huayuan to feel depressed for quite a while before dropping the matter altogether. After all, he was currently confronting grave difficulties. He was not in the mood to spend too much time investigating this matter. As for the matters of the Yen clan defecting and Dong Xian falling into enemy hands, Li Huayuan and Hongfu both already knew about it. Apart from being extremely enraged by this, they did not actually blame Han Li too much. After all, the opponent's strength was too great. For Han Li to be able to escape with his life was already not an easy feat. Just as Han Li was thinking these things, he had already arrived outside of Li Huayuan's residence. What shocked him was that his 4th senior martial brother Song Meng was actually standing outside the room with his arms hugging his shoulders, strangely full of energy, as if he were a posted sentry standing guard. Upon seeing Han Li, Song Meng's face revealed a trace of laughter. He said in a deep voice, "Junior Martial Brother Han, you've come to pay your respects to Master once again." Han Li gently laughed and gave an N. After Han Li had become somewhat famous, Song Meng forced Han Li to spar with him privately. Although Han Li had relied on a magic tool to penetrate his defenses and claim a small victory, he slowly began to feel friendlier towards Han Li, and between the two of them, they actually began to laugh and talk with one another. "Junior Martial Brother Han, Master is currently discussing with some guests, so you should wait outside for now. Come to think of it, I've made some progress in my cultivation technique. Why don't you spar with me in a bit?" Song Meng smiled as he explained to Han Li, but immediately after he made an invitation that caused Han Li's head to hurt greatly. Ever since senior martial brother Song had lost to him, every so often he would ask that Han Li spar with him one more time. However, how could Han Li be willing to reveal his true strength? Naturally, he firmly refused every time. If this were the Yellow Maple Valley, this senior martial brother Song wouldn't be so easy to shake off. Luckily, many strong cultivators were in this campground and many opponents as well. Song Meng, seeing that he did not succeed after pestering Han Li a few times, was unable to bear his own temperament and went to go find other people. Only then could Han Li finally let out a sigh of relief. Thus, upon hearing Song Meng's last sentence, Han Li bitterly laughed once. No matter what, he did not dare to easily agree to what was being discussed. However, Han Li was very interested in Li Huayuan and the group of guests with him. After all, for Song Meng to use such respectful words meant that the people in the room most likely were core formation cultivators. But just when he wanted to gather some information from Song Meng, the tightly shut door suddenly opened, and a few male and female cultivators walked out from inside. Li Huayuan and his wife followed closely behind, clasping their hands and sending them out. As expected, they were all core formation cultivators. Han Li clearly saw that of the 4 men and 3 women, their cultivation bases were unfathomably deep. He and Song Meng did not dare to block the road and hurriedly split, one left, one right, helplessly standing to the side. Li Huayuan instantly saw Han Li, but he only gave a light smile before paying no further attention to him. The other cultivators naturally also glanced at Han Li, but most of them ignored him after that. After all, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator was truly nothing worth taking note of. However, a slender and perfectly figured female cultivator with a veil over her face suddenly stopped after her gaze swept over Han Li, her figure shaking. At the same time, a strange, difficult-to-discern light flashed across a pair of bright eyes. Has Celestial Nangong met this lowly disciple before? Upon noticing this female cultivator's strange behavior, the other cultivators couldn't help but glance at this woman somewhat strangely. Even more, Li Huayuan opened his mouth to ask this, feeling even more shocked. As soon as the words Celestial Nangong reached Han Li's ears, Han Li's heart jumped. A surge of indistinct emotions rampaged through his heart. Although he forcefully maintained his expression, he still couldn't help but glance at this female cultivator. No, it's just that he looks very similar to an old friend that I haven't seen in a long time. The strange expression in Celestial Nangong's eyes disappeared, and she recovered her clear, cold gaze. This sentence caused Han Li's heart to feel a tart, slightly bitter taste. Oh, then this is really coincidental. Li Huayuan gently laughed and said, sizing up Han Li once again. However, Han Li's face was as calm as water, not revealing even the slightest odd reaction. The other cultivators glanced at each other once. Although they all revealed knowing expressions, only the heavens knew how much they truly believed. This Celestial Nangong also knew that these words were unlikely to obtain the trust of the others. However, she still offered no defense and floated away. The remaining people all gazed at Han Li with deep meaning before saying their goodbyes to Li Huayuan and his wife. The smile on Li Huayuan's face slowly disappeared after sending off all the guests. He knitted his eyebrows, then turned around and said to Han Li indifferently, "Follow me into the room, I have some things to ask you." Seeing this, Han Li bitterly complained to himself, but he could only agree. As for his master's young wife, she gently assured Han Li with a few sentences, then followed him into the room. When Han Li walked into the guest lobby, Li Huayuan was sitting on the chair, appearing very thoughtful. "You and Nangong Wan of the Masked Moon sect know each other?" Li Huayuan, upon seeing that Han Li was in front of him, stopped his contemplation and directly asked Han Li this without beating around the bush at all. Han Li was silent for a while upon hearing this, weighing his options in his heart many times. He knew that Nangong Wan's strange behavior had definitely been noticed by his master and that he would have no way of making something up to get by. Thus he could only nod his head in acknowledgement. This disciple truly had a fateful encounter with this martial ant Nangong once. Upon hearing Han Li confess this so easily, Li Huayuan actually felt that it was somewhat strange, and the expression on his face immediately became warmer. "Can you tell me what exactly happened?" The young woman's curiosity was greatly aroused upon hearing these words from Han Li, and she couldn't help but ask this question. Just then, Nangong Wan had directly denied that she and Han Li knew each other, yet now this disciple suddenly said that they did know each other. There definitely would be some interesting stories involved. When Li Huayuan heard his wife ask this, he also nodded his head and gazed at Han Li. It seemed that he also wanted to know the whole story. "Master, please forgive me. Because this matter involves some of Martial Ant Nangong's personal matters, this disciple once promised her that I would absolutely not leak this matter. Please forgive me, Master and Master's wife." Han Li tactfully refused, having long prepared a completely fair excuse. Hearing these words, Li Huayuan and his wife were incredibly astonished. After glancing at each other, Li Huayuan thought first before slowly speaking, as if he were deliberating over something. Since you made an agreement with her, I naturally cannot force you to break that promise. However, Master would like to remind you that it's best to limit contact with this celestial Nangong. One should know that the charming techniques of the masked moon sect are quite impressive, and I'm worried that you will fall under her Tao without even realizing it or are even blatantly ignoring it. But since you appear to be clear-minded and are clear with your words, I am somewhat more assured. Han Li's heart relaxed upon hearing this. He repeatedly said yes in agreement. The last shreds of unease in Li Huayuan's heart disappeared upon seeing Han Li's respectful expression and attitude. He even happily gave Han Li some pointers and answered his questions on cultivation. Han Li naturally listened extremely attentively, not willing to let a single one of Li Huayuan's sentences slip by. After asking some questions about Han Li's experiences while cultivating for a long while and being quite satisfied with Han Li's responses, Li Huayuan suddenly said something extremely surprising. Han Li, right now I have a personal matter that I would like you to take care of. Are you willing to take up the task? Personal matter? Han Li was surprised in his heart, but he immediately answered without reserve. If Master has something on his mind, you can just tell me. This disciple will naturally do his best to complete it. Li Huayuan was very pleased with Han Li's lack of hesitation and stood up, pacing a few steps before saying in a deep voice, in reality, it isn't something that's too dangerous. I just want to ask you to temporarily act as a bodyguard, ensuring the safety of a family member. Bodyguard? Protect someone? Han Li felt somewhat stunned, but he still silently awaited Li Huayuan's next words. We originally wanted your fourth senior martial brother Song Meng to go at first, but recently I heard that you killed many Devil Dao cultivators, which greatly shocked both me and my wife. I never expected that such a fierce individual could emerge from under my tutelage. I also heard that even people from the other 6 sects often talk about you. Because of this, I would feel more at peace if you were the one to go. Li Huayuan gently laughed. One could see that at this moment, his mood was very good. At the same time, the young woman to the side similarly said, smiling. In addition, Song Meng has stayed in the Green Ripple Cave ever since he was young and hasn't gained much outside experience. His worldly experience is greatly lacking. This alone is one reason why you must be the one to go. After all, the person you must protect is immortal from the secular world. Upon hearing the words of praise from Li Huayuan and his wife, Han Li wore an extremely shy expression and laughed, slightly embarrassed. However, with regards to them wanting him to protect some commoners, although Han Li's expression appeared normal, in his heart he was still somewhat depressed. What kind of dangers would an ordinary commoner encounter? Randomly sending a chi condensation disciple was more than enough to act as a bodyguard. Why would they want him, a foundation establishment cultivator, to go? Perhaps Li Huayuan guessed Han Li's misgivings, because he gave both an explanation and a narration. The person I want you to protect is a descendant of my senior martial brother, who once saved my life. However, his only son was immortal with no spiritual roots, with no way to cultivate. He can only stay in the secular world. Thus, before he died, I promised that as long as I lived for one more day, I would definitely ensure the safety and prosperity of his descendants. I've secretly supported this family for the past 100 or so years by providing many riches and completely eliminating any dangers. Li Huayuan stopped speaking, as if he were thinking on past matters. But afterwards, he collected his expression and said, however, I received notice in the past few days that the 6 Devil Dao sects may send out a few low-level disciples and mix them into the state's secular world, and then clean up some of the people that our 7 sects are secretly supporting. They want to damage the supply of basic materials that the secular world supplies to our 7 sects. Because of my relationship with this family, they will most likely also be taken out by the Devil Dao's cultivators. Thus, I must have a representative who can go forwards to preserve the safety of this family when the storm hits. Of course, if the Devil Dao cultivators don't go looking to start trouble with them, all the better. After hearing this, Han Li respectfully nodded his head, indicating that he understood. Okay, I will write a letter to the current clan leader to tell them your identity and situation. He is also the only person who knows about the matter between me and the previous martial ancestor. I have also already told others that during this period of time, your trip will count as a mission. This way you don't have to worry about being punished. In addition, this jade slip contains detailed information on the entire clan. Bring it with you when go back to your lodgings and pack your bags. You will depart tomorrow morning, lest the situation suddenly change if you wait. Li Huayuan ordered after thinking for some time. As you command. Han Li bowed, then gently answered. Han Li sat on the divine wind boat, flying tens of feet above the ground at full speed. His current destination was not the location of the clan that he was supposed to protect in the capital of the state of Yuejing. Rather, he was flying directly towards the state of Yuanwu. Taking advantage of the somewhat increased freedom of this mission, Han Li was hurrying to make the meeting that he and Qi Yunxiao had set. In addition, he wanted to see if that formation master was able to repair the damaged ancient teleportation formation. If the seven sects were to face a great defeat in a battle, this would be his last resort for escaping. Otherwise, if the six Devil Dao sects were to have their hands suddenly freed, he could only do his best to survive under their suppression and encirclement. How could he have any time to continue his cultivation in that situation? Han Li estimated that if no accidents occurred on this trip, a short duration of 20 days would be more than enough to take care of his business, without delaying the mission Li Huayuan had given him. Thus, he could continue to move forward assuredly. Qi Yunxiao and Han Li's meeting location was in a certain tea house in a small city in the state of Yuanwu. Based on what Qi Yunxiao said, the tea house was opened by one of his subordinates. So once Han Li found that location, he could easily contact Qi Yunxiao. Han Li moved as fast as lightning the entire way. Even if he occasionally encountered a few other cultivators, he would just brush past them without paying them any additional attention. He had no intentions of chatting with them. After flying non-stop for 7 or 8 days, Han Li finally arrived at the small Golden Horse City. In order to not create a commotion, Han Li landed and put away his magic tools a few kilometers away from the city. Then, he walked slowly towards the city gate. Although this Gold Horse City was not large, the outside of the city door was bustling with people coming and going, seemingly very busy. Han Li's appearance was plain, and the robes he wore had long since been exchanged for a worn-down Confucian robe. When squeezed in the midst of all the people entering the city, he did not draw attention whatsoever. In this way, he followed the flow of the people into the city. This tea house's reputation was not small. Han Li randomly found a child to inquire about the location of the Clear Spring Tea House, and actually easily got the answers he was looking for. He then walked towards the place. Naturally, when Han Li was standing in front of this Clear Spring Tea House, he began to assess it with great interest. This tea house wasn't large. It was only a single-story building with 3 rooms. Before having even entered, Han Li could already smell the fragrant scent of tea. Han Li was somewhat surprised. Although Han Li did not understand much about the intricacies of tea, he felt a slight trace of spiritual qi from the tea fragrance. His heart stirred and he did not hesitate to enter any further. The 3 rooms were arranged side to side with 1 large room and 2 small. At this moment, it was filled with groups of 3 to 4 tea guests. The tea shop didn't have any empty seats, so 7 to 8 differently dressed patrons peacefully waited at the side. Even though the tea shop had many guests inside, there wasn't a single person making a ruckus. The majority of them softly closed their eyes and sipped the fragrant tea before them. There were only a few people who were whispering. On the wall of the largest room at the center, a several-meter-long yellow paper banner hung from the top of the wall. On it was written, "Every guest is limited to 1 pot per day," in large and bold calligraphy. It was quite eye-catching. When Han Li saw this, he found it funny. This was the first time he heard of those making a living from selling food or drink limiting the quantities that others could buy. However, he only laughed away and didn't take the trouble to think of it further. Instead, he swept his gaze across the room and immediately spotted a person appearing to be the shopkeeper pacing back and forth in a corner. This should be the tea shop's shopkeep. He appeared to be over 40 years old and had short facial hair, giving him an exceptionally shrewd appearance. At this moment he was standing at the front counter using an abacus with a lowered head. From time to time he turned his head to look at his ledger. Han Li walked several steps over and stood in front of the desk, remaining calm and silent. This caused the shopkeep to look up with a bit of surprise. Once he clearly saw Han Li, his expression immediately changed. He hastily put his abacus and ledger to the side and left the front counter. With slight reverence, he respectfully asked, "Is there any matter this junior may help senior with? This one will spare no effort." This shopkeep was unexpectedly a cultivator in addition to a shopkeep, but his cultivation was pathetically low. He was only at the 4th layer of chi condensation. Now that he was facing a senior with unfathomably deep cultivation, his heart was naturally restless. Hanli didn't say anything further. He lightly wiped against the desk counter with his sleeve pocket, leaving behind a sparkling azure jade pendant on the counter. When the shopkeep saw this jade pendant, he stared blankly at it. But soon after, he said with an expression of pleasant surprise, "So it turned out to be Senior Han. This junior is lacking in manners. Young Master Chi has already told me that Senior would arrive in the near future. This junior has been waiting for you for quite a long time." When Hanli heard this, he put away his jade pendant and peacefully said, "I wish to now see your clan's young master. Please show me the way. I will follow your orders, Senior." He first called over 2 of the store's waiters, and after telling them a few words, he brought Hanli to the back door and left the town, heading west. Gold Horse Town had a large expanse of yellow-green hills on its west side. They were countless and varied of all sizes. The shopkeep brought Han Li through the hills with much familiarity and made several turns. They then arrived at a sunken depression that spanned over 15 acres. At the center of the depression were 7 to 8 white stone rooms. To the east and west of the rooms, there were several batches of thinly spread azure bamboo. After the shopkeep brought Han Li to this location, he bowed to Han Li and said, "Senior, the young master is within the rooms. However, the rooms are surrounded by a few formation spells. Normally, I would report to the young master before bringing an outsider in, but since the young master has already told me about Senior Han, if Senior closely follows behind me, you can enter. Otherwise, you will activate the formation spells." Han Li thoughtfully looked around the depression and the disorderly azure bamboo, indifferently saying, "I understand. Don't hesitate to lead the way." When shopkeeps heard Han Li, he let out a deep breath and carefully brought Han Li to the rooms. His path forward was quite peculiar. In one moment he would walk forward 3 steps, then walk back 2 steps, then walk 5 steps, then turn around and step 6 steps that way. It was quite chaotic. It was as if there was no pattern that could be discerned. As such, the 2 slowly approached the rooms at the center of the depression. "Young master, Senior Han has arrived. Please come out and see for yourself." When they were about 30 meters away from the room, the shopkeep let out a breath and loudly yelled toward the largest room. "Senior Han has come? That is great. However, please wait a moment. I will be right out." Xianxia's pleasantly surprised voice came from within the room. But soon after, a smothered bang could be heard, followed by Xianxia's bitter cursing. "Sigh, another failure." When the stone door opened, Xianxia walked out with an appearance of disappointment. He carried the scent of a blazing fire on his body. However, after he saw Han Li, his face suddenly became bright and excitedly approached, saying, "It really is Senior. This is truly great. Please follow me. Let Junior show your hospitality as a host. This place has some top-quality tea. Let's have a few cups." Xianxia cordially invited Han Li into a room. His movements had become much more experienced since Han Li had last seen him several years ago. "Then I must thank you." Han Li knew that he still had to request his help and was very polite. After that, he entered the room and sat near a long table that was 3 meters long. "Senior, that..." Once Xianxia commanded the shopkeep to make a pot of tea, he turned his hand and seemed to hesitate, wanting to ask Han Li something. With a silent smile, Han Li took out the book Yunxiao Experience and placed it on the table. The book's flickering silver light had remained, showing that the seal was still intact. When Xianxiao saw this book, his spirit shook. But when he thought to reach out and take it, he suddenly thought of something and promptly said, "Senior, please wait a moment." He hastily walked out. Han Li faintly smiled, as if he had guessed his intentions. Not long after, Xianxiao animatedly returned to the room with a small wooden box about a foot long. "Senior, this is a set of formation establishment magic tools for the improved 5 elements reversal formation. Although its strength isn't as high as the spell formation's original might like I predicted, the improved formation is still more powerful than the formation I gave you originally by 3 times. Xianxia said somewhat apologetically. It seemed he was still a bit worried, since he hadn't improved the formation establishment magic tool's power to what was previously agreed. 3 times. Han Li's expression changed, his heart feeling extremely amazed. A tenth of the 5-element reversal formation was already enough to completely satisfy Han Li, who felt there was no need for further improvement. Even a core formation cultivator such as Lei Wanhe had felt this formation was quite a pain to deal with. If he truly improved the formation to the point where it was 3 times more powerful, it could resist even core formation cultivators. With this thought, Han Li couldn't help but want to look inside the wooden box. Meanwhile, Xianxia picked up the silver book and carefully looked at it. When Han Li opened the box, he saw a set of formation flags and plates with oppressive spiritual qi. Han Li took them out for a careful look. This set of magic tools had much more formation flags and formation plates than the previous set. Furthermore, the decorative design and written seals were obviously more complicated. It appeared that what he said wasn't false. Its strength was far greater than its previous iteration. Han Li put away the formation flags with satisfaction and then took a look at Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia had lightly stroked Yunxiao experience with a smile. It seemed he made a similar inspection and confirmed the seal had remained. I am very satisfied with these improved set of formation establishment magic tools. I have truly troubled you, fellow Taoist, Han Li said with a slight smile. Senior's words are over-exaggerating. This one is truly grateful that Senior returned this book with its seal intact. This junior should be thanking you greatly. When Xianxia heard Han Li's words, he shook his head as if he were beating a drum with it and cordially replied. Han Li smiled, and after saying a few more modest remarks, he chatted a bit with Xianxia. The shopkeep came a moment later and served 2 cups of lovely emerald green tea. The tea's fragrance was clearly far richer than the tea from the Clear Spring Tea House. Obviously, higher-grade tea leaves released slightly heavier amounts of spiritual qi. Under Xianxiao's eager invitation, Han Li took 2 sips. He immediately felt his mouth refreshed and his mind cleared. He couldn't help but praised it, saying, "Good tea! I didn't know tea leaves could be blended with spiritual qi. It's too wonderful for words. I assume these must have personally be made by fellow Taoist. I am truly in admiration." Han Li's words were actually said with sincerity. To be able to blend spiritual qi with common tea leaves, this was something Han Li had never heard of. Furthermore, the tea's fragrance was incomparable, far better than the top teas of the mortal world. When Xianxia heard Han Li's words, he wore an embarrassed expression and hastily explained, "Senior misunderstands. This tea was not refined by this junior. My close friend gave it to me as a present. These tea leaves were the result of nearly 10 years of my close friend's research in the mortal world." Close friend? Could it be the individual whom fellow Taoists wanted to save with the spirit herb? Han Li seemed to have casually asked this, but he was inwardly very happy. He had been bitterly worried that he wouldn't be able to raise the subject of that formation master by Xianxiao's side. He naturally couldn't let this golden opportunity slip by. Xianxia was stunned when Han Li asked this question and was a bit hesitant. But soon after, he thought of something and made up his mind, nodding his head. Senior is not wrong. The spirit tea was made this one's close friend. As for that previous matter, it was thanks to medicine created from Senior's 1,000-year-old spirit herb that my friend's life was saved. However, although her life had been saved, her injury is recovering extremely slowly. Therefore, this junior wants to shamelessly ask Senior if he has another 1,000-year-old spirit herb. Even if it isn't a 1,000-year-old spirit herb, as long as it's 700 or 800 years old, it would fulfill my wish for my close friend to fully recover. This one is willing to promise all sorts of formation flags in exchange for the spirit herb. After that was said, Xianxia had a face full of anticipation and was attentively staring at Han Li. When Han Li heard Xianxiao's words, he was slightly surprised, but his heart soon relaxed. Since the other party still sought something from Han Li, it seemed he would naturally succeed in his request for the other party to repair the transportation formation. However, his face naturally wore an awkward expression. He would make Xianxia feel like he would owe Han Li a favor. With this thought, Han Li muttered to himself for a moment. After a long moment later, he said with reluctance, This one does have such a spirit herb on hand. However, this one intended to refine a medicine pill with it and use it. This is truly? Although Han Li didn't finish his sentence, the hesitant expression on his face was enough for Xianxia to imagine the difficulty of this matter. After all, Xianxia should clearly know what refining a top-grade medicine pill signified to a cultivator. When Xianxia first heard Han Li had such a medicinal herb on hand, he immediately revealed an appearance of wild happiness. However, when he heard the words that followed, his expression became extremely apprehensive. Without even waiting for Han Li to finish his sentence, he immediately said with a half-pleading tone, "Junior knows that making Senior Han Li give a spirit herb is a bit forceful. However, this one truly feels great anguish from seeing his dear friend suffering day after day. So long as Senior agrees to cede the spirit herb, this one will allow Senior to choose from this one's formation establishment magic tools as he wishes. Even if Senior wishes to take them all, Junior will have no complaints." When Han Li heard the other party's words, his heart was greatly moved. Even if this Xianxiao's formation establishment magic tools weren't as abnormal as the 5 elements reversal formation, they were sure to be rarely seen quality goods. If he had several more sets on hand, he would be able to increase his defenses by no small amount. Even better were the formation spells with extremely powerful offensive capabilities. If he could trap strong enemies within the formations, it would also be another incisive method of attack. However, the main objective of this trip was to have the other party restore the damaged transportation formation. If he were to take a few formation establishment magic tools, then this matter couldn't be fulfilled, and if he asked for too much, he would give the other party the impression that his greed was insatiable. Han Li did not currently wish for these two to become hostile towards him. After Han Li pondered about this, he intended to refuse the other party's exchange and raise the matter about the transportation formation. But at this moment, the flustered yell of a young woman suddenly came from outside. "Young Master Qi, it's bad. My clan's young madam has encountered mishap. Please save my clan's young madam." Xianxiao's face immediately changed once the voice penetrated the walls. He hastily stood and left the room without even said anything to his guest. Han Li. The shopkeep standing to the side similarly ran out the room with a panicked and pale face. Han Li raised his eyebrows, but his expression didn't change. Still, he felt puzzled and slowly walked out with hands behind his back. Outside the room, Xianxiao and the shopkeep were attentively and nervously listening to a talking woman who appeared 18 or 19 years old. This girl was pretty and had fair skin. As she was talking about something, she had an anxious appearance. She immediately shut her mouth with fright when she saw a stranger, Han Li, walk out of the room. An expression of vigilance flashed from her eyes. Seeing this, Han Li gave a smile without paying it any mind and stood still. He didn't walk any further. But after Xianxiao turned to look at Han Li, it appeared as he had grasped life-saving medicine and flew to Han Li's side. He excitedly pleaded to him, "Senior, this one's close friend is currently being restrained by cultivators with malicious intent. Right now, only Senior can save her. So long as Senior agrees to take action, this junior will be sure to give heavy payment as equivalent thanks. Could Dao's friend Qi please give me a few details? Is the young woman spoke of your dear friend, the formation spell master?" Han Li wrinkled his brow, asking with some surprise. "That's right. The 5 elements reversal formation establishment magic tools that Senior previously used were jointly refined by this one and that young lady," Xianxiao hastily said as he looked at Han Li with impatience. It was at this moment that the pretty woman then discovered that she was incapable of seeing how deep Han Li's cultivation was even with her cultivation base at the 5th layer of qi condensation. This caused her to open her mouth in shock and then look at Han Li with fear. Han Li then turned his body to the woman and said with a deep voice, "Could this young woman explain it once more? I want to know the whole story." Although Han Li knew this was the best opportunity to gain favor, he needed to know the enemy's strength and numbers. He didn't wish to fail and be in need of rescue himself. "Oh, it's like this. Today, the young lady and I arrived somewhere nearby." When the pretty woman saw Han Li ask her this, she couldn't help but repeat the story once through in a fluster. Originally, this young woman's young madam had ran out of high-quality tea leaves to refine into spirit tea. As per previous custom, she went to the nearby Jade Cloud Mountain to pick a few, leaves. But she unexpectedly ran into a group of male qi condensation cultivators. When the master and servants saw so many cultivators appear, they already felt something was wrong and intended to immediately leave the mountain. But who would have thought that there was a person from these group of cultivators who would recognize one of the women as a formation spell master who had set up a formation spell for some small clan? This person immediately informed this matter to his colleagues. As a result, this group was filled with evil intent and intended to capture this woman alive, forcing her to give them her knowledge of formation spells. However, the young madame was exceptionally quick-witted and didn't wait for the opponent to act, having her servant rush off the mountain to escape. But as she herself was halfway down the mountain, she discovered people relentlessly pursuing her. They were growing increasingly closer and would soon overtake and capture her. Without a better option, she could only use the formation flags she had on hand to arrange a simple formation spell in the middle of the forest, protecting herself. Then she had the servant rush towards Xianxia in order to call for help. As Han Li heard the other party's account, he muttered to himself indecisively. According to the young woman, the enemy consisted of only 7 or 8 qi condensation disciples. He no longer had any qualms and quickly decided that he must help them. With this thought, Han Li nodded his head and said, "We'll follow the lead of this young lady." After saying this, under Xianxia's grateful gaze, Han Li threw out his sleeve, and a small white boat appeared, enlarging itself before everyone's eyes. "Everyone, get on board. We must save someone from danger. Although this magic tool is a bit small, it flies extremely fast and will have no problem flying with 4 or 5 people." Han Li's body flashed and reappeared in front of the small boat. He then turned his head and said this to the others. Xianxia and the young woman came to a sudden realization and boarded the small boat. But when the shopkeep also thought to board it, Xianxia stopped him and said, "Uncle Lin, your cultivation is far too low. If you were to go, there would be many dangers. Please stay here. We will immediately return after we save her." When the shopkeep heard this, he appeared hesitant. But he knew that Xianxia meant him well, so he remained with some slight unwillingness. Thus, Han Li and the others flew on the small boat and turned into a streak of white light, disappearing off the edge of the horizon. Han Li quickly flew the divine wind boat south with all his strength. Its quick speed caused the 2 passengers to keep their eyes wide open from surprise. Not long after, they arrived above a besieged formation spell in a forest. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 people viciously attacking the spell formation with magic tools. It seemed the layer of faint azure light that covered the forest had weakened to the point of near destruction. When Xianxia saw this, his eyes grew red, and he immediately wanted to jump off. However, Han Li held him still and insipidly said to him, "Don't rush. It seems the magic tools they are using aren't bad. From this alone, they seem to be from some cultivation clan. Since they knew this young lady was a formation spell master, even if you were to repel them here, they would continue to tangle with you in the future. It would be better for me to help you eliminate them cleanly and wipe away the problem entirely." When Xianxia heard that these people would unceasingly tangle with him in the future, he couldn't help but angrily nod his head. When Han Li saw this, he faintly smiled and then looked at the unknowing cultivators below. Cold light flashed from his eyes. He suddenly raised his 2 hands, and 2 streaks of black light and 6 streaks of yellow light flew out. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of these cultivators and easily encircled the frightened assailants. They all fell to the floor one by one, killed by Han Li instantly. Xianxia and that maid looked at the scene, overwhelmed with shock. Although they knew the difference between qi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators was certain to be great, they did not think at all that Han Li would be able to quickly kill so many people with ease. It should be known that the highest cultivation base among these men was the 12th layer. Xianxia himself was only at the 9th layer. Han Li didn't pay any attention to these 2's gazes of reverence and had the flying magic tool descend. Without waiting for the divine wind boat to completely touch the ground, Xianxia hastily and impatiently leaped off, rushing into the forest. He yelled with great nervousness, "Ener, are you all right? The enemies have all died. You can come out now." When Han Li saw Xianxia throw himself into the forest, he widely smiled. Although Han Li wasn't very experienced with the matters between men and women, after seeing him lose such self-control, it was quite obvious how Qi Yunxiao viewed this woman who was proficient in formation spells. It definitely wasn't merely a good friendship. It was most likely a relationship of deep affection between a man and woman. Why else would he be so nervous? That servant girl also followed him, burning with anxiety. Han Li patiently waited outside the forest. A moment later, Qi Yunxiao and that pretty servant girl were happily walking out the forest, accompanied by a blue-clothed woman. With no trace of politeness, Han Li took a direct and careful look at this blue-clothed woman. She was of medium stature, had a delicate, small nose, and a pair of bright eyes as clear as water. When she and Han Li looked at each other, she revealed a faint smile. It seems this Qi Yunxiao had already told this woman about his identity. To tell the truth, this woman's facial appearance was not remarkable, not quite as good as that pretty servant girl. However, her graceful and easy demeanor, refined movements, and black pupils that seemed to be able to speak more than made up for her somewhat lacking appearance. If someone were to see this woman, they would not feel this woman's appearance was lacking but would rather feel stunned. It was impossible to mistake who was servant and master among the pair. When Han Li saw this woman's exceptionally elegant bearing, he felt a great headache. He didn't need to guess. This woman was absolutely of the quick-witted, clever sort, a woman far more intelligent than normal. It was likely that negotiating with this lady would expend a great deal of effort. It absolutely wouldn't be as easy as dealing with Qi Yunxiao, where he was in full control of the situation. Many thanks to Senior for coming to rescue me. This young woman is Xianxia. I can't thank you enough. The blue-clothed woman leisurely walked in front of Han Li and gracefully saluted him several times while saying this with composure. Her voice was as sweet and smooth as silver. Young Lady Xian, there is no need to be overly polite. This one only expended a bit of effort. However, let us quickly return. It's likely these people have some backing. If they have seniors nearby, it would be quite troublesome. Han Li politely said as he waved his hand, faintly urging the several people to hurry on their way. When Qi Yunxiao heard Han Li's words, he somewhat anxiously nodded his head in agreement and said, "That's right, Ener. Let us hurry and leave this place. This place is far too dangerous." Ever since Qi Yunxiao saw Xianxia, his eyes hadn't parted from her spotlessly pure and dainty appearance. At this moment, he spoke incomparably intimately, causing Han Li to feel a bit sick from sappiness. The two cheeks on Xianxia's slightly red face quickly became flushed. She glanced somewhat shyly at Qi Yunxiao, and after a moment of hesitation she slightly opened her mouth and replied, "Fine, let yous leave from here. However, these corpses..." Xianxia looked at the corpses and thought of saying something else. "This can be solved quickly by burning them into the earth," Han Li said without paying it mind. He raised the 5 fingers of his right hand, and 7 to 8 small fireballs flew out, immediately turning the corpses to ash. Only their storage pouches remained on the ground. Seeing Han Li destroy the corpses with such familiarity caused the woman's face to slightly change and her heart to slightly tremble. But she wasn't some common frail girl. Soon after, her face turned to normal and she spoke a bit with Qi Yunxiao. "I have no use for the items in these storage pouches. If this young woman doesn't turn her nose against it, do not hesitate to go take them, but be sure not to leave any traces." At this moment Han Li turned his head and gently said this to the pretty servant girl at Xianxia's side. "Senior, are you truly giving them to me?" When this young servant girl heard Han Li, her face revealed a pleasant surprise. She couldn't help but ask again, finding it hard to believe. When she saw Han Li lightly smile and nod his head in affirmation, she immediately said many words of thanks and happily ran over, gathering the storage pouches one by one. From her point of view, it was an absolutely happy occasion, as if the heavens had dropped a huge meat pie on her head. These pouches were sure to be filled with treasures. When Xianxia saw this scene, she was slightly startled. But soon after, her expression returned to normal, and after saying a few polite words to Han Li, she boarded the floating small boat with Qi Yunxiao. After that pretty servant girl boarded while happily grasping the pile of storage bags holding high-grade magic tools, Han Li's body flashed and was the last to board the small boat. Spiritual power immediately flowed from his legs, and the boat magic tool flew off. Halfway on the journey back, the blue-clothed woman made a proposition to Han Li and Qi Yunxiao to land at her place, so she could formally express her thanks for saving her life. Having the opportunity to get closer to the longtime target of his affection, how could Qi Yunxiao possibly say the word no? He eagerly agreed. Han Li also felt that this was a good opportunity to mention his request to restore the transportation formation and did not oppose. Thus, under Han Li's control, the small boat turned and flew northwest at great speed. Under Xian Ruyan's directions, Han Li arrived at a small, unremarkable mountain several hours later. Apart from a bit of fog surrounding this mountain, Han Li didn't notice anything noteworthy. It was extremely ordinary, much like countless other nameless mountains of the world. But Han Li clearly understood that a formation spell master's residence would have certain protective measures in place, most likely an impressive formation spell. However, he didn't know much about the Tao of formation spells, and although he wasn't able to detect anything mysterious nearby, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit contemptuous. Under the direction of the blue-clothed woman, Han Li stopped at a group of bamboo rooms halfway up the mountain. This place was Xian Ruyan's residence. Xian Ruyan brought Han Li and Qi Yunxiao to a rather large bamboo room to rest. She and her servant went to another room to bathe and change clothes. After all, the two had quite a bit of dust on their clothes after being relentlessly pursued. To girls who naturally love cleanliness, this was a truly unbearable matter. Han Li sat on a bamboo chair and looked at the restless Qi Yunxiao with interest. From time to time, Qi Yunxiao would walk to the door and take several glances outside. It was as if this short moment was a difficult wait of 3 years for him. It was the appearance of someone deeply in love. Han Li found this truly amusing, and he couldn't help but slightly raise the corner of his mouth, revealing a somewhat mysterious smile. When Qi Yunxiao just happened to turn around, he happened to see this. Qi Yunxiao completely blushed and made some vague explanations before sitting down at his original seat with embarrassment. A graceful and virtuous woman and a noble man make a good match. This is a just and honorable matter. Why does fellow Taoist Qi mind it so much? Han Li sampled some of the high-quality tea on the table. After smiling indifferently, he said this with an appearance of ease. Senior. No. I don't. Qi Yunxiao became increasingly flustered. At this moment, that servant girl came in and Qi Yunxiao finally relaxed. Not long after, Xian Ruyan walked into the room with a graceful bearing. Her white garment resembled a lotus blossom in bloom, causing those who saw her to become extremely dazzled. Ruyan will engrave this debt to Senior Han and elder brother Qi in her heart. Please let this humble woman pour you cups of wine and tea as a token of appreciation. After Xian Ruyan entered the room, she went to the side of the servant girl and took a pot of tea from her. Then she sincerely poured a cup for the two. After Han Li took the cup of tea, he bitterly smiled and inwardly sighed. I truly don't understand this woman. Her words don't reveal anything. Although she hasn't promised anything, she isn't letting us choose anything either. When Qi Yunxiao saw that his beloved was serving him tea, he was happy beyond recognition. When he drank a cup of tea, he didn't taste it in the slightest. He only giggled foolishly without end. When Xian Ruyan saw Qi Yunxiao with this appearance, she felt a great headache. She could only turn toward Han Li and chat a bit. She thought to make some inquiries about Han Li's identity and see which sect or great clan he was from. After all, a foundation establishment cultivator was certain to have some backing. Naturally, Han Li wasn't naive enough to easily reveal his background and deliberately answered vaguely, skirting around her inquiries. After the chat was over, the woman unexpectedly didn't end up with any useful information. This caused Xian Ruyan to feel gloomy and even more vigilant against Han Li. From Xian Ruyan's perspective, even if Han Li came to help so quickly, Han Li may also hold similar intentions as that previous group. To guard against the unexpected, she naturally became far more careful and used her mind to the greatest extent. Senior Han, since you have saved Ruyan, do not hesitate to choose any formation flag and plates that this one has already refined. At this moment, this one happens to have many sets. Could Senior take a look and see if he is satisfied with them? Qi Yunxiao finally became a bit sober from his infatuation and said a few words to Han Li. This caused Han Li to be a bit surprised and also greatly happy. He was finally able to mention the problem he was most concerned with. When Xianxia heard this, she was startled. But soon after, she smiled toward Xianxia with great appreciation. This caused Xianxia to further giggle foolishly with happiness. With regards to formation flags and plates, there's no rush. This one has another matter for which he wishes to seek help from fellow Taoist Xian. If you are able to help this one solve this matter, there will be no need to bestow any rewards. Instead, this one will give you an 800-year-old spirit herb that I had planned to refine a pill so that you can treat fellow Taoist Xian's illness. Han Li's sudden words caused the two to become greatly shocked. Senior wishes to seed the spirit herb? When Xianxia heard these words, he couldn't help but stand and simultaneously ask this with pleasant surprise. At this moment, he was completely absorbed in his wish to treat his beloved's illness and felt greatly moved. Being the one involved, Xianxia started to become similarly excited. After all, this regarded a complete recovery from her long-lasting affliction. However, her expression changed from dark to bright several times. She hesitated and said while biting her red lips, "What sort of matter does Senior wish for Junior to help with? Please do not hesitate to say, as long as it doesn't violate my conscience and morality. This young woman will certainly agree." When Xianxia said this and looked at Han Li with clear eyes, she feared Han Li would be unable to answer to her request. Seeing this woman's cautiousness, Han Li couldn't help but give a knowing smile. This reminded him of his own circumstances at the beginning of his journey of cultivation. He had also been very cautious and feared that treading the wrong path would result in his death. Fellow Taoist Xian doesn't need to be so nervous. I only want fellow Taoist to restore a formation spell. So long as you are able to restore it, I will offer you the spirit herb. Han Li soon answered with a calm expression. He didn't evade her straight gaze, but rather met it with a magnanimous gaze. After Xianxia heard this, she was a bit skeptical. She then let out a breath and relaxed, blossoming a lovely appearance. She said if it is truly a matter of restoration, then it will be no problem. Ruyan will do all she can to restore it. Senior, please be at ease. The girl's originally neutral expression suddenly became a clear and bright smile. Han Li couldn't help but be stunned by the beauty of her charm. There was no need to mention that her longtime admirer, Xianxia, had long since fallen into a spell of imbecility from the smile and was incapable of waking himself. When Xianxia saw the strangeness of Han Li's gaze, she couldn't help blush a bit more, causing her charm to become even more lovely. At this moment, Han Li hurriedly restrained his previously out-of-control mind and continued, truthfully speaking, although this one knows that fellow Taoist Yin's research into formation spells is certainly deep, I don't know if it can truly be repaired. Also, the original formation is incapable of being moved. Thus this one made a copy of its designs. I hope fellow Taoist will be able to look at the designs and repair it. With this said, Han Li took out the jade slip from his storage pouch and handed it over to Xianxia. She immediately injected her consciousness into it with great curiosity. After examining it, she involuntarily cried out from shock, "Ancient transportation formation?" When Han Li heard her shout, the biggest worry in his heart disappeared without a trace. As expected, that transportation formation was an ancient transportation formation. Now, let's see if this woman can repair it. As Han Li thought this, he couldn't help but pay close attention to Xianxia's facial expression, afraid that she would reveal an expression of embarrassment. After Xianxia heard the words, "ancient transportation formation," his face became filled with amazement, and his eyes widened from astonishment. After no less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn had passed, Xianxia took a long stretch and eventually withdrew her consciousness from the jade slip. Then she lowered her head and entered deep contemplation for a moment before raising her elegant head, earnestly saying to Han Li, "This is a genuine ancient transportation formation. Someone at my level normally wouldn't be able to repair a completely ruined ancient transportation formation, but the damage on this formation is quite small, mainly at one small corner. Fortunately, I'm familiar with this specific portion of the formation spell, having studied a few ancient formation spells. As a result, I should have a good chance to restore this ancient transportation formation." When Han Li heard those words, his naturally filled with happiness. But her following words were a devastating blow. However, these ancient spell formations are rarely used and my research into them isn't very deep. Thus, Senior must give me some time so I can completely restore the design of the ancient transportation formation in the Jade Slip. Xianxia continued with a face of slight embarrassment. Of course. How long does fellow Taoist Xian think it will take? I will certainly return by then. After Han Li thought for a moment, he agreed. Even though I only studied ancient formations for a short time, half a year should be enough, Xianxia said without the slightest of hesitation. It seems she had come up with an estimate earlier. That's fine. After half a year, I will come to pick up the restored design. I hope young Lady Xian will not disappoint me. When Han Li heard this, he nodded his head with a faint smile. At this moment, Han Li formally entrusted the restoration of the ancient transportation formation to this female formation spell master, Xianxia. Then he spent the afternoon further chatting with Qi Yunxiao and company before bidding his farewell. Before departure, Han Li urged the two to be a bit more careful. It would be best to move farther away. After all, there would certainly be people sent to track down the killers of that group of cultivations. Since they were in the vicinity, they would truly be too easy to discover. When Han Li said this, Qi Yunxiao and Xianxia took a look at each other and displayed an appearance of embarrassment. They declined to comment on Han Li's suggestion to change residence. Although Han Li felt baffled and worried, he didn't inconvenience them with further words and hurriedly flew his magic tool to the State of Yu. The capital city of the State of Yu, the renowned Yuejing. Not only was it the largest city of the State of Yu, it also happened to be located at the very center of the country. Its roads led in every direction, making it the heart of the entire nation's economic trade. Naturally, the land of such a city had long been completely occupied. Not only was the price of housing several times greater than that of other cities, but there were also many individuals willing to pay this price but none willing to sell. After all, living in Yuejing itself was a symbol of one's status. Also, the entire city of Yuejing was divided into 4 districts: North, South, East, West. The imperial city was located in the North District. Naturally, only members of the royal family were permitted to live there. Across the city was the South District, home of bureaucrats and officials of all ranks. So long as one monotonically spent half their time on duty, they would have the qualifications to live there. If no one in a household held an official's position, that household would naturally be forced to move to another district. Within the city of Yuejing, the South District was distinctly different from the West District. The West District's tall and great residences were actually jaggedly arranged flat rooms. Those who lived there were all lower-class workers with odd jobs, small peddlers and merchants, and other impoverished people. Naturally, a portion were loafers who came from other districts after being kicked out of their household. Far and away from the West region, the rich merchant households existed in the East District. Although these households didn't have anyone working in the bureaucracy and couldn't live in the South District, their grand residences and courtyards were more magnificent than any other. None of them spared their great wealth in order to bring their household's name to fame, suppressing other nearby great families and putting themselves on top. Naturally, there were a few famous households that the others' nearby fundamentality couldn't compete against. Not only was the amount of land they owned great, but also their riches and prestige far exceeded the others. The people who lived in these households were merchants that were beyond extremely wealthy in a corner of the East District. Such an extremely rich and powerful household existed, the Qin residence. Their residence spanned over 1.5 acres. If one knew exactly how much land cost in Yuejing, one would be speechless for a long while. Not only was the Qin clan extremely wealthy, but they also controlled 1/4 of the copper mines in the State of Yu. Furthermore, it was said that their clan master possessed remarkable ability and had officials that specifically spoke on their behalf in the royal court. As such, even the servants of this great and noble household held great confidence, having more sway in their household than other servants. The gatekeeper of the Qin residence, Qin Gui, also thought as such. Every time someone came to the Qin residence requesting to meet with the clan master, regardless of their identity or background, even if they were a bureaucrat, they were always completely polite towards even a low servant of the Qin clan and didn't dare to offend them in the slightest. As time passed, This caused Qin Gui to feel as if he himself were superior. Thus, every time someone sought to pay respects and meet someone from the Qin clan, their gifts naturally couldn't be small. Otherwise, Qin Gui wouldn't look upon them favorably. He might even wait 3 or 4 days before reporting their presence to a superior. Naturally, if a great character knocked on their door, Qin Gui would act in accordance to custom, complete loyal subservience. Towards those young masters and young madams who entered and left the estate frequently, he would eagerly and attentively be at their beck and call. Although many of the masters whom Qin Gui served weren't completely satisfied with him, word spread recently that he would be promoted to become an external steward and would go out to take control of some business. After Qin Gui heard this, he became increasingly happy, and in the following days, he felt that his steps were as light as a feather. Right now, Qin Gui was arrogantly sitting a stool and lying in a shady, cool spot against the gate. This morning, the clan master had left to discuss some business. The several young masters and young madams had already left with their noble friends to take a stroll at Chongshan Temple. Currently, apart from the madams within the estate, only the widowed young Madame Biao remained. This caused to him let out a breath of relaxation, glad of the chance to take a break. When Qin Gui was half asleep with a light cool wind blowing against them, he suddenly heard the shy voice of a male youth in front of him. "Excuse me, is this the Qin residence?" Just as Qin Gui was about to fall asleep, this voice had disturbed him and woken him up. He felt extremely wronged and couldn't help but loudly yell with great anger while his eyes remained closed. "Who are you shouting to? Are you wailing at a funeral? Can't you see that the great Gui is lying down?" With that said, Qin Gui was completely unwilling to open his eyes to take a look. His face wore an extremely resentful expression. From the other party's timid voice, he felt that the owner of the voice was but a minor character who dared to treat him so imprudently. Qin Gui eventually had a clear look at the person before him, a coarsely dressed man who appeared about 24 years old. He had an extremely ordinary appearance and had an early smell coming from his body. He was clearly one of those country bumpkins that had just arrived from the countryside. Seeing this, Qin Gui became increasingly arrogant. He sat up from his chair, and without saying anything further, he began showering down admonishments nonstop. It was as if disturbing the great Qin Gui's rest was a severe and unforgivable sort of crime. While he was reprimanding the newcomer, Qin Gui's saliva splattered all around and continued spraying there for more than the time it took to make a cup of tea. This rustic youth appeared as if he hadn't understood the great Qin Gui and appeared to at a loss for words. He could only listen to Qin Gui's tirade with a foolish expression. After a long while, Qin Gui clearly vented the fiery resentment within him before reluctantly stopping his verbal attack. Soon after, he gave the youth a slanted look. It seemed as if he wanted to say something to him. He then casually asked, "What are you doing at our Qin residence? We aren't lacking laborers or servants. Hurry up and leave. The servants at this residence aren't the same as other servants. We won't take in those with muddy origins. Come back after you find a backer." Relying on his past experiences, Qin Gui immediately concluded this youth whose clothes still stunk of dirt was certainly someone who wildly imagined to work at the Qin residence. "I'm not looking for work. Qin Yan is my uncle. My family told me to deliver this letter to Uncle Qin." The youth had recovered from the tempest of verbal abuse. After hearing Qin Gui's words, he took out a wrinkled letter from his bosom and stuttered, giving Qin Gui an explanation. "What? The Lord is your uncle." Qin Gui had felt his mouth go dry, so he went to go take a few gulps from a nearby teapot. But when he immediately heard the youth's words, he spit out a mouthful of tea from shock and asked this with a face pale from fright. "This? I also don't know. But my family had me address him as Uncle Qin." The youth shook his head with a somewhat embarrassed appearance. However, at this moment, Qin Gui no longer dared to easily mock him. If this person truly had some relation to his own lord, then nothing good would come out of it. Then after a moment of hesitation, he carefully asked, "That letter, could you let this one take a look at it?" "Please be at ease, esteemed sir. This one only wants to look at the surface of the letter. He doesn't dare to tear it open." When the youth heard what Qin Gui said, he unexpectedly agreed, nodding his head. As he handed it over, he muttered something. I originally wanted to hand this letter to you so you could quickly hand it over to Uncle Qin. Qin Gui took the extremely wrinkled letter and immediately looked at it several times. Ordinary servants normally wouldn't be able to read, but during Qin Gui's childhood, he had spent half a year in a private school and was actually literate. As such, the much-desired duty as gatekeeper fell upon him. To be personally opened by Honorable Nephew Qin Yen. These large pitch-black words on the letter caused Qin Gui's heart to beat wildly. From their tone, it seemed the letter was written by his own Lord Senior. With this thought, Qin Gui's face immediately changed. With great effort, he squeezed out a faint smile and said to the youth, "Young master, our clan's lord is not here right now, but his wives are within. Would you like to pass this letter on to his wives?" Qin Gui couldn't help but greatly change his attitude and immediately upgrade the youth's title. "This won't do. This letter must be personally opened by Uncle Qin." After the youth hesitated for a moment, he resolutely shook his head. "So it's like that. Then should I first make a report to the madams and see how they respond to your esteemed self?" Qin Gui didn't dare to let the youth leave. If this were an important matter and he were the one to interfere, then great misfortune would come around to meet him. But if he handed this matter over to the madams, then it wouldn't matter what he did. As a longtime servant, he had his own scheming. The youth readily agreed. After Qin Gui let out a breath of relief, he hastily went to call for a passing servant to help him watch the youth and ran into the residence. When other servants came across him and saw that he was running as if his buttocks were on fire, they were a bit shocked. Qin Gui immediately ran to the back court and said a few words to the head maid there before returning to the entrance to deliver a response with relief. Having returned to the entrance, Qin Gui hastily said a few words to the youth with a smile. A young attractive maid ran over. When she arrived in front of the two, she took several curious glances at the completely rustic youth and relayed a madam's reply. The youth would first rest in a side room and wait for the return of the lord before his identity was judged to be true or false. After all, there were a great many members of the Qin residence. He could buy the child of a senior's concubine that came knocking on their door. Since the higher-ups had already dealt with this issue, Qin Gui felt at ease and continued to guard the main gate. That young maid then brought the youth to wait at a guest room for the time being. On the way, several people saw the youth's rustic appearance and glanced at him several times in surprise, causing the youth to greatly feel uneasy. He simply lowered his head and continued following while looking the young servant girls back. When the maid turned her head and saw the youth's strange behavior, she couldn't help but chuckle. She looked several at the man with beaming smiles, finding it quite entertaining. When a side room in the front wing was arranged for the youth, the young maid repeatedly warned the youth to not run around and returned back to report while giggling. After the young maid left the room, the youth with the originally clumsy appearance suddenly straightened his back, and the foolish dullness in his eyes could no longer be seen. This person seemed to appear confident and at ease. The slightest trace of his rusticness could no longer be seen. I truly did not think this Qin clan was actually so well known. It's impossible for the Devil Dao to let such an obvious target pass by. The youth took a look outside the room and slightly wrinkled his brow, muttering a few words to himself. Han Li had exhausted himself by flying at top speed for over 10 days before finally arriving at Yuejing. The Qin residence was the target Li Huayuan requested Han Li to protect. However, when Han Li thought of the identity Li Huayuan arranged from him, he couldn't help but feel greatly gloomy. In the letter, Li Huayuan had the Qin clan master arrange the identity of a Qin clan side branch descendant, causing Han Li to play a destitute relative from the countryside. This was to fool the Qin residents so he could remain for a long time. Although Han Li disliked the identity of being a destitute youngster from the countryside, his disguise didn't require any effort. After all, Han Li was the genuine child of peasant family of some remote countryside village. Thus, he didn't need to put much effort to closely resemble the right tone and mannerisms. After Han Li shut off the room, he meditated and refined qi on the bed. He hoped that while he protected the Qin residents, he would be able to slightly progress his own cultivation. It was already evening by the time Han Li completed a cycle of cultivation. At this moment, someone finally knocked on the door. Han Li's spirit shook, and the expression on his face soon completely vanished. He immediately resumed the appearance of the foolish rustic youngster. Once he opened the door, he saw a servant standing before him. "My clan's lord has returned. The madams are currently calling for you. Follow me," the servant said to Han Li with no trace of politeness. He then turned around and left. It seems Han Li wasn't worthy enough for the servant to put him in his eyes. This was of no surprise. The gatekeeper Qin Gui was the same. As a madam's trusted aide, he had seen many destitute relatives of the Qin residents arrive every year like an autumn wind. Naturally, he didn't particularly pay them much mind. This person thought it was most likely the Lord would meet with this country bumpkin, give him some silver, and then send him on his way. He basically wouldn't stay in this residence for much longer. Han Li sincerely agreed and followed this person out of the side room, heading straight towards the Qin residence's receiving hall. At this moment, there was a graceful and magnificent madam who appeared over 40 years old. She was sitting next to the Qin clan master Qin Yan and talking about Han Li's arrival. "Since he dares to come knocking on our door with a letter, he most likely isn't a fake. It seems he was truly sent from a clan senior to come visit us. Let us see what request he has in the end. If it isn't excessive, then we will completely satisfy it. Don't snobbishly cast out this branch clan member and soil our reputation. We cannot lose face because of this." Qin Yan was over 50 years old, but because he had took care of his health well, he appeared only 40 years old, not elderly in the slightest. After he drank a gulp of swallow nest tea and moistened his throat, he said this leisurely. "Lord clearly understands that our clan does not lack silver. However, our face cannot be ruined in the slightest." His wife sitting across from him said a smile. She embodied the image of a perfect wife. When Qin Yan saw this, he was completely satisfied. This third madam had followed him for so many years, but her consideration for finer details hadn't decreased in the slightest, causing him to feel more reassured in them. Even ordinary matters of all sizes with regards to the Qin residents were handed over to her. Furthermore, her orders were always extremely satisfactory. "Lord, I have already sent people to fetch him. After Lord Husband sees him, I will handle this small matter," his wife continued, speaking with a gentle voice. When Qin Yan heard this, he faintly smiled, but when he thought to say something else, a servant made a report from outside the room. "Lord, Qin Ping has brought the best. Do you want to call him in now? Tell Qin Ping to bring him in." Without deeply thinking, Qin Yan gave his command and simply closed his mouth. He then gave an apologetic smile to his third wife. "I will follow your orders." The servant agreed and spoke no further. At the guest room, Qin Ping walked in with a simple-minded youth following behind him. As this male youth walked in, he looking left to right in the guest receiving room as if he were extremely curious about everything in the room. When the two walked into the hall, Qin Ping made his report and automatically withdrew. The only one who remained was the youth restlessly facing Qin Yan and his wife. When Qin Yan and his third wife saw the youth's bewildered expression, she couldn't help but look at him with a knowing smile. Qin Yan lightly coughed and then amiably said to the youth, "I've heard this little brother has a letter for Senior Qin. Is this matter true? Could you hand that letter over to me so I could take a look?" The youth, Han Li, looked at the Qin clan master and revealed some hesitation. With a bit of uncertainty, he asked, "Are you really Uncle Qin? My grandfather said from his own mouth that this letter could only be given to Uncle Qin himself." When the third wife heard Han Li's words, she was slightly startled but soon smiled, almost unable to restrain her laughter. Inside the main guest receiving hall of the Qin residence, how could anyone dare to arrogantly pretend to be the Qin clan master? This youngster's question was truly amusing. When Qin Yan heard this, he blankly stared for a moment before revealing a wry smile. With no better option, he could only say, "This one is the genuine Qin clan master. However, whether or not I am your esteemed self's Uncle Qin, I must read the letter before I know." Qin Yan appeared to be beaten, much to the amusement of his third wife watching from the side. Within Yuejing, nearly no one did not know of the renowned master of the Qin clan. But who would have thought this rustic younger would have actually have doubts? It truly made for a good story. Having heard Qin Yan's words, confidence bubbled forth on Han Li's face, and he brought out the crinkled letter, quickly creasing it before handing it over to Qin Yan. Qin Yen, who had long lost his patience, had difficulty resisting the urge to go over and snatch the letter but managed to maintain his poise until he received it. However, he didn't immediately open up the letter. Instead, he took a deep look at Han Li and suddenly put the letter on the table, lightly clapping his hands 2 times. Clap, clap. An old man with a head full of white hair walked into the hall wearing an azure jacket. Without saying anything further, Qin Yen pointed to the letter. The old man then immediately advanced towards the letter. He brought the letter under a bright light and carefully observed it. In the end, he returned the letter to the table. There are no problems. After spitting out these words, the old man bowed and retreated. He hadn't made a single noise this entire time, as if he were a ghost. Feeling assured, Qin Yen faintly squinted at Han Li, and when he saw Han Li's baffled expression, he couldn't help but smile. Then without any further doubt, he skillfully opened the letter and took out the letter for a close look. When the third wife saw this, she gave Han Li friendly smiles. She then raised a teacup in front of her, wanting to take a sip. However, before the cup even touched her lips, she saw Qin Yen pant as he read the letter. He suddenly stood with a face filled with extreme and bizarre amazement. "Lord, what's the matter? Could it be the letter is fake?" The third wife was shocked, hastily putting down her teacup and asked with great concern. "No, this letter is genuine. Furthermore, it is a letter from my senior to whom I owe great favor." Qin Yan's expression returned to normal almost instantly, his tone of voice once again quite calm. Then he looked at his beloved wife as if there was nothing wrong and sized up Han Li. "Your esteemed self is called Han Li?" Lord Qin inquired. Although his tone was the same as before, the third wife somehow felt something was amiss. Just as this madam met with doubt, Han Li nodded with all his strength. "That's right. I am Han Li. Is it as my grandpa has said? Can I stay here?" "Hee hee. Of course. When I was a child, I saw elder Li Huayuan with my father. I did not think that today I would see his descendant. I will treat you as if you were my own nephew." Qin Yen suddenly gave a hearty laugh. His loud and clear voice caused the nearby servants to look at each other in dismay. They did not know why their clan master was so happy within the guest hall. "Come. Accompany with me a nearby room and tell me how elderly Huayuan is doing. As for the others, they are not allowed to follow. My dear nephew Han Li ND, I will have a proper chat." Qin Yen grabbed Han Li's arm and said this cordially. Then he dragged Han Li to the side door and blocked his third wife, who had also wanted to follow. This caused his third wife to feel greatly shocked and confused. She could only helplessly look on at Lord Qin and Han Li as they left through the side door. However, she didn't dare to disobey and secretly follow them. At this moment, she had a head full of doubt and suspicion. Han Li followed Qin Yen and they arrived at an extremely quiet side hall. Without saying anything further, Qin Yen turned an ancient vase that was decorating the hall. Soon after, a concealed room suddenly appeared from the wall. When Qin Yen saw this, he entered without the slightest hesitation. After Han Li faintly smiled for a moment, he followed him in. Although the concealed room wasn't very large, it was fully furnished. Not only were there desks and chairs, but there was also a bookshelf about 3 meters high within the room. The room appeared extremely refined. "Since your esteemed self came from Immortality's sect, then you should be a cultivator. Just now in the guest hall, I was extremely rude. I hope Immortal Han won't blame me." When Qin Yen sealed off the secret room, he apologized to Han Li with a respectful expression. "It was nothing. I can't blame those who didn't know. Besides, this act will have to continue." After Han Li casually sat down in the chair next to him, he said this without much care. At this moment, his appearance completely changed and resumed his confident, easy bearing. "Many thanks to Lord Immortal's magnanimity." When Qin Yen heard this, he grew even more respectful. He then stood at the side and didn't reveal the slightest dissatisfaction. After all, what did it mean to be an immortal cultivator? Qin Yen clearly understood this. They were living legends equivalent to gods. Even more, without the help of that immortality, his Qin clan absolutely wouldn't have been as illustrious and prestigious as it was today. In heart and appearance, Qin Yen didn't dare to be disrespectful in the slightest. "Why don't you sit, Qin clan master? There is no need to be overly polite. The immortal Li you spoke of is actually my own master, so you can't be considered a stranger to the Li clan." Han Li answered with a smile. "I do not dare." This one is but a mortal. How could I be disrespectful to an immortal? This one will stand to the side and listen to Immortal Han's commands. Qin Yen repeatedly waved his hand, refusing to sit down. This caused Han Li to thoughtfully mutter to himself for a moment, but he did not further press him. I do not know what brings Immortal Han to this place. Immortal Li's letter only mentioned your identity as an immortal. The letter didn't mention any specific matters. Could you please inform me about a thing or two? Qin Yen carefully asked the question he was most concerned with. His father had explained to him before he passed away that Immortal Li, who greatly favored the Qin clan, would only appear when there was danger, personally bringing his fellow sect members to provide assistance. But what danger had the Qin clan come across now? Han Li looked at him and saw that the Qin clan's master appeared worried. After another moment of thought, he said with deliberation, the matter is as such. It involves the cultivators of foreign countries. We received information that, with an ordinary expression, Han Li slowly narrated to Qin Yen how the 6 Devil Dao sects would likely act against the Qin clan by using terms that a mortal would most likely understand. This greatly shocked the Qin clan master. After half a day, Qin Yen finally stuttered out this. The cultivators of other countries want to act against us mortals? How is this good? This Qin clan master was at a total loss of what to do. Han Li faintly smiled and calmly comforted him. There is no need for the Qin clan master to be worried. The cultivators infiltrating into the state of you have low magic power. Under my watch, they won't be able to easily act against your clan. After 2 hours had passed, Han Li left the secret room with Qin Yen, once again returning to his country bumpkin appearance. Having returned to the guest room, the Qin clan master looked at his third wife and immediately ordered them to arrange a clean room in the back of the residence as Honorable Nephew Han would be staying with them for an extended time. The surface reason was plain. As his senior, the Lord wanted to cultivate this junior and pay back the kindness that the boy's elders had bestowed upon him. When the third wife saw this, her jaw dropped, but she didn't say any words of opposition. When the exceedingly shrewd woman clearly heard this, she knew that Qin Yen already made his decision and wouldn't change his mind. Furthermore, she could perceive that this Honorable Nephew Han had something suspicious going on with her lord husband. But since Qin Yen didn't tell any of the particulars, she naturally wouldn't perform any actions that would provoke disfavor. However, she had guessed with a bit of wild imagination that since he was so serious toward this Honorable Nephew Han, it was possible that when Qin Yen was young he had left an illegitimate child while he was out fondling flowers and trampling grass. How else could he turn so pale from reading the letter and be so cordial right after? The more the lively-minded third wife thought of this, the greater she felt this to be true. She felt a bit unhappy, but she appeared as if nothing happened and acted increasingly familiar toward Han Li. As such, under Lord Qin's repeated suggestions, Han Li followed Qin Ping to see his residence until he was fully satisfied. This time, Qin Ping's expression wasn't as rigid as before. Instead, his face wore a smile as he continuously addressed him as young Master Han. He had selectively forgotten his previously cold behavior. Although Han Li appeared overwhelmed by a superior's favor, he secretly sighed to this mortal servant. His art of changing in the direction of the blowing wind was truly superb. He was unexpectedly able to switch from arrogance to deference without the slightest appearance of embarrassment. He didn't know whether to say that his face was thick-skinned or if he was long accustomed to such events. Soon after, Qin Ping brought Han Li on a small path to the back of the residence. They arrived at a peaceful 3-room courtyard. The exquisite and refined surroundings were exceptionally peaceful, causing Han Li to inwardly nod his head. It was very much to his liking. It seems this Qin Yen had gone through quite a bit of thought to give him such a suitable dwelling. Young Master Han, this is your residence. This is the best courtyard within the Qin residence. If someone were not the Lord's valued guests, they basically wouldn't be allowed to live here. After Qin Ping let Han Li into the courtyard, he fawningly gave Han Li an explanation. Han Li scratched his head and naively grinned. He repeatedly giggled as if he didn't know what to say. With great tact, Qin Ping switched to a different subject. Young Master Han hasn't eaten dinner yet. No? This servant will go the kitchen and bring you some food. Please wait for a moment. With that said, Qin Ping respectfully withdrew from the courtyard and left. As Han Li saw this person gradually grow farther, he faintly smiled and entered the rooms. The room's arrangements greatly matched the environment, each piece of furniture being uniquely elegant. After he went through it once through, Han Li found it increasingly agreeable. He couldn't help but think of who arranged the place like this. That Qin Ping had moved quite quickly. Not long after, a female servant arrived with a large bamboo tray holding food. Smelling the fragrant scent of food, Han Li, who had fasted for several years, felt a bit ravenous and impolitely swept clear the several delicate dishes with a bowl of rice. In the end, Qin Ping saw what remained of the meal and naturally found it a bit funny. But his appearance still remained respectful as he invited Han Li to the hall. Lord Qin wanted to introduce Han Li to the members of the Qin residence. When Han Li arrived at the guest hall for the second time, it wasn't just Qin Yan and the third madam. There were also 20 to 30 men and women sitting and standing about. When Qin Yan called out Han Li to sit beside him with great familiarity, a few of the older members within the hall were surprised, but the others didn't react. The young madams and lords of the Qin clan, however, were unable to keep their calm. The more favored young master immediately asked with dissatisfaction, "Grandfather, who is this brother? Us brothers and sisters have never seen him before. Could you have called us here because of this person?" Qin Yan naturally heard the unhappiness in his grandson's voice, but he didn't give him any face, instead glaring at him before saying coldly, "Get back! Do you have the right to speak in this place?" "What? This person? That person? This is Han Li, my honorable nephew Han. His elder has bestowed our Qin clan with great favor during a time of life and death. You are forbidden from being disrespectful to him." This sentence from Qin Yan instantly caused everyone in the room apart from his third wife to cause a commotion. Various conjectures and curious gazes simultaneously landed on Han Li, who wore a perfect unsettled appearance, shifting around a few times as if needles were being poked into his rear. As for the Qin clan's young master, he silently retreated, his face alternating between frightened red and embarrassed red. He absolutely did not expect that Qin Yan, who normally doted on him, would now speak so mercilessly towards him. This caused him to lose a lot of face in front of so many brothers and sisters. Because of this matter, this young master naturally would not have any goodwill towards Han Li. Of course, he was not so naive that he would make any ill-intentioned moves towards Han Li, especially after Qin Yan had given such orders. After all, it seemed like this country bumpkin had a very high standing in his grandfather's heart. He didn't wish to lose Qin Yan's favor because of this matter. With this person set as an example, other people naturally would not make any hostile movements. Instead, many people revealed kind appearances after meeting Han Li's gaze. At this time, Qin Yan pointed out and introduced all the people in the room to Han Li with a smile. "This is my eldest son Qin Ji, who is currently helping me organize all of the business in Yuejing. He has a pretty good head on him. This is my second son." Even as Han Li pretended to wildly nod his head, he secretly memorized every Qin clan member that Qin Yan introduced. After all, these people were the ones that he needed to protect. However, this elderly Lord Qin could really procreate. In total, he had 5 sons and 3 daughters, and he even had quite a few grandsons and granddaughters. In their midst, the eldest and second son all seemed to be around 30 years old and even had families. The one who had taken the initiative to ask a question was the eldest son's second son. But what was funny was that Qin Yan's youngest 5th son was only 5 or 6 years old, a little child who could only suck his thumb. When Han Li thought about that 16 or 17-year-old youth being forced to call this child with a drip-a-nose 5th uncle, he felt that it was quite comical. As for Qin Yan's wives, apart from the third wife he had met earlier in the morning, there was another 40-year-old or so second wife, as well as 7 or 8 relatively young concubines. Qin Yan's first wife was not in the hall. At the moment, it was said that she was praying to Buddha and abstaining from eating meat. She would no longer come out to see anyone. Apart from these people, there were 2 40-year-old or so males. Naturally, they were Qin Yan's second and third younger brothers. They were each responsible for a portion of the Qin clan's business and could be considered the more important members of the Qin clan. Of course, they likewise had a few sons and daughters in the room, but Han Li only memorized these people's names. too lazy to pay them any further attention. After all, the energy he possessed as one person was limited. He could only focus on protecting the people Qin Yen introduced in this room. Where's young Madame Biao? When Qin Yen introduced all the people inside the room once, he suddenly discovered that they were missing a person. He couldn't help but ask this to his third wife sitting beside him. Lord, young Miss Biao felt that as a widow, it would not be too appropriate for her to meet any outsiders, and thus she didn't come. Should I go and call for her? The third wife softly asked. A hesitant expression appeared on her face. Oh, Qin Yen thought for a moment before continuing. Don't worry about it. Marshal Nephew Han is not an outsider. It's best if she comes and sees him. Yes, my lord. Little Lien. Go quickly and call for the young Miss Biao. Tell her that the lord asked for her to come. The third wife indifferently commanded a young maid standing behind her. Yes, madam. This little maidservant who previously guided Han Li immediately and quickly ran out through a side door with small steps. At this time, Qin Yen turned his head around and said in a low voice to Han Li, "There's one more person who didn't come, a young woman whom my first wife saved 7 or 8 years ago while she was visiting her parents. This woman is extremely pitiful. Not only did she lose her memory because she hit her head, her body was covered with wounds. My wife's character is pretty good, so after treating her and seeing that the girl had no place to go, she had one of her brothers take her in as an adopted daughter, at least providing her with some shelter. However, this woman truly is unlucky. Although she was married to a groom picked by her adoptive father, she was only married for 3 days before her spouse actually slipped and fell into a river because he was too drunk. It's reasonable to say that such a young woman would naturally choose to remarry, but this woman actually has the temperament to die chaste and decided to live as a widow for the husband whom she only lived for 3 days with. This is a hot topic around here, but it has given my wife's clan a great amount of face. Afterwards, her adoptive father passed away due to sickness. My wife, seeing that the truly pitiful young lady was watching over an empty house all alone, decided to bring her over here to accompany her. In passing, she would also ease this woman's anxiety. As Qin Yen spoke, he sighed incessantly. When Han Li heard Qin Yan's words, although he appeared shocked, he rather disapproved. He felt that most of the time, these pitiful women were led astray by tales of noble women who didn't remarry. When the young masters within the hall heard that young Madame Biao was coming, they all incessantly whispered with happy expressions as anticipation appeared in their eyes. This surprised Han Li, but he soon came to the realization that this young Madame Biao must be a beauty as delicate as a flower and as refined as jade. Just as Han Li thought this, a young maid and a young woman dressed in white arrived at the guest hall. Although this woman had beautiful long and light eyebrows and seemed extremely gentle and quiet, she also emitted an indescribable fiery charm from head to toe, giving her a lovely and emotionally stirring bearing. When a majority of men looked at her, they all felt an urge to hold her in their embrace and show tender love for her. As immature and inexperienced youngsters, they continuously gave her fierce gazes with wide eyes. It seemed that this young Madame Biao had been the target of the Qin clan young masters for quite some time. However, when Han Li clearly saw this woman's appearance, shock flashed through his eyes. The foolish and dull expression on his face suddenly disappeared. Fortunately, Han Li was able to suppress his heart a moment later and restored his original appearance. Because this transformation happened in less than a second and everyone in the hall was gazing at the young woman, his secret hadn't been revealed. At this moment, Han Li's heart resembled constantly broiling storm. The appearance of young Madame Biao had greatly changed from before, and the young woman's grace had slightly changed as well. However, from the intelligence flowing through her eyes and her delicate oval face, Han Li recognized this young Madame Biao with just a single look. She was one of the few faces he had seen at the Missouri estate several years ago, the graceful young woman who lived to research the art of healing Mo Fengwu. When Mo Fengwu entered the room, everyone saw her face slightly redden, and she lowered her head as she walked. Naturally, she did not see Han Li, who sat next to Qin Yen. When Qin Yen saw his juniors acting unbecoming of themselves, he grew extremely annoyed. Cough, cough. His face tightened, and after coughing several times more, the young men who were absorbed in Mo Fengwu's beauty woke up and retracted their gazes one after another. assuming the appearance of upright gentlemen. They feared they had angered their clan master. Pinger, sit next to your aunt. The third wife thought to hurriedly call out, having Mo Fengwu sit at her side. Thank you, third aunt. Mo Fengwu gently said a word of thanks and neatly walked to the side of the third wife, sitting down upright. Pinger, don't stay in your room all the time. It's bad for living people. It's much better to walk around outside. It was obvious Qin Yen found Mo Fengwu very pitiful as his tone was very mild. Many thanks to uncle. Pinger understands. Mo Fengwu docilely replied without raising her head. Sigh. When Qin Yen saw this, he softly sighed. Although this adopted daughter obediently responded every time, once she returned, she would continue as always. Qin Yen was helpless. Then he thought to continue on with proper business and introduced Han Li to Mo Fengwu. Pinger, I've had you come here to introduce you to someone. This is Han Li, my dear nephew Han. He is the descendant of a senior who has done our family a great kindness. Come take a look at him. In the future, make sure to get along with this elder brother of yours. Han Li was fully focused on Mo Fengwu's movements. When this woman heard the words Han Li, her body slightly trembled, and her heart immediately beat faster. After a long while, Mo Fengwu slowly raised her head, revealing her beautiful face. At this moment, that the emotionally touching sereness of her beauty and her almond lips touched together, leaving a faint reply, Hello, dear brother Han. It seemed as if Mo Fengwu truly did not remember Han Li. After hearing her pay her respects to Han Li, it seemed as if he were stunned by her lovely appearance. He finally said, Hello, dear sister, with much difficulty. This caused the young spectators to the side to smile and laugh without end. Qin Yen coldly swept his eyes past them, and it immediately grew quiet. Han Li then dim-wittedly scratched his head and appeared at a loss of what to do. The following matters were much more simple. Qin Yen coldly proclaimed to the many people of his household that Han Li would be staying at the Qin residence for some time. During this time, he would assume the role of a young master of the Qin residence, making it forbidden for others to slight him, else there would be heavy punishment. When those words were spoken, those of Qin residents started looking at Han Li with a peculiar gaze. At this moment, it wasn't just the third wife who was guessing at Han Li's and Qin Yan's true relationship. At night, Han Li was lying down on his room's bed without sleeping. He was looking at the roof, as if he were worried about something. Pung pung. The sound of 2 light knocks came from outside the room. Han Li, who hadn't fallen asleep, slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a mysterious smile. Han Li then calmly stood up and opened the room door. Outside the room stood a woman concealed by a cloak. When this woman saw Han Li open the door, she immediately dropped her hood, revealing her lovable appearance. This was Mo Fengwu, who had pretended to not recognize Han Li earlier that day. When Han Li saw this, he silently moved his body to the side. Mo Fengwu then walked in without the slightest hesitation. Han Li stood at the door and released his spiritual sense. He didn't discover anybody within the vicinity. It seemed that Mo Fengwu had been careful when she came here. He softly closed the door and turned his head. He saw Mo Fengwu had silently undone her cloak, revealing her ample and alluring dainty body. Then, with no trace of politeness, she sat on the side of the bed, expressionlessly looking at Han Li. Han Li sighed. Apart from her appearance, he truly found it difficult to draw a connection between this cold and detached woman and his impression of that gentle young woman who loved the healing. Her experiences these past many years had transformed her into a greatly unfamiliar person. Should I address you as Junior Marshal Brother Han or Dear Brother Han? A displeased expression flashed through her eyes as she coarsely asked this. Call me Han Li, young lady Fengwu. Han Li leisurely said as he restrained his thoughts. After hearing Han Li's words, Mo Fengwu's face flashed with disappointment. But soon after, she said with a relaxed appearance, I don't know why young Master Han, an immortal cultivator, arrived here at the Qin residence, and I also don't care to know these secrets. I came here only to ask young master to kill one of Fengwu's foes out of respect for your relationship with my father as your master. When she said this, Mo Fengwu was incapable of maintaining her cold and detached appearance. She nervously looked at Han Li, fearing that Han Li would refuse. Han Li's expression had remained the same all along, but he did not immediately decline. Instead, he picked up a pot of fragrant tea that had finished steeping and silently poured Mo Fengwu a cup. Then he slowly said a few words that shocked the woman. Could it be the person you want me to kill is the sect master of the Rainbow Sect? After Han Li took a seat across from Mo Fengwu and unhurriedly said this, he took a neutral glance at her shocked, beautiful appearance. Mo Fengwu's shock quickly faded away. She looked at Han Li with a strange gaze several times. After a long while, she bitterly said, "It seems Junior Marshal Brother Han already knew of this matter with the Missouri estate. It's true that nothing can be concealed from you immortal cultivators." Although Mo Fengwu said these words softly, Han Li heard a trace of hidden resentment within them. Furthermore, this resentment was unexpectedly directed toward him. After a moment of consideration, Han Li understood why she was like this. Afterwards, he lightly chuckled and explained, "It seems that young Lady Fengwu has misunderstood. Regardless of how this one says it, he does have a friendship with the Missouri estate. If I had truly known the Missouri estate was experiencing a catastrophe, at the very least, I would have let the Marshal mothers escape unscathed and allow them to live the rest of their years in peace. As for other matters, it would be hard to say." As Han Li explained, he became extremely sincere. He was not fearful of Mo Fengwu holding grudges against him. However, Han Li couldn't unload the cause of this obscure injustice onto himself. When Mo Fengwu heard Han Li's words, she only said, "Oh." Her face resumed her cold and detached appearance. Han Li didn't know whether this woman had truly believed his explanation just now. When Han Li saw this, he shook his head, and after a moment of hesitation he could only inform her of the truth. Originally, because of the truth's connection with the world of immortal cultivators, he had been reluctant to tell her. "In truth, this matter with the Mo estate's misfortune was told me to by the girl Saihuan. She is currently together with fourth Marshal Mother." "What? You're saying that Saihuan and fourth Mother are still alive?" After Mo Fengwu heard this, she grew excited and found it hard to believe. Two red blushes appeared on her pure white face from the excitement. "Of course they're alive. To say they are currently living at an exceptionally concealed location wouldn't be wrong," Han Li softly added. In truth, after he escaped Yanling Castle, he made some inquiries about the circumstances of the mortals at Yanling Castle after the Yan clan left. In the end, the castle had become deserted, so the mortals took advantage of this, leaving Yanling Castle. Afterwards, all traces of that mother and daughter vanished. Han Li felt that if he told Mo Fengwu that Mo Saihuan and her mother had disappeared, he would be telling her far too much. So long as Mo Fengwu knew that her family still lived in this world, that was enough. Whether or not this girl would be able to meet with Mo Saihuan and her mother depended on the world. Han Li then briefly recounted the events of how he came across Mo Saihuan, causing Fengwu to nearly cry tears of joy. Mo Fengwu clearly understood that because of Han Li's identity as an immortal cultivator, he didn't need to fabricate such lies to deceive such a weak girl as herself. The reason why the other party was being so polite to her was most likely due to that fated meeting with him so many years ago. Thus, Mo Fengwu brought her hands together in joy and raised them to her chest, silently praying for a moment before returning to her normal state. However, her expression toward Han Li was clearly no longer as cold as before. She clearly realized that in all likelihood, were it not for Han Li's assistance at Yanling Castle, Lady Yan and her daughter would still be in a predicament. "Many thanks to young Master Han telling me about the whereabouts of Saihuan and fourth mother." After Mo Saihuan calmed down, she slowly gave her thanks. But without waiting for Han Li to reply, she said, "Although my younger sister and her mother are all right, the whereabouts of my eldest sister and my other mothers are unknown. They've most likely fallen to some evil scheme. Fengwu cannot help but want to avenge them. However, Fengwu lacks the strength. Can Junior Marshal Brother Han help me?" Mo Fengwu's words revealed a feeble appearance. A layer of fog covered her eyes in an instant, as if she were about to sob from grief. When Han Li saw this, he stoked his nose and felt a headache. He originally thought that if she knew of Mo Saihuan and her mother's whereabouts, she wouldn't be so anxious to take revenge. But he didn't think that Mo Fengwu, whom he hadn't seen for so many years, would become too strongly attached to this matter. To tell the truth, killing a chi condensation cultivator would be far easier than killing a mortal with status for no reason. Han Li learned the reason why after he entered Yellow Maple Valley. It turned out that all the many provinces of the state of Yu had been clearly divided between several large clans and the 7 great sects. So long as a powerhouse of great influence had existed for some time within a province, cultivators would secretly pay some attention to them. Some would even be provided assistance from cultivators originally. The Lan province's Missouri estate and the hegemon's villa were new and developing powers. Thus, they weren't contacted by cultivators. Else, when Han Li was sent to kill the hegemon's villa's Ouyang Fateyan, how could he have gotten away so easily without being investigated? However, the Rainbow Sect was different. That sect had been established more than 100 years ago and was regarded to be ancient. Thus, the Spirit Beast Mountain of the 7 great sects, the controller of the Lan province, tacitly approved of them. The shadow of Spirit Beast Mountain was most likely looming behind them. As a result, when the Missouri estate fought against them, they suffered great defeat. As a disciple of Yellow Maple Valley, he couldn't kill a major mortal leader supported by another sect for no cause or reason. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. However, with the recent invasion of the state of Yu by the Devil Dao, the secular world had suffered damage. This gave him a good opportunity to act during this time of crisis. With just a bit of carefulness, he shouldn't have any problems. As Han Li thought this, he didn't expose any emotions. Instead, he stood up and paced back and forth within the room. After another moment of consideration, he gazed at Mo Fengwu's charming face and calmly said, "Young Lady Fengwu, normally I wouldn't be able to agree to this request since doing so would bring about great problems for me. But the recent circumstances in the cultivation world are quite peculiar. An opportunity might actually arrive. Let's do it like this. If there's an opportunity in the future, I will attempt to eliminate the Rainbow Sect's master. But if it is truly impossible, I hope young Lady Fengwu will extinguish her thoughts for revenge." When Mo Fengwu heard Han Li's words, she immediately began crying tears of joy. Seeing her bright and beautiful crying beauty caused Han Li to become despondent for a moment. The year he first saw Mo Fengwu, he was quite moved by that sweet-tempered second young madam of the Missouri estate. To this day, that memory still gave him a kind and warm, pleasant feeling, causing him to recall it fondly. That was the first time he felt feelings of romantic passion. This small promise was none other than a show of affection. Despite this thought, his appearance was the same as always. He planned to bury this emotion deeply in his heart and no longer speak of it again. From Han Li's agreement, Mo Fengwu eventually looked over to him with happiness. Her face was filled with appreciation. She didn't say anything further and walked toward Han Li. Suddenly, she pressed her soft and fragrant lips lightly against his face. Then, with a bashful and slightly perplexed expression, she said, "With Junior Marshal Brother Han's promise, even if you can't kill that person, Fengwu cannot thank you enough." After saying this, the young woman silently donned her cloak and hurriedly left his room. Han Li touched the spot on his face where he had been kissed with an odd expression. Not long after, he held his chin with a single hand and sunk into deep thought for a very long time. At daybreak on the second day, Han Li woke up from refining meditation and thought of the events that happened last night. He couldn't help but inwardly sigh. If Mo Fengwu also possessed spiritual roots, he would definitely introduce her to Yellow Maple Valley and cultivate the Great Dao as her Dao companion. With this thought, Han Li washed his face and walked out of the room. He intended to become familiar with the layout of the Qin residence and then further consider his other matters. But he didn't think that just as he walked out, he would discover the smiling Qin Ping in the courtyard. Without waiting for Han Li's astonished inquiries, he quickly stepped forward and explained this one was ordered by Lord Qin to serve as young master's personal servant for the time being. In the future, if young Master Han requires any errands to be done, do not hesitate to tell me. As Qin Ping spoke to Han Li, his expression was respectful and excited. His thoughts were quite simple. Although this young Master Han came from a small region and people wouldn't see him as very bright, this person was at the center of the Lord's eye and held the Lord's complete favor. Besides, if he served this young master well, perhaps he might also invite the Lord's favor. As Qin Ping thought this and made his own selfish calculations, he constantly looked down at this young country bumpkin master with disdain, especially when he first heard he was to be his servant. Qin Ping had already been told by a madam's maid that this was most likely to be the Lord's illegitimate child. So long as the Lord lived, who would dare to treat this young master unfairly? Also, how long he would follow young Master Han was a matter that would depend on how the tides changed. This would raise his position far faster than running errands for the third madam. Han Li naturally didn't know of this person's true thoughts, instead feeling only that Qin Ping conducted himself in accordance to Qin Yan's wishes. He knew he was unfamiliar toward Yuejing and the Qin residents, so having this person immediately come to guide him was quite timely. Just as Han Li thought this, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. Then he bluntly said to Qin Ping, "I haven't yet seen a large portion of these buildings, so I want to take a look around. How about you accompany me?" "Yes, young master." Given his first assignment, Qin Ping enthusiastically answered. As such, Han Li had Qin Ping lead the way and strolled around the huge Qin residence. Although he spoke of the women's quarters, it wasn't suitable for Han Li to see them up close. Even so, when people saw them pointing it out from a distance, they didn't dare to say any gossip. After all, Qin Yan's previous words affected the entire Qin residence. This is the second Master Fugue's courtyard. Apart from the second lord, his two youngest sons also live there. Neighboring that, Qin Ping guided Han Li quite well. Unbeknownst to him, Han Li secretly committed every name that Qin Ping told Han Li as well as where each master lived. But when he spoke of young Madame Biao Amo Fengwu's residence, Han Li's mind stirred. He paused and looked at it for quite a long time before turning his head away. Not a long time after, Han Li finished looking through the Qin residence once through, but somehow it seemed that Han Li was not yet content. In the end, he bluntly had Qin Ping bring him out of the Qin residence and out to a lively place in Yuejing. As they wandered randomly, Qin Ping continued to give him explanations. The entire morning passed by as they walked through a few scenic spots in Yuejing. Qin Ping's originally enthusiastic expression had long disappeared. At this moment, he was limping behind Han Li with a bitter face. Who would have thought that even after walking for so many hours without the slightest amount of rest, he would still be forced to continue to comment and explain without end? Anybody would feel similarly frustrated in this situation. Qin Ping even went as far as to suspect whether or not he had chosen the wrong master. Although Qin Ping was a servant within the Qin residence, he would normally call a carriage whenever he went outside. He had never traveled so far on foot as he had today. This tormented him by no small amount. Qin Ping could feel his two heels faintly bruising and his feet felt like they were pincushions being pricked. Not to mention that his throat had long become hoarse from talking too much. However, when he saw his own new master was greatly interested by a small porcelain store and continued on to look in every direction, he could only grit his teeth and reluctantly follow. After all, he couldn't tell his master that he was tired. How could a servant such as he dare to complain? "I'm a bit hungry. Do you know a place where we can eat lunch?" Han Li's unbelievably honest words stirred Qin Ping's heart and he repeatedly agreed after arriving at Han Li's side. Then he made an extremely polite suggestion and immediately led the way to a small restaurant not too far away, praising the restaurant's exquisite signature dishes. Han Li found this humorous but still wore an "I'll let you decide" expression. Qin Ping then went in first, entering the two-story restaurant. The first floor only had commoners eating simple dishes. The second floor, however, was where those of status went to eat. Qin Ping naturally did not have Han Li eat on the first floor, although it seemed that his master had some intention to. There weren't many guests on the second floor, only 3 to 4 groups of people. At one of the tables, there were actually 5 truly notable figures, 3 men and 2 women. When Han Li walked onto this floor, he naturally looked at this group of people with surprise. This was because those 5 were actually Qi condensation cultivators of the 10th layer or higher. The appearance of cultivators in a mortal establishment was quite unusual. Could they be from the 6th Devil Dao sects? Han Li first thought. Han Li immediately restrained the spiritual Qi in his body and used the drawing Qi technique that he learned after achieving foundation establishment, withdrawing all of his spiritual Qi into his body. As such, in the eyes of those with far lower cultivation, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference between Han Li and just another mortal. "Young master, please sit over here." Qin Ping dragged Han Li over to a table by the window with great difficulty as his feet ached. Then he used his sleeves to wipe down the wooden chair before inviting Han Li to sit down with a full smile. Han Li revealed embarrassment and promptly called Qin Ping to sit down as well. This time, Qin Ping wasn't too polite and after declining a few times, he sincerely sat down. His feet were truly in pain, but he was unable to break away from his status as a servant. Fortunately, this young Master Han who just entered the capital wasn't particularly attentive to formal etiquette. Having seen two people sit down, a waiter swiftly walked toward them and humbly asked, "What would these two guests like? This restaurant has many signature dishes that are quite renowned. I want a table of all your best dishes, and bring your signature dishes as well. Also, use your very best ingredients. My young master is a young master of the Qin residence." Qin Ping knew that Han Li certainly didn't know how to order food and took the matter into his own hands, ordering on Han Li's behalf. After he mentioned the Qin residence, the servant's expression became far more lively. Sure enough, the reputation of the Qin residence was quite useful. After the waiter heard this, he immediately nodded his head, bowed, and even said a few words of flattery. He then rushed back after taking their orders. However, Han Li wasn't interested in flaunting his power to some servant. He was entirely focused on the cultivators sitting not that far from him. But what baffled him was that the 30-year-old blue-clothed man seemed familiar, as if he had seen him before. Han Li thought for a moment, but nothing came to mind. He absolutely wasn't someone he was very familiar with. The men, including the blue-clothed man whom Han Li found familiar, all drank a cup of alcohol with a face of worry. The two beautiful women were simply staring at their cups of alcohol, not even moving their chopsticks. It seemed they didn't have an appetite. From their appearances, they encountered no small amount of hardships. They truly didn't seem likely to be Devil Dao cultivators infiltrating the state of you. The blue-clothed man seemed to be the youngest of the group apart from a woman who appeared several years younger. "Young master, the food has arrived. Please eat first." At this moment, Han Li heard Qin Yan's respectful words from the side. The servant had already neatly and nimbly arranged the dishes onto the table. Let us eat together." Han Li smiled with slight embarrassment and opened his mouth, revealing his pure white teeth. At this moment, Han Li started to eat without restraint and looked to be completely focused on chewing. But in truth, he was stealthily releasing his spiritual sense, closely paying attention to the several cultivators nearby. When Qin Ping saw Han Li start to eat, he naturally moved his chopsticks about. At that moment, the eldest cultivator among them, an old man with a dark face, stopped drinking and suddenly released an invisible soundproof barrier around them. Then he said, "Everyone, eat. Since our lives have fallen to the hands of others, we, companions from Mist Mountain, can only walk one step at a time. Regardless of how it is said, not having our souls scattered is far better than what happened to other cultivators." Although the soundproof barrier was in effect and the dark-faced old man's voice wasn't loud, Han Li could clearly hear it. Soundproof magic techniques used by qi-refining cultivators were ineffective against Han Li's astonishing spiritual sense. However, the old man's words caused Han Li to know something was amiss. He could hear there was something being hidden from those words. Perhaps due to the dark-faced old man's words, the two women silently ate some food. However, they still seemed absent-minded. It was most likely they tasted nothing. "Eldest brother, will we truly be manipulated by them from now on?" "This truly won't do. We can secretly tell the 7 sections. Surely they will deal with them." After the blue-clothed man took 2 heavy drinks, he said this with a fierce complexion. The dark-faced old man sighed. "Fourth brother, the matter isn't so simple." He lightly shook his head and revealed a sense of helplessness. Hearing the old man's words, the youngest white-clothed woman couldn't help but ask, "Eldest brother, why can't we? Could it be those from the 7 sects don't want to kill villains? In the state of you, at least several hundred have died by their hands to preserve the Tao." When the white-clothed woman said this, her face displayed unwillingness. When the middle-aged man and woman saw the fierce reply, they silently looked at each other with a bitter smile. It seemed these two clearly understood what the dark-faced old man had misgivings about. When Han Li heard this, he was somewhat amazed. He felt that he had just faintly grasped onto something immensely huge. However, He maintained his cover by eating several more dishes, causing Qin Ping to praise Han Li's great appetite. Han Li smiled with a slight blush as if he realized his actions were improper and slowed down the speed at which he was eating. At this moment, the dark-faced old man sighed and started to give the blue-clothed man and the white-clothed woman an explanation. In truth, calling the seven sects for help is simply useless. First of all, us rogue cultivators clearly understand the current circumstances of the seven sects. All of their manpower is focused on stopping the invasion of the Devil Dao, so how could they divert manpower to help us rogue cultivators? They even face against Foundation establishment cultivators. If the seven sects sent ordinary cultivators, they would fundamentally be unable to act. Otherwise, how else would the Devil Dao have captured us so easily? Secondly, even if the seven sects were truly worried about preserving the Dao and they had actually sent forth men to eliminate our assailants, don't forget that they were wearing masks. We don't know anything about their appearance. Furthermore, they surprised us at an abandoned temple they happened to find, so any sort of help wouldn't have arrived on time. We simply have no means to act against them. Not to mention they put some sort of strange restriction on our bodies. If we don't follow their orders on time, it's likely we will be killed immediately. Also, is it certain that those from the seven sects will be able to remove our restrictions? Since they dared to let us leave so easily, they probably designed these restrictions themselves. They certainly aren't so easily destroyed. As the dark-faced old man said this, the more wrinkled his brow became. It seemed he spoke with despair. Then we can truly only side with the villains and help them trap other cultivators? The white-clothed woman's complexion greatly paled. She was clearly unwilling to do this. Fifth sister. It is as eldest brother has said. Right now, we can only walk one step at a time. Fortunately, we have some time before we'll be forced to act. During that time, hopefully us 5 friends from Mist Mountain will find a way to disobey them and escape. The tall and thin 40-year-old man spoke, consoling her. But these several people all knew that those words were flowery lies meant to deceive themselves. They hadn't been able to think of anything plausible these past few days. What likely was it that they'd find a way after a few months? With that said, these people became silent. Worry bubbled forth in their hearts. After Han Li heard all of this, he understood nearly everything. What these people unexpectedly said had to do with the disappearance of cultivators in the state of Yu during the past recent years. These several people had probably been captured by the masterminds behind the plot and then let go after being threatened. But from hearing their tone of voice, they were already being controlled and forced to harm others. All sorts of thoughts quickly churned through Han Li's mind, but after a short moment, he decided that this matter was better left untouched. After all, these people were the reason behind the disappearance of many cultivators. Even so, they had been freely acting to this day but still remained unexposed. This by itself explained how exceptionally cunning they were and how truly out of the ordinary these people must be. Furthermore, since they could control Foundation establishment cultivators, they might have core formation cultivators behind them. He himself was but a mere lone Foundation establishment cultivator. During such troubled times, it would be better to not invite disaster upon himself. With this decision in mind, Han Li immediately withdrew his spiritual sense and no longer paid attention to this group of cultivators. Although this group of people was unfortunate and pitiful, he was not one to show kindness for no reason. He also didn't want to brave this huge danger that had nothing to do with him. He could only hope they would find better fortune. Furthermore, the current 7 sects were as the dark-faced man had deduced. The entirety of their power was focused on repelling the Devil Dao. They basically had no men to spare. Even if Han Li helped inform them of this matter, they most likely wouldn't care for something unrelated to themselves. Han Li could only think this with disregard. Since he didn't need to split his attention to hear the whispered conversation, Han Li became focused on eating. From time to time, he would pretend to be curious, pointing to a few novel things out the window and asking Qin Ping about them. Naturally, Qin Ping continued to give Han Li full and detailed explanations. While he did so, most of the table's food entered Han Li's stomach, causing Qin Ping to click his tongue. He inwardly thought that this young master not only had vigorous energy but also a voracious appetite. At this moment, the cultivators sitting on the table climbed down to the lower floor. Han Li clearly saw them leave with dejected spirits. It seemed that they hadn't thought of a good solution within this short span of time. Seeing this, Han Li had Qin Ping settle the bill after eating several more mouthfuls of food. However, Qin Ping happily smiled. He took out a small Qin residence medallion and arrogantly walked to the first floor. Not long after, he went back up and made a report to Han Li. "Young master, I showed them the pocket medallion. I told the shopkeeper to go to our residence at the end of the month to settle the bill. As such, we don't have to bring silver with us to pay our bill." Every month, the young masters of the Qin residence are given several hundred taels of silver as spending money. I have already logged the meal bill under the young master's name. When Han Li heard this, he was slightly surprised. Once again, he felt the luxury of the Qin residence. However, a blank expression appeared on his face as he carelessly nodded his head several times. Then he brought Qin Ping to the lower floor. In the afternoon, Han Li didn't think to continue on foot. Having learned from previous pain, Qin Ping suggested calling for a carriage. They then made a trip to several significant locations in Yuejing. Although they couldn't visit many of the sites, Han Li finally felt that he had a general idea on the topography and street layout. It was unlikely that the Qin residents would have met their doom as Han Li was having a look in the capital city. Night came. Han Li returned to the Qin residence, fully satisfied. At this moment, the gatekeeper Qin Gui hastily rushed out of the gatehouse to greatly ingratiate himself to Han Li without even waiting for him to step off the carriage. He was afraid that this newly appeared young Master Han would bear a grudge about yesterday's matter for having not respected him. He needed to have Han Li's impression of him improve. But how could Han Li be bothered to remember such a thing from yesterday when he had other things to worry about? He had long forgotten about the matter. At this moment, his mind was filled with thoughts of how he could protect the Qin residents. It was truly no good. He had to protect Qin Yan's life at the very least. Else he would have to explain himself to Li Huayuan. With this thought, Han Li came to a decision and entered the Qin residence with ease. At night, Han Li directly went to find his uncle Qin while avoiding all others. After a moment of detailed discussion within the secret room, Han Li returned in high spirits. On the next day, those related to Qin Yan had suddenly discovered that an unfamiliar youth had appeared at his side. Furthermore, he seemed completely unsophisticated, unlike anyone native to Yuejing. With great enthusiasm, Qin Yan introduced this youth to all familiar with him as a descendant of a senior from his own clan. His close friends then said they would properly support Han Li in the future and other such things. Qin Yan's friends weren't officials or nobles but rather hugely wealthy and influential merchants. Although they found it quite baffling that a youth was following Qin Yan so closely, after they made a few inquiries about Han Li, those wily old foxes naturally looked upon Han Li as kind and friendly seniors. Han Li also made contact with the upper echelon of Yuejing eventually. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed by. Han Li appeared to have truly become a young master of the Qin residence. Not only was his treatment the same as Qin Yan's own descendants, but up until this day, regardless if it was business, social niceties, or visiting a guest in his residence, Clan Lord Qin always brought Han Li along at his side without exception. It appeared as if he wanted to cultivate Han Li with great effort. As such, the rumors that Han Li was Clan Lord Qin's illegitimate child quickly spread outside of the Qin residence. Even aristocratic families acquainted with the Qin residents had long heard of these rumors. However, Qin Yan completely ignored these rumors and left them to the imagination, causing everyone to tacitly agree and further solidifying the rumor as truth. As a result, the younger generation of the Qin clan became impatient. It was unknown whether it was incited by the senior generation, but with clever pettiness and overconfidence, they unexpectedly started to make indirect inquiries on the validity of these rumors. However, Han Li continued to play the unwitting fool, so naturally those people left without any results. As time passed, the people of the Qin residence tacitly understood that Han Li was a young master of the Qin residence and believed Han Li to be greatly loved by Qin Yan. However, they thought it was a result making up for guilt towards Han Li. Although several of the young masters and madams of the Qin clan that had originally been doted on by Qin Yan felt greatly unsatisfied from this, under the great pressure of their lord grandfather, they didn't dare to make any obvious action against Han Li. They could only pinch their nose and resist for the time being. However, they cursed Han Li behind his back on more than one occasion, calling him a country bumpkin and the like. However, these people did not know that at night, when Han Li was refining qi and cultivating in his room, he would periodically envelope the entire Qin residence with his spiritual sense. Although he wasn't able to sustain it for very long, it was more than enough to discover quite a few secrets. Han Li clearly heard these people's indignant words. Although Han Li wouldn't teach these inexperienced and naive children a lesson, their seniors, who were secretly polishing plans to disgrace him, left Han Li somewhat speechless. He wouldn't bother with these mortals, but if the devil Dao were to suddenly strike, these people would naturally be the last to be protected. That would be Han Li's minor retaliation. One day, Qin Yan was unexpectedly invited to a banquet by an extraordinarily important person, a prince. It was said that this prince's favored concubine had recovered from great illness, so he was arranging a great banquet in celebration. Although the Qin clan weren't the richest merchants in Weijing, their power and influence absolutely were in the top 3, so they would naturally be given an invitation card. Furthermore, it wasn't just Qin Yan who was invited. The invitation mentioned that the prince wished to make friends with the young masters and talented women of the Qin clan. It is said that the young prince had particularly wanted them to go. With no better choice, Qin Yan could only go together with his juniors. The juniors who learned of this news immediately rejoiced with happiness on the spot. However, ever since Qin Yan heard that the Qin clan was in the middle of a crisis, he naturally couldn't allow his juniors to fool around outside during this time. If the devil Dao were actually carefully watching them, as Han Li said, then they would be facing certain calamity. Thus, within these last 2 months, Lord Qin had been using a variety of excuses to forbid his juniors from leaving the premises. How could this not cause the lazy and spoiled Qin clan young masters and madams from complaining endlessly? What angered them even more was that Han Li wasn't much different from them in age, yet he had permission to leave early and return late to indulge in pleasure and forget about duty. This caused these people to loudly cry out with injustice. Now that there was such an opportunity, these Qin clan juniors were naturally in high spirits since they would all go together. Prince Xian, the prince who invited them, was one of the younger brothers of the king of the state of Yu. From what Qin Yan said, although he was a member of the royal family, he was very forthright and made many friends. Not only did high-ranking officials, nobles, and greatly wealthy merchants all wish to meet him, even common butchers and strange Jiang who eccentrics were rather familiar with him. Of course, in order to prevent arousing ill intentions, he didn't dare to closely associate with high-ranking and greatly influential military officials and bureaucrats. As such, the prince had a great reputation among the commoners of Weijing. Furthermore, he had garnered quite a bit of praise. When Han Li heard this, he had a general impression of this prince. As for the specifics, he would naturally need to lay his eyes on him first. After all, although his surface reputation was quite good, such great characters were more often shady characters underneath. Prince Xian's residence actually wasn't in the imperial city. Instead, it was constructed in the South District. After Han Li and company sat in a carriage for 2 hours, they eventually arrived at a certain street. The architectural styles of the South region and the Qin residence were clearly different. Most of the buildings here were constructed to standard and template. How great an official's position was, meaning how high they were in that position, could be clearly told by the size and style of their residence. All of the officials' residences were located at this district. The strict following of feudal rank and elevation strictly divided the officials. Nobody here dared to alter these buildings as they wished, else they would break a law and invite punishment. As a relative of the king, Prince Xian possessed royal status, so naturally his residence was one of the best in the South District. The mansion residence's area was larger than the Qin residence by about a half. However, this was balanced by huge residential rooms. When the carriage to Prince Xian's residence stopped, Han Li took a look at the mansion residence and immediately felt that the mortal world was thriving in wealth. The residence's gate was over 15 meters tall and over 10 meters wide. Thickly wrapped with yellow copper, it was embedded with several tens of huge nails, appearing quite luxurious and imposing. In addition, there were 2 10-meter stone platforms to the sides of the gate, each with a fierce azure lion statue. They were each sparklingly polished through its entire body, so bright they were hard to look at. But what awed people the most from Prince Xian's residence were the 16 neatly armored palace guards standing on the steps outside the gate. Prince Xian had borrowed these guards from the Imperial City barracks to prevent any mishap from happening. The steward of Prince Xian's estate was a small old man. In the place of the host, Prince Xian, he was on the steps greeting every new guest with a smile across his face. He didn't dare to neglect even a single guest. At this moment, several tens of carriages of various sizes had stopped in front of the residence's gate, occupying nearly all of the empty space in front of the mansion. In front of the huge azure stone platforms, 5 or 6 guests who had yet to enter the residence were exchanging greetings. Their clothes were magnificent, their movements elegant. It seemed their status was not low. Seeing this, Qin Yan straightened his clothes and overcautiously stepped off the carriage. After a diligent glance in every direction to ensure there were no cultivators nearby, Han Li left the carriage at ease. As for the young masters and madams of the Qin clan, they left the carriages as soon as they arrived. They stood in front of the mansion, talking cheerfully. Han Li looked at the guests who were still in front of the steps and discovered that apart from the juniors of the Qin clan, almost all the other guests had also brought along their children and other such youths. Could it be that the so-called Prince Xian deliberately sent all of these invitations to the prince's residence as a pretense to deliberately gather youths to this place? With this thought, Han Li felt there wasn't any substantial evidence and took a glance at Qin Yan. From his wrinkled brow, it seemed Qin Yan was also slightly surprised. "Grandfather, we're going in first. The young prince is waiting on us." A 16 to 17-year-old Qin clan young master saw that his lord grandfather still hadn't moved far from his carriage and couldn't help but gather the courage to say these words under the encouragement of his siblings. He seemed afraid that Qin Yan would criticize him. "All right, I got it. Everyone can go in." Greatly going against these youngsters' expectations, Qin Yan nodded and happily agreed. This caused these youths to feel slightly overwhelmed by favor. They couldn't help but happily walk among their peers. However, without waiting for Qin Yan to bring these people forward, the steward of the prince's residence immediately spotted this group after dealing with another guest. He immediately took the initiative to welcome them with a large smile. Walking over to them, he said very cordially, "Sir Qin, you've arrived at last. My Lord Prince talked for several days about how you haven't come to visit for so long. Please enter as soon as possible. I'm sure the prince will be very happy to see you, Sir Qin. Recently, I haven't..." This steward of the prince's residence wasn't ordinary. With just a few eloquent words, he was able to get everyone who heard him to smile and feel warm inside. Qin Yan couldn't help but smile as he chatted with the steward with ease. However, because there were still guests arriving at the prince's residence, the steward couldn't speak much longer with Qin Yan and brought them inside the residence. Then, after a few modest words, he quickly went back to the residence's gate. Although Han Li remained at Qin Yan's side, he remained silent. However, the moment when Han Li looked at the back of the steward, suspicion flashed through his eyes. He didn't know why, but although Han Li definitely didn't feel any spiritual power fluctuating from the steward's body, Han Li suddenly felt his blood run cold when this man drew near, as if a fearsome demonic beast were approaching him. This caused Han Li to feel greatly uneasy. Although Han Li did not know why he felt this, he had always fully trusted his senses. He immediately added the steward to the list of names he should be wary of. "Honorable nephew Han, let's go. I'll give you an introduction to a few old friends of mine." When Qin Yan saw the steward depart, he said this toward Han Li with a smile. This caused the several Qin clan members standing next to Qin Yan to immediately grow sour. They all felt that this clan lord of theirs was far too biased. However, Han Li only smiled to himself. He knew this was truly just an excuse Qin Yan came up with so that Han Li could stay by his side at all times. They were then led to a large guest hall of Prince Xian's residence by Qin Yan. There seemed to be over 100 people in the hall. But although there seemed to be many guests, since people arrived in groups of 2 and 3, the Qin residence's party of 8 was the same size as parties from 3 sections. At this moment, Prince Xian had yet to appear in the hall. It seemed he wouldn't appear until all his guests were present. Just as Qin Yan arrived at the entrance of the large hall, he was immediately cordially called out by a few familiar long-time friends. Qin Yan naturally saluted and replied to them all. But when he swept his eyes across the room, he said a few words of apology and walked over to a sickly old man accompanied by a young man and a young woman. The man had an earnest face with thick eyebrows and large eyes. Although the woman's appearance wasn't outstanding, her large eyes were provocative, and she looked through the juniors at Qin Yan's side with no trace of politeness. Han Li was naturally among those she had swept her eyes over. Senior Brother Hua, I didn't think such a great medicine god as yourself would show up here. I would have thought that, with your disposition, you would decline an invitation to such an occasion. Qin Yan walked in front of the old man and sat down next to him with no trace of politeness, teasing him with a soft voice. "Ku, I originally thought not to come, but the strange illness afflicting the prince's concubine had been cured. This greatly piqued my curiosity, and I thought to see what expert doctor was able to perform such a miraculous feat." The old man that Qin Yan familiarly addressed as Senior Brother Hua softly replied with a faint smile. "Oh, so it's like that." So the rumor that Prince Xian had invited Senior Brother to treat his favorite concubine's illness wasn't just a rumor. Could it be that Senior Brother Hua's healing arts weren't enough to treat this illness? When Han Li saw Qin Yan's great astonishment, he reasoned that the medicinal expertise of this old man should be very well known within Yuejing. Hee. There are countless odd and fantastic illnesses in this world. I only gained my current reputation through pure luck. There are a few strange, untreatable illnesses that are quite strange and difficult even with my medical expertise. The old man smiled without seeming to mind. His view of the world seemed quite wide. But I still can't believe it. There is actually another great doctor within Yuejing who has superior medicinal expertise. Qin Yan shook his head. He seemed to hold much confidence in this old man's healing arts. But when old man Hua heard this, he faintly smiled and didn't speak any further. Then he pointed to the young man and woman at his side and said, "These two are Huanan and Huafang. You've seen them before. Come over and greet your grandpa, Qin." Old man Hua was clearly viewed with much respect in these two's eyes. This pair agreed without the slightest hesitation and rushed over to salute and greet Qin Yan. "Hee, I didn't think that your grandson and granddaughter would suddenly grow so big since the moment I took my eyes off them so many years ago. I don't have anything good to give on hand. How about I give them these jade-embedded pendants as a welcoming gift?" As Qin Yan amiably said this, he felt around his body and took out a pair of flawless dark green jade pendants. From a single look, one could tell these items were exceptionally valuable. Although a strange expression of satisfaction flashed through the man's eyes, it quickly disappeared. The woman's face, however, was filled with joy, and she looked at the jade pendant with her fiery gaze. "Don't hesitate. If you want them, then take them. Old brother Qin is no stranger to our household." When old man Hua saw this, he couldn't help but yell this with a smile. When they heard this, the man and woman then dared to take the jade pendants that Qin Yan offered them. Their expressions were quite happy. "Apart from this one, I've already seen the other juniors several times already. Could it be the dear nephew who recently arrived at Yuejing?" The old man's gaze then arrived at Han Li, sizing him up with great curiosity. "That's right. This is Han Li. He's a descendant of my senior. Honorable nephew Han. This is your senior uncle Hua, one of the two great medicine gods of Yuejing." At this moment, Qin Yan then thought to introduce Han Li to this senior brother of his. "Greetings to Senior Uncle Hua." Han Li sincerely shouted to him. "And not bad, not bad." Old man Hua truly did not see anything that was outstanding about Han Li, but he still spoke those words of praise. But after a moment of thought, he remembered the rumors that were being spread about the youth. He hesitated for a moment before taking out a small white bottle with his wrinkled, shriveled hands and offered it to Han Li. "This is a heart-protecting pill that I meticulously refined. Although I don't dare to say it will cure anything, common small illnesses and injuries will not be a problem. I will give this to Honorable Nephew Han to protect himself." When the words left the old man's mouth, Han Li immediately felt the envy and jealousy of the Qin clan members behind him. Huanan and Huafang also revealed an expression of shock. The fame of this heart-protecting pill was obviously greatly renowned. Han Li, as a foundation establishment cultivator, naturally wouldn't pay any attention to the medicinal pills of mortals. However, at this moment he definitely could not refuse the other person's goodwill. Thus, he hesitated slightly and then received it with a bashful expression. "Ha! Honorable nephew Han. This heart-protecting pill was refined from Brother Hua's secret recipe. It isn't easily given to other people. Bringing it out today as a welcoming gift is being quite generous." Qin Yen knew that Han Li wouldn't place much value on this item, but he still tried to say a few pleasant-sounding sentences for his good friend, hoping that the elder surnamed Hua would leave a good impression on Han Li. The elder glanced at Qin Yen strangely a few times, not knowing what he and Han Li meant by saying these things in front of him. He had only given such a precious medicinal pill to this youth in order to give Qin Yen some face. How could this extremely expensive pill otherwise be given to a stranger he had just met? Just as the elder was hesitating about whether or not to ask, a sharp sound entered the room. "Prince Xian has arrived." The servant's transmission immediately caused all of the clamor in the room to immediately subside. All of the people glanced respectfully towards one of the side doors in the room. For maidservants first walked out of that door, standing on both sides of the head seat. Then, a man and a woman leisurely walked out. The man was a 40-year-old middle-aged man with a beard a few inches long. His square face and tiger-like eyes exuded a natural dignity and power. The other was a 23-year-old beautiful woman dressed in palace attire, her long dress trailing on the ground. Seeing them walk in, all of the people sitting stood up and paid their respects to the male and female. "Prince, Madam, greetings," because this young woman was not Prince Xian's original wife. She was only the concubine he most recently favored. These people could only call her Madam. "Everyone is a good friend of this prince. There's no need to be so courteous. Come, everybody sit down." The way that Prince Xian spoke was very different from the impression that his face gave. It was very mild and straightforward, causing people's favorable impression of him to rise. The beautiful concubine next to him naturally did not say anything. She simply stood there with a charming smile. When the others heard these words, they all glanced at each other and smiled before sitting down. This prince has a straightforward personality. If I have something to say, I will just say it to everyone. Prince Xian spoke with a smile a moment after he sat down. This sentence caused all the people facing him to begin to speak animatedly. "Prince, if you have anything to say, please say it." Yes, we have known Prince for many years now. Everyone knows the kind of attitude that the prince has. It was obvious that while there were some who spoke genuinely, there are also others who spoke simply to flatter Prince Xian. The reason why I've invited everyone here today is because my beloved Qing'er's sickness has been completely healed. This prince's joy dictates that I have some excitement and celebrate without restraint. In addition, this prince has an enormous piece of good fortune that I want to give everyone. As for whether one has enough karma to obtain it, that will depend on individual luck. Prince Xian's words greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. They couldn't help but glance at each other. Had the prince gathered these people together solely to give them a piece of good fortune? This was too inconceivable. Hee Qing'er, look. Isn't everyone somewhat surprised just like this prince had expected? Not only was he not angry, Prince Xian actually gave a light laugh as he addressed the beautiful concubine by his side. Hearing this, the beautiful woman called Qing'er chuckled gently and then responded with a lovely voice. "Prince, perhaps anyone who heard these words would feel somewhat surprised. Everyone's response is only natural." Prince Xian laughed and stroked the short beard on his chin after hearing this woman's words. Then, he turned around and explained to the shocked gathering. "There's no need for everyone to be puzzled. It's like this. Qing'er's strange illness was actually cured by a newly arrived expert. This expert can call the wind, summon the rain, breathe in fire, and spit out ice. A true and genuine immortal. In addition, after curing Qing'er's illness, this living immortal was actually able to immediately recognize that this prince's young son has spiritual roots and can comprehend immortal techniques. He thus accepted this prince's inferior son as one of his disciples. Not long from now, my son will embark on the path of cultivation." Having spoken up to this point, Prince Xian couldn't help but reveal a delighted expression on his face. A pot-bellied person in the crowd immediately called out, "Immortal cultivator? Could this person be an immortal cultivator from lore?" This sentence instantly sparked a commotion amongst everyone in the large room. Although cultivators were regarded as extremely mysterious by mortals in the secular world, all of the people sitting here were not ordinary individuals. Naturally, they had all more or less heard of something along those lines. Some of their ancestors had even made deals with a few cultivators. Even nowadays, there were always rumors circulating in the outside world that there were cultivators standing guard inside the imperial palace. This caused all the people to revere cultivators even more. Now that the visitors in the room had actually heard that a living immortal had come to Prince Xianxia's mansion, most of the people in the room instantly revealed extremely excited expressions. Hearing this, Qin Yan was initially shocked in his heart, and he couldn't help turning his head to glance at Han Li. However, the Han Li in his sight expressed nothing, and his face appeared to be normal. Seeing this, Qin Yan did not dare to ask more questions. He could only turn his head back and listen to Prince Xian's next words. At this time, seeing that everyone had been stunned by his words, Prince Xian laughed and continued to speak. Naturally, this prince has also asked this expert, and he confirmed that he is an immortal cultivator. In addition, under this prince's earnest urging, he is willing to stay a few more months here and teach this prince ways to maintain good health. This prince also discovered that this immortal came specifically to accept some disciples with the karma to be an immortal. Upon knowing this prince immediately thought of all of you. Not only this, but I even asked all of you to summon all of your younger relatives because this immortal master is willing to accept both female and male disciples. In a moment, I will invite this immortal master Wu to step out and introduce him to everyone. As for whether or not they have this good fortune, it will depend on their karma. If the words he had spoken before were only meant to arouse the envy of everyone present, the Prince Xian's following words were naturally like a huge meat bun that had just landed on everyone's heads, surprising them all. Instantly, the sound of people expressing their deep gratitude began to sound out. An immortal cultivator. This was a real immortal walking on the earth. As long as one succeeded in cultivating, he or she could live a few hundred years and would even know how to use immortal magic and techniques. If these important figures' own offsprings were lucky enough to become a disciple, how great a backing would that be? When Han Li heard this, a strange feeling rose in his heart, even though his expression appeared to be wooden. He initially thought he had found the trail of the devil Dao once Prince Xian spoke of the living immortal. But upon hearing that the immortal wanted to wantonly accept disciples, something didn't seem right. How could cultivators who infiltrated other countries to cause trouble draw attention to themselves in such a way? Wasn't that setting themselves up as a target? Unless this cultivator was... Just as Han Li was thinking about this, in the midst of all the excitement, the living immortal finally appeared in the room with an arrogant expression. He wore a gray Taoist robe and his hair and beard were completely white. His face was ruddy like an infant's, appearing completely like a legendary expert. This kind of image caused the majority of the people present to instantly believe his identity despite him having yet to use any sort of magic. However, when Han Li saw this immortal master who looked like he came straight out of a painting, he was speechless for quite some time. This was but a mere 5th or 6th layer qi condensation cultivator. If Han Li were to stretch out a finger, perhaps he could easily pinch him to death. But this kind of expert was enough to cause high-ranking mortals to crowd around him, incessantly flattering and fawning over him. They hoped that this old immortal would grant them a favor and accept one of their sons or daughters as a disciple. When Qin Yan saw this, couldn't help but feel somewhat restless. The elder behind him displayed an even more anxious gaze. They were both worried that if they were to act too late, all of the karma would be completely taken away by the other people. Just as Qin Yan was hesitating, Han Li's voice suddenly came from beside him. Relax, this person is not of the devil Dao. As for whether or not you want your descendants to take him as their master, that's entirely up to you. I am only here to ensure the safety of your Qin clan. However, the cultivation of this immortal master is... Ha ha! While laughing coldly, Han Li's voice suddenly disappeared. Qin Yan was shocked. He hurriedly glanced at his surroundings only to discover that apart from himself, no one seemed to have heard what was spoken to him. That old brother Hua was still asking him incredulously why he didn't also head towards the immortal master to allow his descendants to try out their karma. At the same time, Elder Hua realized that this was why the strange illness that he had no way of curing was instantly cured by that person. It was because he was a cultivator. Having said this, the elder couldn't be bothered to convince Qin Yan anymore. Similarly, he also drew near to the white-haired elder. His grandson and granddaughter naturally followed closely behind him. Seeing that even the normally extremely steady elder Hua behaved in such a hurried manner, Qin Yan finally made his decision. Although he could tell Han Li's disdain for this immortal master from his tone, the other person was still a cultivator who was willing to accept disciples. As for whether this immortal master's cultivation layer was high or low, he did not have the time to worry about that too much. Originally, he had given thought to have his own juniors apprentice themselves to Han Li. However, in the time he spent in contact with Han Li, he realized that Han Li hadn't the slightest interest in accepting disciples and was unable to pursue this matter. His father had told him that when the first generation of the Qin clan had grown wealthy, immortal master Li Huayuan made a trip to the Qin clan to see if any of the children had immortal karma. Unfortunately, not a single person had such luck, and Li Huayuan could only return with disappointment. During Immortal Master Li's next visit to the Qin clan, the matter of accepting disciples wasn't raised. According to the words of Immortal Master Li Huayuan, the Qin clan's immortal karma had only appeared for a single generation and that the Qin clan descendants wouldn't have any destiny of becoming his disciples. But now an opportunity for cultivation had appeared before his eyes. Qin Yan naturally had to give it a try. With this thought, Qin Yan made his decision and called out for his several juniors to go over. Han Li looked at the scene with a cool eye and didn't say anything. Since he already gave Qin Yan a brief explanation, he naturally wouldn't further meddle with their business. With that said, Han Li hadn't paid attention to whether the young masters and young madams of the Qin clan had any spiritual roots. Among the mortals of the secular world, perhaps only 1 in 10,000 had spiritual roots. It was truly a pitifully small few. Just as Han Li thought this, he suddenly saw that of the crowd of Qin clan juniors who went over to Immortal Master Wu. 2 of them unexpectedly turned their head towards him and sneered at him. They appeared proud and satisfied, as if they were mocking him. After Han Li saw this, he blankly stared for an instant before immediately breaking out in silent, involuntary laughter. Obviously, when these few people saw that Qin Yan didn't call for Han Li to see if he had immortal karma, they believed that their Lord Grandfather Qin actually truly loved and favored them the most. Thus, they appeared extremely content. After Han Li inwardly shook his head, he felt disinclined to pay more attention to them and instead looked around the hall. At this moment, those who remained seated without moving were an extreme few, only 6 or 7. The majority of those who had previously chosen to cut themselves off were displaying complete regret at this moment. The only thing that aroused Han Li's attention was a senior and a youth sitting at the corner of the hall. The elderly person was an azure-robed old man over 60 years old with a head of gray hair. He appeared to be calmly tasting green tea, as if he wasn't paying mind to the matter of immortal karma before him. The youth was smooth-skinned with delicate features. He occasionally looked in Immortal Master Wu's direction with disdain. Although these two appeared to be sitting quite leisurely, when Han Li saw the two, he couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. This old-young duo were unexpectedly both cultivators. Furthermore, their cultivation wasn't bad. The azure-robed old man appeared to have a cultivation base of the 9th layer, while the youth cultivated to the 6th layer, not lower than that of Immortal Master Wu. But what slightly shocked Han Li was that he didn't know what technique they used. They were able to almost completely restrain their own spiritual qi. Were it not for Han Li's greatly superior cultivation base, he truly wouldn't have easily been able to make out that they were cultivators. As for that Immortal Master Wu, he naturally didn't have the ability to make out anything strange from the two. This technique, capable of concealing one's spiritual qi from similarly ranked cultivators, immediately caught Han Li's interest. If he could learn this method, then wouldn't it give him decisive opportunities during battles with similarly ranked cultivators? With this thought, Han Li took a careful look at the two. As a result, Han Li discovered something strange. The pretty youth was actually a disguised woman with delicate white ears and thin holes on her earlobes. Han Li was slightly stunned. That youth accidentally saw Han Li blankly staring at her and couldn't help but blush, returning a fierce glare back. The movements of the young woman wearing men's clothes aroused the attention of the old man by her side. He wrinkled his brow and turned his head, taking an expressionless glance toward Han Li. When Han Li saw this, he smiled toward the old man. The azure-robed old man felt greatly surprised. He originally believed that it was some clan's frivolous young master that had seen through his granddaughter's disguise and was looking at her with an obscene gaze. But he didn't expect that it was a completely unremarkable youth who was actually looking at her with a completely reckless and fearless manner. The azure-robed old man grew a bit angry in his heart, and after muttering to himself for a moment, he softly closed his eyes. This movement surprised Han Li for a moment, and he couldn't help but immediately guess. He closed his eyes. Could it be he wants to? Having yet to complete his thoughts, the old man's following actions completely confirmed Han Li's guess. He saw the old man open his eyes and look at Han Li with a gaze filled with purple brilliance. He actually used a bewitchment-type technique on Han Li. It seemed he wanted Han Li to make a fool of himself on the spot in order to teach him a small lesson. When Han Li saw this, he found it a bit humorous. An old man at the 9th layer of Qi condensation actually wanted to use a bewitchment technique on a mid-foundation establishment cultivator such as himself? Was he courting death? By only striking back with a bit of magic power, he would certainly reverse the magic technique onto his opponent. However, since Han Li was interested in obtaining the other party's Qi restraining technique, he naturally didn't want them to feel great animosity towards him. Thus, he could only wear a slight smile on his face and look at the old man without the slightest appearance of anything strange. This caused the azure-robed old man's cold smile to slowly become an expression of shock, immediately exposing an appearance of amazement. The old man inwardly yelled, "Not good." But when he thought to move his eyes away, it was already too late. The moment Han Li met the old man's gaze, a faint yellow radiance flashed in his eyes. His gaze drew the old man like a magnet, causing the old man to be incapable of moving his eyes away. The azure-robed old man became scared and shocked while simultaneously feeling great regret. He hadn't thought at all that this youth, who didn't appear to have the slightest bit of magic power, was actually a cultivator. Furthermore, his cultivation was vastly greater than his own. Had he known sooner, he wouldn't have used the nightmare technique and allowed his consciousness to fall under the other party's complete control, incapable of breaking free of his grasp. The old man became increasingly fearful, and in an instant, his forehead was covered with beads of sweat the size of soybeans, his face ashen. However, his eyes were still rigidly staring at Han Li. The young woman wearing male clothing at his side eventually saw that her senior wasn't moving. She anxiously pulled on the old man's sleeve with haste. Surprisingly, this tore away at the azure-robed old man's confinement, allowing the old man to easily break away from Han Li's gaze and freeing him from the backlash of the nightmare technique. Right now, the azure-robed old man felt that he had barely escaped from entering the cycle of reincarnation. During this time, his mind had lagged behind, and he couldn't help but blankly stare for a moment. After a moment, he seemed to have woken up, and his consciousness returned to his body. However, the back of his clothes had been thoroughly soaked with cold sweat. At this moment, he hastily said a few words with a soft voice and a terrified expression to the young woman. Afterwards, he didn't dare to look in Han Li's direction again. The azure-robed old man clearly understood that the young woman couldn't have possibly broken his daze so easily, which meant that he must have been treated leniently by the other party. Although he didn't know why the other party had done so, it would be better for this grandparent-grandchild pair to go far, far away from here. The cultivation base of the youth with a common appearance was truly fearsome. Furthermore, what puzzled him was that although he had used the Heaven's Eye technique to examine him, he couldn't see the slightest fluctuation of magic power on his body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rashly used the nightmare technique. Could it be this person's cultivation has reached? Once the azure-robed old man made his guess, his face grew green. If it were as he guessed, then hadn't he provoked a major power that should never be provoked? With this thought, the sliver of consciousness that the old man had just recovered became turbulent. Startled, the young woman in male clothing looked at the old man's face as it changed between green and red. She felt great astonishment. Seeing this, in her mind, her grandfather, who was always calm and collected with an expression as steady as empty tie, was actually dumbfounded. Could it be that the seemingly ordinary youth was truly so fearsome? With this thought, she couldn't help but have the urge turn her head and study Han Li. However, without waiting for her to move her head, the old man seemed to have seen through the young woman's intent and suddenly whispered to her gravely, "Don't provoke that youngster. If my guess isn't wrong, then he's likely to be a foundation establishment cultivator. You mustn't provoke him no matter what." "What? A foundation establishment cultivator? Impossible, he's only a youth." The young woman covered her gasp of shock with her jade hands. She turned pale and didn't dare to be too loud. Although the young lady's charming face revealed doubt, she knew her grandfather wasn't one to babble nonsense and became extremely shocked. She could only resist further looking in Han Li's direction, with some difficulty seeing that he taught the other party a small lesson without truly harming him. Han Li was fully satisfied. At this moment, his lips slightly moved and transmitted his voice over. Then the azure-robed old man immediately heard Han Li's voice. "After you leave the Prince Xian's mansion, don't hurry to depart. Wait for me at the mansion's back gate. I have a few matters to ask you." Han Li's voice was filled with the unquestionable tone of a command, stunning the old man and causing him to inwardly curse in his heart without end. Could it be this expert doesn't want to let this grandparent-grandchild pair go? What plan does he have for these two in mind? Regardless, it's fortunate for me that the other party doesn't seem to be the merciless type. There shouldn't be any danger. Furthermore, being able to form a relationship with a foundation establishment cultivator is an invigorating opportunity that's hard to come by for a clan. The azure-robed old man could only think these comforting thoughts. However, his heart was a mess and he was suffering internally without end. When Han Li saw this, he faintly smiled and returned his attention to the old white-haired Taoist. At this moment, Immortal Master Wu had already finished inspecting the majority of the crowd and still hadn't found someone with immortal karma. The youngster who were declared to lack immortal karma could only dejectedly return to their seats. Their seniors naturally didn't have any pleased expressions. What's immortal karma? He's clearly looking for people with spiritual roots. However, this old Taoist isn't a completely ignorant and appears to truly be looking to accept disciples. Otherwise, he could just casually point to a few random people. Han Li indifferently, though this, as he saw the old Taoist examining each of the youths for spiritual roots with extreme care. However, Han Li felt that looking for disciples here was truly futile. Among these 50 to 60 people, the chances of finding someone with spiritual roots were truly too low. Just as Han Li thought this, the old white-haired Taoist loudly shouted, "This child has immortal karma. I can accept him as my disciple." When Han Li heard this, he blankly stared. He couldn't help but look at this person with immortal karma. He only saw a simple and fat youth standing in front of Immortal Master Wu with a vacant expression, not knowing what to do. A large pot-bellied middle-aged man wearing purple silk robes stood next to the boy. He closely asked with an incredulous expression, "Immortal Master, my clan's child Jing truly has immortal karma?" "Are you mistaken?" This man felt that a huge meat pie had truly fallen on his head and didn't dare to believe it. For so many years, this son of his had never shown the slightest of talent or accomplished anything. But now, the youth who only ate and didn't give back to society had unexpectedly caught the eye of this immortal master. The youth's father truly didn't know if he was dreaming. "Hee, benefactor, be at ease. This humble Taoist has already examined this boy many times. Your son truly has immortal roots and can study immortal techniques together with the prince's son." When Immortal Master Wu saw this, he twirled his white beard around his finger and smiled. "Many thanks, Immortal Master. Many thanks. Although this one isn't a wealthy and great noble, we still have a bit of meager land. Tomorrow, I will certainly prepare a great offering for accepting my son as your apprentice." "Son. Quickie." Quickie cowed out to the Immortal Master. After the middle-aged man verified this matter with certainty, he danced with joy and began speaking incoherently. When the youngsters who hadn't been chosen saw this, they were dumbfounded. The person who entered Immortal Wu's eyes was Fatty Tong, whom they had always regarded as useless. This kind of useless person actually had immortal roots. This was far too hard to believe. Not only did the youngsters think this, but their seniors also couldn't help but look at each other in dismay and feel that this was quite incredulous. After all, this useless youth Tong Jing had been chosen instead of their own sons. Han Li's expression, on the other hand, wasn't the slightest bit strange. People who possess spiritual roots weren't always handsome and confident or ravishly beautiful. Furthermore, there wasn't the slightest relationship with their capacity for knowledge either. There was absolutely no pattern that could determine whether someone possessed spiritual roots. Otherwise, cultivator clans wouldn't have appeared, and cultivator sects wouldn't have to go out and seek brilliant students either. However, to actually find someone with spiritual roots in a small group was a bit surprising to Han Li. It seemed that the luck of this Taoist priest wasn't bad. Naturally, the others in the hall didn't understand this grain of truth that Han Li and the other cultivators clearly knew. They all whispered to each other in soft voices. There were a few shrewd individuals among them who started to doubt the authenticity of this immortal Wu and were slightly hesitant to come forward to test themselves when they heard this. As such, the old Taoist was met with a moment of awkward silence. When Prince Xian saw this, he showed displeasure. However, those in the hall had been his good friends for many years, so he couldn't just say something unpleasant. He could only tactfully say to the old Taoist, "Immortal Master Wu, everyone here is but a common mortal. They have not yet witnessed immortal techniques and magic. Could Immortal Master please reveal your power and broaden everyone's horizons?" Having heard Prince Xian's words, everyone immediately grew quiet and waited to see what the Immortal Master would say. The old white-haired Taoist muttered to himself for a moment and openly agreed. Then he called for everyone to follow him to the open area in front of the large hall. Following the old Taoist's words, everyone flowed out of the large hall. Han Li also followed them out, but he did so indifferently. Surprisingly, that grandparent-grandchild pair didn't move. It seemed they were deeply worried about Han Li's appointment with them. Outside the guest hall, the old Taoist stood while surrounded by the crowd and started to cast magic. From the gestures his hands executed, his even stance, and his faint muttering of incantation in a low voice, his appearance grew even more mysterious. As such, the spectators around him held their breath and rigidly stared at the old Taoist without moving. But when Han Li heard this incantation, he inwardly rolled his eyes. At this moment, the old Taoist joined his palms, and after he separated them, two roaring, fist-sized fireballs appeared in his hands. The nearby temperature suddenly rose, and the smell of flames filled the air. This was none other than the fireball technique that all cultivators with fire spiritual roots knew. But what was viewed as a common occurrence to cultivators immediately caused the nearby crowd to gasp in surprise. They felt it was truly inconceivable. But the next scene not only caused these mortals to continue with their stupefaction, but it also greatly shocked Han Li. That was because the old Taoist then changed his hand incantations and caused the roasting fireballs to gradually fuse and transform before the crowd's eyes. First, the combined flame gradually grew wings. Then a pointed beak, immediately followed by thin claws and a tail, transforming into a small and exquisite flame bird. Could it be the firebird technique? Having seen this, Han Li's nerves tightened, not daring to believe his eyes in the slightest. The firebird technique was a genuine mid-grade magic technique, one that Han Li himself was unable to grasp. However, this mere qi condensation cultivator was unexpectedly able to use it on the spot. It was truly far too hard to believe. It was no wonder that Han Li wondered if he had seen incorrectly. However, Han Li's shock only lasted for a short moment. Soon after the old Taoist casted his magic, Han Li discovered a huge discrepancy between this firebird and the genuine firebird technique. Although the small bird created from fireballs resembled the appearance of the firebird magic technique, the discrepancy in size was far too great. When the firebird from the firebird technique spread its wings, it spanned over 3 meters. Instead, the firebird that this old Taoist created was only the size of a fist. It was fundamentally impossible to mention them on equal terms. But what truly convinced Han Li that this was but a false firebird technique was the magnitude of its fluctuation of magic power. The destructive power of the true firebird technique wasn't something a foundation establishment cultivator dared to receive. However, the magic power fluctuations of this small and exquisite sparrow-like firebird were exactly the same as a fireball. It wasn't greater in the least. It seemed it was merely a change of shape. After Han Li thought this through, he was in good spirits and found it quite funny. He had nearly been tricked by this small trick. Truly caused one to lose face. However, this person's flame manipulation technique was truly astonishing. Han Li didn't know whether he could match the fine control of flame that this qi condensation cultivator could accomplish. This old Taoist piqued Han Li's interest. In his next performance, the old Taoist thoroughly verified Han Li's thoughts. After seeing the small firebird spread its wings and soar, it immediately fell to the floor and transformed into a dog that cheerfully ran around the old Taoist. Not long after, the small dog transformed into a fire snake, then transformed a small person. This series of astonishing performances left these mortals dumbstruck and speechless with gaping mouths, having never seen magic techniques before. Then the old Taoist suddenly pointed a finger from his hand and made the final transformation of the flame into a small horse. The new form charged towards a small cherry sapling to the side. In the blink of an eye, the flame combusted and turned the sapling into ash. This was the end of the old Taoist show. At this moment, the spectators woke from their daze and did their utmost to hail the old Taoist, immortal Taoist. Their original doubts had long been cast away. How could they show the slightest bit of disbelief? Prince Xian looked at the cheering crowd with a smile, feeling content in his heart. With regards to cultivators, they used to appear before great noble and influential clans. But for some unknown reason, they gradually stopped, not making much contact with the mortal world. As such, people such as the immortal master quickly became the stuff of folklore. Even as a kin of the royal family, this was the first cultivator Prince Xian had seen with his own eyes. The shocking display of magic techniques that the old Taoist revealed naturally caused Prince Xian to feel great face. Of course, Prince Xian did not know that during the period when cultivators still appeared in the secular world, the cultivation world had yet to establish the great immortal Ascension assembly. During those times, low-level rogue cultivators, as well as those from cultivation clans with no hope for foundation establishment, gave up their aspirations and wished to live out their lives in the mortal world in wealth and splendor. However, with the appearance of the great immortal Ascension assembly, cultivators could fight for their hopes of reaching foundation establishment. With this assembly, why would they choose to appear in the mortal world ever again? Naturally, they would be bitterly cultivating in seclusion deep within the mountains. Of course, those without the heart to cultivate like Yu Zhitong, who became a depraved cultivator in the secular world, were an exception and their numbers were quite few. They would become honored guests of great, affluent noble clans and enter complete seclusion, not daring to allow outsiders to know of their presence. After all, to become a guest of some mortal clan was a matter that would cause extreme loss of face in the cultivation world. As such, although it wasn't rare for cultivators to appear in the secular world, those willing to associate with influential nobles and become their esteemed guests were extremely few in number. Also, the cultivators who mingled with mortals kept all knowledge of their actions extremely concealed in order to prevent their fellow cultivators from looking down on them. This crowd of guests truly hadn't seen other cultivators before. Naturally, they drew the frightening conclusion that the old Taoist was a celestial being from his beautiful fire manipulation technique. Under everyone's gaze, the white-haired old man returned to the large hall with a proud appearance. At this moment, these people couldn't wait to be tested and impatiently called out to him as Immortal Master. They immediately crowded about him, wanting Immortal Master Wu to examine them for spiritual roots. With vigorous spirit, the old white-haired Taoist looked through everyone who remained without refusing anyone. Unfortunately, the juniors of the Hua clan and the Qin clan didn't have any spiritual roots. They were only but common mortals. This information dealt a heavy blow to those who stepped forward to be examined. They could only dejectedly leave the old Taoist's side. It seemed immortal karma was truly not so easily come by. As such, people began to look at that increasingly prominent young fatty, Tong Jing's rare spiritual roots with envious glares. This caused the father and son standing at the old Taoist's side to smile widely, unable to contain their emotions. Han Li's expression remained the same as he saw Qin Yen bring back the dejected young masters and madams of the Qin clan. When they looked at Han Li, they had a somewhat wretched appearance. I am still unconvinced. Why does that good-for-nothing have spiritual roots and we don't? Aren't we 100 times better than him? A dainty Qin clan young madam mumbled to herself with disbelief. Enough, don't speak nonsense. With the life you have now, what's there to complain about? Qin Yan's expression darkened as he turned his head to rebuke the young woman before sitting down. These words caused the Qin clan's well-known pungent loudmouth to pout, and unsatisfied expression still remained on her face. At this moment, old man Hua brought his grandchildren over. Without saying a word, he sat at Qin Yan's side. After they looked at each other, they suddenly wore bitter smiles as if they were fellow brothers sharing a mutual pain. Dear little brother Qin, it seems that the fatty Tong suddenly made it in this world, Old Man Hua said jokingly. Sigh. This is quite normal. Anyone that has good children would have immediately become a patron of that immortal master. Qin Yan sighed again and said this with a begrudging tone. However, Old Man Hua and Qin Yan began to have a chat. But while they were chatting with each other, they were also diverting their attention toward the actions of Immortal Master Wu and Prince Xian. At this moment, Prince Xian was looking at the juniors being tested for immortal roots. He then turned his head towards a young maid and whispered something to her. The young maid immediately went out the side door to carry out the mysterious order given to her. After that, Prince Xian turned his head around and coughed several times. He then leisurely said with a smile, following the celebration of my favored concubine's recovery, my son Quanzi and honorable nephew Tong will be apprenticed to Immortal Master Wu. Everyone, please celebrate and give them your regards. With that said, Prince Xian extended his hands without the slightest of hesitation and fiercely clapped. Clap, clap. Applause soon rang out as pairs of cleanly dressed maids and servants walked in from outside the hall with trays of fine foods and wine in their hands. Then, with incomparable skill, they walked over to each table. Each wine cup was filled to the brim with shining pink wine. The large hall was filled with the scent of dishes and alcohol in the blink of an eye. Come, this prince will raise the first cup. Prince Xian loudly yelled, raising a wine cup respectfully given to him by a servant over his head. Cheers to the prince. Immediately after everyone drank a cup, the atmosphere of the hall surged. Not long after, the many guests started toasting cups to one another. The banquet had finally started. Prince Xian and that honorable nephew, he called Jinger, were talking and laughing during the feast, seemingly deepening their friendship. The expected arrogance of a prince wasn't seen. It was no wonder that Qin Yan and the others held such praise for Prince Xian. That Immortal Master Wu didn't take a seat. Instead, when Prince Xian raised his wine cup, he wordlessly left. This caused many who thought to suck up to Immortal Master Wu during the banquet to feel greatly disappointed. However, this kind of thinking was quite ordinary. How could a living immortal drink, party, and lavishly feast like a mortal? After they thought it through, these people gave up. Letting go of their previous intentions, they went to feast with the others. Halfway through the feast, Prince Xian called for a group of female dancers to perform an elegant and complicated palace dance to add to the enjoyment. This caused the atmosphere to soar to the climax. At this moment, a white-clothed youth who appeared about 20 years old entered the hall. He appeared very cultured and had a tall, thin stature. Each and every one of his movements held an elegant poise. This was absolutely the image of an ideal lover that many young women held in their hearts. Minga, come and greet your uncles. When Prince Qin saw this youth, he immediately happily called out to him. Fortunately, Prince Xian just happened to be at Qin Yan's table. Thus, the refined youth walked over with a smile. It is good to see you again, uncles, the youth courteously said. I don't dare to be called that. The young prince is too polite. Qin Yan and Old Man Hua didn't dare to overreach themselves and hastily stood to greet him. AI, you two are his seniors. Minger should be greeting you with courtesy. Why do you act like outsiders? Prince Xian interjected with some dissatisfaction. When Qin Yan and Old Man Hua heard this, they looked at each other and appeared somewhat embarrassed. Those words weren't incorrect. However, how could these two treat a member of the royal family as their junior? However, these two cunning old foxes changed the subject with a few quick words. Afterwards, they introduced the juniors behind them, allowing the exceptionally forthright prince to recognize them. This was a seldom opportunity for the juniors to make themselves known. Naturally, Han Li was included among those introduced. When Han Li was introduced, Prince Xian's eyes brightened as he sized up Han Li several times with great interest. His face wore a mysterious smile. It was clear this person knew a few details of the rumors surrounding Han Li. This caused embarrassment to surge forth on his face again. Minger, come over here. Come meet this honorable brother Han. It was unknown what Prince Xian was thinking, but he unexpectedly had the young prince meet Han Li with a smile. Having heard his father, the young prince walked over and politely called out elder brother Han. Then he cupped his hands toward Han Li, maintaining a gentle expression the entire time. Somehow, each moment carried out by this elegant and graceful young prince enchanted the several nearby young madams of age, leaving them unable to free themselves from his charm. Han Li returned the salute with a lost and foolish appearance, as if he were too nervous. In his heart, however, he felt himself in perilous situation, preventing him from maintaining his calm. When this young prince moved forward to salute Han Li, he unexpectedly gave him a feeling of danger similar to that of the mansion's steward. Although it didn't feel as strongly oppressive as that of the steward, it was undoubtedly the same feeling of danger. "What's the matter?" Han Li became extremely shocked as his heart sank into bewilderment. This handsome young prince naturally didn't know what Han Li was thinking. Instead, he said a few warm words of greetings to the previously acquainted Qin clan juniors and chatted with them, causing two of the young madams to blush. Their affection appeared to surge. When Han Li saw this, he coldly laughed inwardly. This young prince was indeed questionable. If these Qin clan madams truly threw themselves into his arms, there definitely wouldn't be a good result. Even if the young prince were to taste them and then leave them bare, Han Li wouldn't find it strange at all. After a short moment, Prince Xian said a few modest words to Qin Yan and brought the young prince away to socialize at another table. This caused the Qin clan juniors as well as the Hua pair that was speaking the prince to feel disappointment. Han Li took advantage of when nobody was paying attention and took a look at the back of the young prince, muttering under his breath as something flashed across his eyes. After several hours later, the feast came to an end. Once the guests were fully satisfied, they started to say their goodbyes to Prince Xian. Qin Yan had also brought Han Li and his juniors say their goodbyes. They then departed from the front gate of Prince Xian's residence. Just as Lord Qin thought to have Han Li board the carriage with him, Han Li suddenly asked something, much to his surprise. "Uncle Qin, could tell me who those two are? Do you know?" Although Han Li's words were polite, Lord Qin didn't dare to slight him. He hastily turned his head to look and answered, "Honorable nephew Han is talking about those two? That's the lord of the Shao clan. He's the owner of a famous restaurant in Weijing, the Leisurely Cloud. Since he is a very low-profile character, I am not very familiar with him. As for the unfamiliar youngster by his side, he should be his grandson." After Qin Yan saw that Han Li was looking at this grandfather-grandchild pair, he wore an expression of surprise. He didn't know why Han Li suddenly became interested in these two. "Oh, so it's like that. Uncle Qin, you should leave first. I will return to the residence a bit later." Han Li thoughtfully nodded his head and then replied. Without waiting for Qin Yan's reply, he slowly walked around the small around next to the residence's wall. Qin Yan blankly looked at Han Li's back and then stealthily turned his gaze towards the Shao clan lord, feeling a bit puzzled. But after a bit of thought, Qin Yan decided to board the carriage and ordered his servant to drive away. Thus, the Qin clan carriages departed from the front gate of Prince Xian's residence and returned to the Qin residence in the East District. Those Qin clan young masters and madams simply didn't discover Han Li's disappearance. Instead, they were in the back two carriages discussing what had transpired at Prince Xian's residence today. They were incomparably excited. They felt that although they didn't have immortal karma, they had stories to later flaunt off to their friends once they returned. After Han Li walked for the time it took to make a cup of tea, he eventually reached the back gate of the prince's mansion after walking around the tall walls of Prince Xian's estate. At this moment, the tall back gates were securely closed. Not a single person was in sight. Han Li smiled and felt this was just right. This way, he wouldn't have to use any concealment magic techniques. He arrogantly stood in front of the back gate and raised his head to look at the sky with idle boredom. After a moment of time, Han Li became blankly lost in thought. Suddenly, Han Li felt there were people approaching with coward backs. He lowered his head and took a cold look. The only people he saw were the Shao clan lord and the young woman dressed in male clothing. They walked over from the other side of the residence's gate. When the old man saw Han Li, his figure became sluggish and exposed an appearance of hesitation. On the other hand, the young woman by his side wore an extremely curious expression and didn't hold the slightest appearance of fear. The old man immediately realized something and his expression immediately became tranquil. He walked forward in large strides, the young woman closely following after him. This junior Xiaojin greatly thanks senior for the lenient treatment inside the prince's mansion. If this one has offended you, junior is willing to apologize. After walking in front of Han Li, this Lord Xiao was still unable to determine how deep Han Li's cultivation was and became shocked. Feeling even more reverence toward Han Li, he rushed to salute him and respectfully apologize. Han Li's expression didn't change after receiving the salute. He then faintly said, "You aren't bitterly cultivating in some secluded area with abundant spiritual qi. Why have you appeared in Yuejing? Could it be you were reluctant to depart from your worldly affairs and splendor? Were you unwilling to continue your cultivation?" Regardless of the outcome, Han Li first accused the old man of an unwarranted charge in order to easily overwhelm the other party and impose his own will. This would allow later affairs to flow more smoothly. Senior misunderstands. Because this junior's age is far too old, he no longer has a chance to reach foundation establishment. Thus, the clan appointed him as the steward in charge of our sources of revenue in the secular world. It isn't about returning to the secular world and staying there. When the azure-robed old man heard Han Li's words, his heart relaxed, and he replied with a calm appearance. "You are the disciple of a clan?" Han Li didn't easily let them off and closely questioned this. Han Li wanted to get a feeling on where this grandfather-grandchild pair stood. If they were from a few famous cultivation clan, Han Li would be unwilling to provoke them. However, the surname Xiao didn't seem to be from a well-known clan. After he heard Han Li's question, the old man hesitated for a moment. He turned his head to the young woman by his side before sincerely replying, "This junior is from the Yun province's Feng River Mountain Streams Xiao clan." Feng River Mountain Streams Xiao clan? Han Li wrinkled his brow and carefully thought about it. He was certain he had never heard of such a name. Senior doesn't need to think so much about it. The Xiao clan this junior belongs to is but a small clan. Having never heard of it is a normal matter. Lord Zhao's face sank as he said this mockingly. Han Li was a bit surprised. After he sized up Lord Xiao several times, he calmly asked with his normal expression, "You speak quite straightforwardly. Are you not afraid that I would immediately exterminate you too?" The old man didn't react to Han Li's words. However, that young woman appeared to be a small kitten that had her tail stepped on. Her expression tightened as she immediately put her hand on her waist. There was no question that the bulge she was grasping was a storage pouch. But soon after, the young woman saw that neither her grandfather nor Han Li truly moved to act. With a red face, she put her hand away but was at a loss of where she should place it. She dilemma appeared extremely adorable. When the old man saw this, he glanced at the young woman affectionately before turning his head to Han Li and saying with a bitter smile, "Although this one is incapable of seeing through the deepness of your esteemed self's cultivation, he is certain you are a foundation establishment cultivator. This one clearly understands this. Junior doesn't believe that he has any magic tools, medicine pills, or any such treasures that a high-level cultivator would covet. If Senior truly was such a person, Junior would be unable to do anything. With this one's meager cultivation, running and resistance is futile. One may as well surrender and fulfill Senior's wishes instead of having him take out his anger on this one's entire clan. Junior only asks that Senior treat this one leniently and let this one's granddaughter go. She is this Junior's sole remaining descendant." The old man's last few words were extremely dismal. This caused the young woman to become extremely frightened and angry. She hastily said with discontent, "Grandpa, you need not be afraid. If he truly wishes to act against you, we will fight together. Then we won't need to fear him." When Han Li heard the words of Lord Xiao and the young woman, he stared blankly for a moment. But once he fully understood what the pair planned to do, he became amused. Apart from this old man's dreary words and appearance of selfless martyrdom, Han Li didn't see the slightest sign that he was seeking death. In fact, his magic power fluctuations indicated he was storing power in preparation. There wasn't the slightest intention of surrender. If it was clear he wanted to kill them for treasures, they intended to stake it all in a fight. That young woman was also quite amusing. Although her words were indignant, whenever she wasn't looking at Han Li with her black shining eyes, she was incessantly looking around, frequently exposing a crafty air. However, this young woman didn't know that ever since Han Li had completed the first layer of the Great Development Technique, his spiritual sense was far stronger than that of common cultivators. Her petty tricks had already fallen into Han Li's grasp. Han Li inwardly thought, perhaps this Feng River Mountain Stream's Xiao clan was something off the top of his minds. As for whether there is such a clan, even he doubts it. Thus, Han Li wore a mysterious smile on his face as he silently looked at the two of them. Since he neither said these two could leave nor did he make any hostile movements, the grandfather-grandchild pair stayed still for the time. From the beginning, the old man and the young woman had preserved their solemn and grim appearance. But after some time had passed, Han Li indifferent stared at them with a lazy appearance. Old man Xiao and the young woman eventually looked at each other in dismay. What does Senior intend to do? The young woman was unable to endure in the end. Breaking past the old man's restricting Z, she jumped in front of Han Li and loudly asked, pointing at Han Li with an expression of grievance. Han Li's expression didn't change, so she couldn't make out any anger from his gaze. However, the old man could clearly feel cold intent coming from Han Li's body. Afraid, the old man had yet to pull the young woman behind him when Han Li's body released a shocking grandeur. The fearsome spiritual pressure that was accumulated actually caused the nearby young woman to fly back 7 or 8 steps. She didn't have the slightest power to resist. Fortunately, the old man's eyes and hands were swift. His figure flashed behind the young woman, his hands clapping her shoulders to stop the young woman's body from being pushed further back. At this moment, the young woman's face was as pale as paper. After personally experiencing the fearsomeness of Han Li's cultivation, she couldn't help but lose herself to fear and look at her grandfather behind her. The old man's appearance was equivalently unsightly. Before this, the old man had a few bits of confidence that with their combined strength, they would be able to escape Han Li's grasp. But now that they experienced a small demonstration of his true strength, this thought was thrown away. Foundation establishment cultivators were fearsome and far exceeded what he had imagined. They absolutely weren't figures that a small cultivator could provoke. The old man broke out in an endless old sweat. He had actually been planning to carry out a small trick on Han Li with his granddaughter's help. The old man had never seen an expert like Han Li before, a foolish cultivator who only knew how to bitterly cultivate. Fortunately, he had accumulated a vast experience, so his response was faster than average. Could it be this person was an old eccentric who had lived for over 100 years, keeping his appearance young through some sort of appearance-halting technique? The more the old man thought about it, the more he felt this was true and the greater the terror he felt in his heart. After the old man felt the spiritual pressure coming from Han Li's body grow increasingly stronger as time passed, the old man couldn't help but gulp and immediately beg with a trembling stomach, "Senior, please let us off leniently. This one's granddaughter was far too young. She doesn't know what is high or low. Senior, please calm down." After Han Li gave the old man a cold glance, he suddenly stopped emitting the frightening grandeur from his body. It seemed Han Li saw through true meaning behind his words. In an instant, the pressure had become completely hidden as if entrenched in deep water. With hands trembling from fear, old man Xiao took his hands off the shoulder of the young woman who had become well-behaved long ago. After taking a stealthy look at Han Li, she immediately turned her gaze away, not daring to directly look at him. Her current behavior was as different as heaven and earth from the fearless expression she had shown before. However, this dainty young woman was now extremely startled pale. Much like a frightened small bird, it was a lovingly heart-stirring appearance. Seeing this, Han Li felt something being revealed before his eyes. This was the first time he had discovered a woman who held such a fragile beauty. It truly moved the heart and soul. Her overall appearance gave him a breathtaking feeling, and he couldn't help but glance several times. After carefully looking over the young woman's appearance, although he made out that she wasn't very old, only 14 or 15 years of age, she was a rarely seen beauty. Given a few more years, she would most likely mature into an extraordinary beauty that would drive men mad. Because Han Li's gaze toward the young girl was a bit too strange, the old man's heart furiously sunk when he saw this. Could it be he had us come here because her appearance was to his liking? Did he take a fancy to my granddaughter's beauty? That isn't good at all. With this person's great magic power, we won't be able to resist him. The old man's imagination ran wild with deep worry. Since you two aren't willing to reveal your clan, you are probably clanless rogue cultivations. I won't make it difficult for you. I had you come here for a trade, after which you may leave. After a long moment of silence, Han Li eventually spoke. A trade? The old man blankly stared. He faintly felt that he had been thinking incorrectly. That's right. I took a fancy to something you possessed and wanted to propose a trade with you. Han Li replied with a dull expression. When the old man heard this, he couldn't help but look at the young girl and think, does he want me to trade away my own granddaughter? But when he thought about it more, it seemed truly unlikely, because apart from the several glances he took a moment ago, he hadn't taken another look at his granddaughter. With this thought, the old man relaxed a bit and said with solemn respect, I don't know what caught Senior's eye, but since we are only juniors, we will naturally offer it to Senior. However, this small old man doesn't know what item this Senior wants. The old man's last words revealed the misgivings in his heart. When Han Li saw the other party's tact, his appearance eased up and he revealed a slight smile. What cultivation technique did you use inside the hall? You were actually able to conceal your spiritual qi so well that the qi condensation Taoist priest wasn't able to see through your identities. Han Li didn't directly reply to the old man. Instead, he asked him a question with a mild tone. After revealing such a strong face, he naturally used a slightly appeasing tactic. Using both hard and soft methods was the ideal strategy. When they heard Han Li's question, the two of them couldn't help but look at each other with doubt before saying with some hesitation, Senior, this one also doesn't know what cultivation technique he used. Surprisingly, Han Li didn't get angry. Instead, he continued to look at the old man with a stoic expression. He knew that since the other party mentioned this, they would give him a fair explanation. Sure enough, the old man then cautiously continued. The cultivation technique this one used actually came from a badly damaged, nameless Taoist book. It didn't even mention the name of this spiritual qi restraining magic technique. We only casually practiced it. Nameless Taoist book? As for where it came from, don't tell me it was passed down within your clan. After Han Li heard this, his face revealed interest, his words carrying a profound meaning. If this magic technique was passed down within a clan, every great cultivation sect would have madly fought to get a hold of this technique. However, Han Li had never heard of such a cultivation technique before. Senior sees clearly. This Taoist book was something my granddaughter found inside a cave while exploring an uninhabited mountain. Apart from this qi restraining chant, we didn't understand anything else from the book. If Senior wants it, Junior will go back to his residence and offer it to you. The old man promised with a compensating smile. When Han Li heard the old man's words, he revealed a satisfied expression and said, Be at ease. I won't take your items for nothing. You two return first and wait for me at your residence. Make sure you consider what you want in exchange for it. Han Li's voice was extremely calm, but after he said these words, he suddenly extended his finger, whereupon two soybean-sized green lights shot out from Han Li's finger. In an instant, it flew into the bodies of the old man and young girl without leaving a trace. Senior, you? The old man was frightened and angry. He didn't think that after he finished speaking, Han Li would suddenly act against the two. Although he didn't know what happened, he was certain it wasn't anything good. The young girl also went pale with fright. There is no need to worry. These are only tracing marks. With these, I can accurately find you and eliminate you and your grandchild at any time should the need ever arise, Han Li explained indifferently. After hearing these words, the old man let out a breath and bitterly laughed in his heart many times. This senior truly didn't leave any holes, not even the slightest opening for them. With this on their bodies, if they tried to take advantage of the situation and escape, it was likely they wouldn't make it very far. However, the old man Xiao clearly understood the reason behind Han Li's action. If the other party didn't do this, it was likely that the old man would take his granddaughter and immediately slip away. After all, to trade with an expert that could easily kill them was far too scary, especially when the stronger party seemed moody. While there were enormous benefits, the old man would normally require time to think it over and see whether it was worth the risk. However, it seemed that now he must carry out this trade whether he wanted to or not. He could only hope that after the other party wouldn't eliminate them after receiving the book. In the short time he made contact with Han Li, he truly wasn't able to make out Han Li's temperament in the end. He only knew that not only was this figure's magic power profound, but that he was also extremely troublesome. He would use every opportunity and method, and there was nothing he wouldn't do. Very well. These juniors will wait at their dwelling for senior to arrive. The old man could only pretend to act as if nothing had happened and say this with great respect. Very good. I will come to take the item at night. You two had best behave. As Han Li said this, his body gradually became indistinct. He disappeared without a trace once the last word, behave, left his mouth, leaving only air in his place. Seeing that Han Li revealed this extremely mysterious skill, Old Man Xiao could only give up with a deathly pale face. He dispiritedly called out to the young girl and slowly walked back home. However, the old man didn't realize that when his granddaughter saw Han Li using those ghost-like movements, great envy flashed in her eyes. Even when the old man called out to her, she reacted as if she had woken up from a dream. As the young girl followed after the old man, she turned her head to look at the place where Han Li had disappeared with surprising reluctance. That child is truly mischievous. Hiding in a nearby tree, Han Li coldly looked at the two as they departed and shook his head. Han Li was quite familiar with the obsessed expression the young woman revealed as she departed. The very first time he saw Li Huayuan control that huge flood dragon, he also had this envious gaze. With this thought, Han Li felt that this beautiful young woman was truly interesting. After he slightly smiled, he silently disappeared from the tree. He reappeared within the tall walls of the prince's mansion. At this moment, not only did Han Li use the invisibility technique that would hide him from mortals, but he also used the Qi restraining technique, a Qi concealment technique that cultivators could use only after achieving foundation establishment. He quickly flashed by the scurrying maids and servants within the prince's residence without anyone noticing anything out of the ordinary. After a moment, Han Li infiltrated into the back residence of the prince's mansion. He secretly hid behind a pillar at some desolate corridor and watched everything nearby with a cold gaze. Not long after, a somewhat pretty maid walked nearby. Han Li suddenly shot out a ball of yellow light the size of a fist from his finger, striking the maid's head. The maid suddenly staggered as if she were about to fall onto the floor. Without waiting for her to fall, Han Li had already leaped out to grab her and flew back to hide behind the pillar. With great skill, Han Li straightened the young maid's weak body and arranged it so that she faced him. He then opened his mouth and spouted out azure spiritual qi, which entered her tightly closed eyes. At this moment, the young maid's eyelids started to move, and she slowly opened her eyes. Just as the young maid was waking up, she saw a pair of gold-yellow eyes staring at her coldly. Just as she thought about yelling loudly and putting up a struggle, strange yellow streaks of light suddenly shot out from those eyes directly into her own. The young maid immediately felt the world spin as her vision was filled with a golden yellow color. Then, with a tilted head, she lost consciousness. Han Li took another look at the young maid who fainted and lightly sighed before lightly wiping away the sweat on her face. Although he could only use the soul-controlling technique for a short amount of time, it truly consumed far too much of his attention and felt quite strenuous. It was no wonder that this magic technique was classified as a worthless foundation establishment technique. Although this magic technique would make the target obediently follow the caster as a slave for a short amount of time, it had great limitations. As such, the cultivators who practiced this magic technique were truly few in number. First of all, this magic technique could only be used on mortals. It didn't have the slightest effect on cultivators. Even if there was a great disparity in cultivation, so long as there was spiritual power coursing through their heads, other cultivators could easily counteract the technique's bewitchment effect. Next, not only must whoever wished to practice this technique be at foundation establishment, their spiritual sense must be far stronger than average. Thus, the overwhelming majority of foundation establishment cultivators weren't able to practice this technique. With these two restrictions, cultivators with interest in practicing this magic technique were pitifully few. However, this was no problem for Han Li. Han Li had originally been anxious that he would only be able to grasp a limited set of foundation establishment magic techniques. The last time he was in the Heaven's Knowledge Pavilion, he had read the incantation of this magic technique and memorized it out of curiosity. Once he returned to his cave to cultivate it, he wasn't met with the slightest resistance and was able to smoothly succeed. This greatly surprised Hanli. He now attempted to use the magic technique on this girl, and as expected, he succeeded. After taking a cautious glance in every direction, he softly extended his finger, and a small ball of milky white light emerged on his fingertip. Pressed against the maid's head, the ball of light soon entered her forehead and disappeared. The young maid woke up and immediately stood. She blankly looked at Han Li without speaking. What is the background of the steward? When did he enter the prince's residence? Where does he often like to go? Who does he often meet with outside the prince's residence? Han Li looked at the young maid and rapidly shot out a series of questions. He started off with this maid, the one dispatched by Prince Xian to find the young prince at the start of the banquet. It seemed the status of the servant wasn't low. If he used her, Han Li might actually obtain a bit of reliable information. Which steward is master asking about? The young maid asked with an expressionless face. The prince's residence has more than one steward? Puzzled, Han Li asked with slight surprise. The residence has many stewards in charge of taking care of the prince's affairs. For example, there is Steward Li, who is in charge of making purchases, and Steward D, who is in charge of supervising the residence. The young maid continued with blank eyes. Which steward was greeting guests at the residence's gate? Han Li softly asked after wrinkling his brow. That is Steward Wang. He has the greatest authority. He's the one I am referring to. Han Li added with a bit of anxiety. He didn't know how long he could use this magic technique to control her mind. Naturally, he had to hurry and ask about the important matters first. Otherwise, he would have to waste more effort after the young maid awakened. According to the seniors in the residence, Steward Wang grew up together with the prince and accompanied him during his education. He eventually followed the prince for 50 to 60 years. Apart from a routine monthly trip in which he follows the prince into the Forbidden City, he normally doesn't leave the prince's residence and won't contact anybody outside. If he did meet anyone, it would be among the prince's good friends. As for his relationship with the young prince, it's a bit strange. I've heard from the young prince's previous wet nurse that 10 years ago, the young prince used to have a very violent temperament and his relationship with Steward Wang was anything but good. He even slapped Steward Wang in public before. But throughout the past 10 years, the young prince's entire attitude changed dramatically. Not only did he become polite and refined, but he also became extremely respectful towards Steward Wang, even holding a ceremony to become his junior. Prince Xian was greatly pleased by this, claiming that they had the god's blessings all along. The young girl flatly said. When Han Li heard this, his expression didn't change. He coldly smiled in his heart. Although it sounded like the Steward Wang didn't seem suspicious in the least, the exceptional change in the young prince's character was enough for Han Li to be certain there was some sort of hidden relationship between the two. In addition, for these two to cause a foundation establishment cultivator to feel danger, they certainly weren't common mortals. As for the steward's mysterious background, Han Li didn't feel like investigating it too deeply. He only wanted to make sure the steward wasn't from the Devil Dao. He didn't care whether the other party was righteous or evil or whatever secrets he held. If he could do less, Han Li naturally wouldn't go asking for trouble. After this interrogation, Han Li figured it was most likely that the young prince and the steward had no relationship with the Devil Dao. After all, the young prince had been exceptional from the beginning. There hadn't been a sudden change in ability. If the Devil Dao truly started setting this up over 10 years ago, Han Li could only remain speechless. With this thought, Han Li sighed and commanded, "Where does Immortal Master Wu live? Lead me there." "As you wish, master." The young maid obediently stood and walked. Han Li secretly followed her while continuing to conceal himself. With the young girl's guidance, Han Li passed through 7 to 8 large courtyards and arrived at a peaceful terrace. At that moment, the young girl then stopped. "Pa! Pa!" Suddenly, Han Li lightly patted the maid's back 2 times using a palm filled with white light. Afterwards, his figure flashed and shot behind a large tree. Isn't this the venerable Immortal Master's residence? What am I doing here?" The young maid then blinked 2 times with all her strength and suddenly yelped. The blankness in her eyes could no longer be seen. Who is causing a commotion outside? Didn't this humble Taoist instruct not to let people come here and disturb his cultivation? The old Taoist priest's annoyed voice came from a room in the courtyard. When the young maid heard this, her face immediately turned white from fear. Without thinking about why she appeared at this location, she ran away, flustered. Creak! The door opened. With the appearance of stereotypical Taoist immortal, the old white-haired Taoist walked out. But after he saw there was nobody in the courtyard, his face revealed a sense of confusion. What's going on? I clearly heard someone talking. I thought the prince had come to find me. Where did the unpleasant person who interrupted my cultivation run off to? The old man stood in the courtyard and looked in every direction before furiously returning to his room. After he shut his door and faced the room, however, he was completely dumbfounded. He only saw Hanli sitting at the table, silently looking at the old Taoist with a beaming smile. He appeared to hold great interest in him. Who are you? The old Taoist quickly asked as his expression dramatically changed. He then reflexively raised his hand and summoned a fireball. What I want is you. Don't worry. I won't act against you so casually. Hanli smiled, speaking as if hadn't seen the old Taoist's fireball. His words didn't hold the slightest bit of hostility. Humph! Your esteemed self infiltrated this room with great stealth, yet you still dare to mystify yourself. See if this humble Taoist doesn't. The old Taoist had long been accustomed to flattery from his recent days in the prince's residence and instinctively reacted, yelling with a stern voice. However, after he used the Heaven's Eye technique to look at Hanli, his originally furious face immediately became frozen and turned white soon after. Your esteemed self is a Foundation establishment senior. The old man stuttered, unwilling to believe it. Didn't you already determine that with your magic technique? Hanli indifferently said this with a controlled smile on his face. Senior, do not blame me. This junior had never seen a senior who had cultivated to Foundation establishment before. The highest I have seen were chi condensation cultivators of the 11th or 12th layer. I was truly incapable of judging senior's cultivation. I only knew that senior's cultivation is unfathomably deep. When the old Taoist heard him, he hastily extinguished his fireball as if he had woken from a dream. He stepped forward with a salute and repeatedly explained with a careful, apologetic smile on his face. Hanli was surprised that the old Taoist hadn't exposed fear like the old man Xiao had. Instead, he faintly revealed a sense of excitement. But after some thought, Hanli clearly understood the other party's thoughts. This white-haired old Taoist was part the prime of his life but still lingering at the 6th layer. He was most likely a rogue cultivator with extremely poor aptitude. As such, he was unable to meet cultivators with profound magic power. Even if he weren't a rogue cultivator, he only interacted with Taoist brothers with cultivation bases similar to his own. Now that he saw such a high-level cultivator, he naturally regarded it as such a fortuitous encounter that was hard to come by. He mostly likely planned to fish up some benefits. Having thought this, Hanli couldn't help but smile. If the other party was able to satisfy him, he wouldn't mind giving him a few benefits. Hanli immediately turned his gaze to the old Taoist and leisurely said, "Your guess is correct. I really am a Foundation establishment cultivator." When the old white-haired Taoist heard Hanli's words, his expression became even more respectful. Naturally, the happiness in his eyes grew a bit stronger as well. I don't know why Senior suddenly appeared here. Does Senior wish to command this junior to take care of a certain matter? The old Taoist respectfully asked. This person was on the right track. He knew that if he wanted to receive a few benefits from Hanli, he naturally had to do something in return. When Hanli heard this, he expressed satisfaction, and with a faint smile, he said, "First, let's talk about your origins. Today I saw your show at the prince's residence. Your fire-controlling technique was quite good." Hanli gave a minor praise, but little did the Taoist know that it was actually sincere. When the old Taoist heard Hanli's words, an astonished expression flashed across his face. He hadn't thought that this senior had seen his performance. He hastily replied with a humble tone, "It's unfortunate that Senior had seen my poor performance. Junior only manipulated the flame technique. I would have taken something else out to show, but my other techniques are a mess. As for this Junior's origins, it isn't anything notable. When Junior was young, he unexpectedly obtained the fierce young arts from a cultivator on death's door. It was at this moment that he entered the world of cultivation. However, it was unfortunate that Junior's aptitude was too poor, and without any guidance, he could only barely cultivate to the 6th layer. Your fire controlling technique was a technique from that book? Han Li's interest was stirred, and he asked this soon after. It isn't. This fire controlling technique was something Junior had cultivated until he reached a bottleneck. Without any method to progress, he could only grudgingly polish and refine some small tricks. But after several tens of years of improvements and modifications, it has become Junior's greatest accomplishment. It was something you researched on your own? Han Li was inwardly startled. He further examined the old white-haired man several more times, revealing a bit of amazement. That's right, Senior. Junior took this meager magic of his and turned it into a book, The Flame Handling Arts. If it isn't beneath Senior, Junior can take it out and give a pointer or two. The old Taoist saw that Han Li seemed interested in his fire control technique and was struck with inspiration. He hastily took out a thin book from his storage pouch and respectfully handed it to Han Li. When Han Li saw this, he was slightly startled. Truthfully speaking, although Han Li felt that this flame transformation technique was quite strange, he didn't feel a great desire to obtain this technique. He didn't think that this small fire controlling technique would be of great use to his current self. However, the old Taoist took the initiative to show it to him and caused him to feel surprised. Han Li easily received it and took a moment to browse through its contents. At the start, Han Li perused the book with an indifferent attitude. But as he looked through it, although his expression was as peaceful as ever, he gradually became shocked in his heart. The minor knack of flame-shaped transformation mentioned at the start of the book held no great meaning to the current Han Li. It was merely flashy but hollow inside. But towards the end, the old Taoist mentioned a few vague concepts regarding flexibly applying magic techniques and some feasible practice methods, providing many insights for Han Li. After a short moment, Han Li gently closed the book. Now is not the time to research techniques. When he had free time, he would properly analyze the contents of this book. He was confident that this meeting increased his understanding and usage of magic techniques by a whole level. This book, I will take it. I know that although you said would give me a pointer of 2, I truly want this book to be gifted to me. As a senior, I naturally won't leave you empty-handed. I have a few books on Taoist magic, magic tools of every rank, and even a few medicine pills of great use to a qi condensation cultivator. You can choose one from the 3 options in exchange for this book. I'll give you the time it takes to make a cup of tea to come to a decision. After Han Li took a deep look at the old Taoist, he said a few words that unceasingly excited the old man. Many thanks, Senior. Many thanks for Senior's favor. The old white-haired Taoist's complexion flushed red. He even trembled a bit from excitement. Han Li faintly smiled and didn't say anything else. Instead, he closed his eyes, leaned against the chair, and rested. The old Taoist started to anxiously pace in circles around the room, finding it extremely difficult to choose one over another. How is it? Have you made up your mind? After a moment passed, Han Li felt it was about time. He serenely asked this after having opened his eyes. Senior, I've decided. Junior only wants medicinal pills that will allow qi condensation cultivators to make a breakthrough. After Han Li's inquiry, the old Taoist eventually came to a decision and said this with certainty. When Han Li heard this, he didn't reveal the slightest of surprise. He reckoned that the other party would choose medicinal pills. After all, magic tools and Taoist books could be acquired after he made cultivation breakthroughs. Thus, after giving a light nod, Han Li brushed his gown sleeve against the table and left behind 2 small jade bottles. These 2 bottles contain yellow dragon pills. They are substantially effective on cultivators up to the 10th layer. Take them, Han Li calmly said. 10th layer of qi condensation. Many thanks for Senior's great favor. Many thanks. The old Taoist looked at those 2 bottles of medicinal pills with a fiery gaze. After repeatedly expressing his thanks, he excitedly took the 2 bottles into his hands. He then impatiently opened the lid of the bottle. And after sniffing it 2 times, he had a completely satisfied appearance. I actually came to find you for another matter. After performing a task, I will naturally give you even more compensation. After Han Li saw the other party carefully put away the medicine bottles, he calmly talked about the main reasons he came there. With the heavy reward attached, Han Li was confident the other party would be tempted. As a result, the old Taoist immediately beamed with joy after hearing this and said, "Senior, please do not hesitate to tell me of this matter. Junior will carry it out by any means." When Han Li heard this, he faintly smiled and responded, "It's nothing major. For the next few months, I want you to pay attention to the whereabouts of your disciple, the young prince, and Steward Wang. If anything abnormal happens, all you have to do is tell me." Although Han Li de-emphasized the matter, when the old Taoist heard this, he was stunned. He truly didn't think that this senior would want him to monitor two mortals. Furthermore, one of them would be the beloved disciple he had just accepted. Having remained perplexed despite much thought, the old Taoist took a careful at Han Li and asked with a probing tone, "Could Senior please illuminate this junior? Could it be there is something amiss with these two?" The old Taoist asked this very carefully, fearing he would offend this expert. Han Li's face didn't show the slightest dissatisfaction. He didn't immediately reply to the cultivator's question. After a moment of deliberation, he said in a soft voice, "In truth, I am a cultivator from Yellow Maple Valley of the 7 sections. The Devil Tao is currently invading our state of you. Even a rogue cultivator like you should be aware of this. I suspect that these two have a relationship with the Devil Tao. Thus, I need to have someone help me pay attention to their whereabouts, just in case." Although Han Li believed Steward Wang and the young prince weren't associated with the Devil Tao, it was better to be careful. He was unclear with about certain details of their background and felt in his heart that there was something greatly concerning about them. Thus, he sought this old Taoist in advance to monitor the pair's actions. However, he didn't directly mention any of his actual concerns to the old Taoist and simply mentioned the Devil Tao as a convenient excuse. After all, the feeling of danger that Han Li perceived from the two was purely instinctive, so he obviously couldn't say this out loud. A relationship with the Devil Tao? When the old Taoist heard that Han Li was a Yellow Maple Valley cultivator, he didn't show any surprise. This was a matter he had previously guessed. Apart from the 7 sects, cultivators at Foundation establishment were truly too few. However, when he heard that his own disciple and Steward Wang were possibly implicated with the Devil Tao, his face immediately became green. The reputation of the Devil Tao in the state of Yu was nearly synonymous with bloodshed and ruthlessness. A small qi condensation cultivator such as the old Taoist naturally knew of this. "Senior misunderstands. I truly examined that young prince's body. He doesn't possess the slightest magic power." After a moment of apprehensive and careful thought, he found this hard to believe. After all, he had spent some time with the young prince and truly hadn't been able to observe anything similar to the rumors of the Devil Tao. After Han Li heard his words, he didn't respond with any superfluous words. He simply said this with a serene expression. "As for whether these two are with the Devil Tao, you will be personally paying attention to this in the future. If you discover anything abnormal, you know what to do. I don't require you take any harmful actions towards those two, you simply have to keep an eye on them. Additionally, you mustn't perform any probing actions in any mazor. If the other party realizes that you've uncovered their identities, it's likely your life will be forfeit." Han Li's final words were a warning to the old Taoist. The doubt in the eyes of the old white-haired Taoist immediately disappeared after hearing Han Li's words. Moreover, he now had a terrified appearance. After some slight hesitation, he opened his mouth and said with slight fear, "If by chance these two discover that I'm monitoring them, what should I do? This humble Taoist's magic power is meager. I truly fear I will have to turn down Senior's great task." Having heard this, Han Li wrinkled his brow. This old Taoist appeared to change his mind and wanted to give this up, but this wouldn't do. It seemed Han Li would have to give him a few more benefits. With this thought, Han Li touched his storage pouch and took out an item, lightly placing it on the table. "Monitor the two. If there are any dangers, I will give you this high-grade magic tool to defend yourself with. After this matter has ended, this magic tool will officially become your own." Han Li insipidly said to the old Taoist as he pointed to the purple bead emitting a faint radiance on the table. High-grade magic tool. When the old Taoist heard this, his mind immediately shook. Normally, he would be pathetically short on money. He wouldn't have enough money to afford a mid-grade magic tool, let alone a high-grade magic tool. This purple light bead will immediately create a barrier of light to protect your body after you pour magic power into it. I'm confident there aren't many chi condensation cultivators that will be able to break through it. This should be enough to cope with most of the dangers you'll face. Han Li patiently said with an unchanging expression. This is a defensive magic tool? After hearing its introduction, the old Taoist's eyes became passionate. Defensive magic tools were the most precious and rare kind of magic tool. If this old Taoist were to spend the rest of his years gathering spirit stones, it was likely he still wouldn't have enough to buy a high-grade defensive magic tool. All right, this old Taoist will spare no effort to complete this task. After the old white-haired Taoist's face calmed down, he finally clenched his teeth and agreed. It seemed the proverb, birds die in pursuit of food, men die in pursuit of money, applied to the cultivation world as well. When Han Li saw the old Taoist agree to take on this greatly dangerous task, although his face revealed a smile, he inwardly sighed. Place the spiritual mark on your body. That way, if anything happens, I can immediately come find you and perhaps save your life. Additionally, I will reward you with an additional bottle of yellow dragon pills after this matter ends. By using this method and placing the spiritual mark on the old Taoist's body, Han Li was using both force and incentive. After the old Taoist saw Han Li do this, he was slightly startled, but he feigned ignorance of Han Li's true intent and repeatedly expressed his thanks. Seeing the old Taoist being tactful, Han Li couldn't help but smile as he took his leave. Then, after the old Taoist respectfully sent him off, he quietly departed from the prince's residence. Han Li didn't intend to immediately return to the Qin residence. Instead, he casually found a tea house and calmly contemplated as he tasted the tea. He started to mull over the recent affairs that had occurred to see whether or not there were anything he had done inappropriately or overlooked. He regularly examined and reflected on all his previous affairs, a habit that Han Li had acquired over the years. Only by continuously reducing his own failings and making up for his deficiencies would Han Li be able to come out unscathed from the crises of the cultivation world at every step. Thus, Han Li sat at the tea house for a long while. When the sky had gradually begun to darken, he left the tea house under a waiter's strange gaze. He only called for a single pot of tea and spent half a day drinking it. This was the first time the waiter had seen such a customer. He would later become unable to help but mention this to his friends, causing Han Li to be the unexpected but of a few mortals' jokes. The unfortunate Han Li would forever remain oblivious to this loss of face. The agreed time by which he would meet Old Man Xiao had not yet arrived. However, Han Li never intended to truly arrive at the appointed time. Even though he was always one to be punctual, it was better to arrive early and prevent them from playing any tricks on him. After walking for a moment, Han Li suddenly wrinkled his brow. He felt the marks of the Xiao grandparent-grandchild pair appear in the west when they should have been in the east as agreed, causing Han Li to feel a bit angry. With a cold snort, Han Li took advantage of the lack of spectators and threw his divine wind boat to the sky. He and the boat turned into a streak of white light that rushed through the sky in the pair's direction. The magic technique for using spiritual qi to track people was a very common method used by Foundation establishment cultivators. However, most people could only sense the marker from a few tens of kilometers away. Han Li, on the other hand, practiced the great development technique and could faintly track it down from over 50 kilometers away, a feat that was truly astonishing. This caused Han Li to greatly look forward to practicing the second layer of the great development technique. After a moment, Han Li stood on the divine wind boat and coldly looked down at an unremarkable courtyard that was about 100 meters wide. There were 3 small, half-worn rooms in the courtyard. Standing on the small, pure white jade-like boat, Han Li didn't recklessly descend. Instead, he remained calm and silent as if he were thinking about something. In the end, Han Li took a light step, and the small boat immediately fell from the sky like a shooting star. But when he was about 15 meters away from the floor, the magic tool suddenly came to a stop. Han Li's body moved, and he lightly stepped off the magic tool and landed in the small courtyard. At the same time, he beckoned toward the sky. In response, the small boat shrank and flew into Han Li's hand. This series of events was as smooth and nimble as flowing water. The slightest of noise couldn't be heard. Then, like a demon, he stood in front of the middle room and calmly probed the room for activity with his spiritual sense. Han Li clearly felt that within the room, There were two masses of spiritual qi faintly accompanied by traces of his own spiritual qi. As expected, after Han Li's spiritual sense entered the room, he clearly heard a young woman's voice. "Grandpa, aren't our actions going to anger him? If that person truly finds us, will the excuses we prepared work?" The young girl's voice was filled with worry. It seemed that Han Li had left a deep and powerful impression on her. "Humph, you foolish girl. How could he actually find us relying on just a bit of spiritual qi? Your grandpa ate more hardships than you ate meals. Threats, deliberately menacing words. Your grandpa has seen them all. I am not convinced his words were true. Furthermore, even if he can activate the magic technique, since we are separated by such a far distance, that Foundation establishment cultivator won't be able to accurately sense us. If he goes to the East District, then this person will truly have to go search for us." After a cold snort, the old man chided the young girl. "Since it is like that, why didn't we leave Yuejing during the night? All we did was move to the West District." The young girl retorted, unconvinced. "You still don't understand? What I said earlier was only your grandpa's guess. As to whether or not it's true, that is unclear. If I guess correctly, naturally we won't have to face his threats and will be free to leave to a different place. But he is nonetheless a Foundation establishment cultivator. Perhaps he will be able to trace us from afar with his magic technique. If we ran away from Yuejing and he found us, we would have no excuses. But moving to the West District isn't the same as running away, so we can just casually use an excuse to explain ourselves." The old man doted on this young girl very much, so he gave her a detailed explanation. "Hee hee. Grandpa, you are truly cunning. However, I don't think that person seems to be of the despicable sort. Is it necessary for us to hide from him? According to my thoughts, wouldn't simply exchanging the Taoist book with him give us great benefits? In any case, this Taoist book is far too profound for us to understand it." The young girl giggled and said this without care. "Humph, the world is dangerous. That is just wishful thinking. By conventional morals, everyone would honorably trade openly, and there would be no reason to scheme. You have yet to realize that for fair dealings to exist, they require both sides to have similar strengths. If one side is strong and one side is weak, how can that be considered fair? Besides, although that Taoist book is of no value to us, it could perhaps be a treasure in his hands. After possessing the treasure, he might immediately exterminate us. Your grandpa has seen this on many occasions throughout his life. How could I possibly trust him? After all, the difference in cultivation between him and us is far too great. He could exterminate without expending the slightest of strength." As the old man said this, his voice became darker. It was clear he was helpless against the reality that his life was in someone else's hands. "Grandpa, don't be discouraged. Didn't you say that although that person appears young, he's likely an old monster that lived an unknown number of years?" When the young girl saw this, she hastily consoled him. But at this moment, a cold voice from their most feared person suddenly came from outside the room. "What? How am I anything like an old monster?" As the complexion of the grandparent-grandchild pair greatly changed, the originally tightly closed door silently opened and gave way to Han Li, who calmly walked in. After he entered the room, Han Li bluntly sat in the host's seat and then wordlessly looked at the two with an extremely calm expression. "What, old monster?" Nobody said those words. With a greatly changed complexion, the young girl pushed this forward with a strong smile and hastily lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Han Li chuckled and didn't bother with the young lady. Instead, he coldly looked at the old man. The old man appeared to have lost his head from fear. He truly didn't know how much Han Li heard from the previous conversation, so he couldn't help but inwardly complain without end. Now he didn't dare to speak his originally prepared excuse. "I didn't think that senior would arrive so quickly. This junior believed senior would arrive in a few hours at the very least. Let junior take out that book for senior." Without a choice, the old man could only cope with all his might against Han Li's unfriendly appearance. In a quick-witted move, he immediately mentioned the Taoist book in hopes that he could calm Han Li's anger. "Fine, take it out." After staring at the old man with a sword-like gaze, Han Li eventually said this with a cold tone. This caused the old man to recover his wits. It seemed the other party wouldn't immediately vent his anger. The old man hastily agreed and walked to the neighboring room. When the young girl saw this, she moved her legs, also wanting to follow the old man, but the old man stopped her with his gaze. What kind of joke was this? If both people went to the neighboring room, then wouldn't they be deliberately angering the other party? It would cause Han Li to believe they were thinking of playing some sort of trick. The old man completely threw these impractical thoughts out, fearing Han Li would have a misunderstanding. The young girl could only remain in the room with a pout. She stood silently in her original place, keeping Han Li company. The old man's movements were very quick. In the blink of an eye, he walked over with a shabby wooden box that seemed to contain the Taoist book. Senior, the Qi restraining cultivation technique we use as well as the other teachings of the books are within. Please take a look and see whether it has any use to Senior. The old man walked several steps toward Han Li and proclaimed this with a respectful appearance. He gently opened the wooden box, revealing a slightly blackened yellow leather book, and handed it over to Han Li. From a look, one could tell this book came from an ancient era. Han Li narrowed his eyes, and after looking at the book in the old man's hands several times, he nodded his head and received it. Although this book had changed color due to the passing of time, when Han Li touched the cover, it felt exquisitely smooth. Furthermore, it seemed extremely durable. It appeared that this book wasn't made from common materials and was instead made from the hide of some sort of demonic beast. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to remain intact for such a long time. Han Li lightly stroked the book for a moment, and after muttering to himself, he slowly flipped a page. After a few general looks, Han Li wrinkled his brow. When he opened this book, extremely unfamiliar and ancient characters entered his view. Han Li was certain he didn't recognize the marking of these characters. He also hadn't seen such markings from the collection at Yellow Maple Valley. Although he didn't recognize them, Han Li didn't waste his time, and he quickly turned through the pages. In the last 2 pages of the book, he discovered a set of nameless chants that appeared to have been added by someone. The characters used in this set of incantations were ancient characters more commonly used in the cultivation world, allowing him to easily read them. Han Li knew in his heart that this was the Qi restraining cultivation technique, so he took the liberty to analyze it. After the time it took to eat a meal, Han Li slowly closed the book and his face wore a thoughtful expression. Ptong! Ptong! The old man to the side felt his heart violently beat, but he didn't dare to breath loudly. He knew this moment would decide the lives of him and his granddaughter, since Han Li would be revealing how he intended to treat the two of them. Han Li didn't pay attention to the old man's inwardly nervous attitude. Instead, he calmly took out a jade box from his storage pouch and properly put the book inside. Then, he turned his face towards the old man and said indifferently, "I will take this book. Tell me right now what items you two want in exchange for it. No matter what, I will fulfill your requests to the best of my ability." Han Li's voice wasn't loud, but when the old man and the young girl heard those words, it was as if they heard the sweet sounds of nature. At this moment, the two knew that not only were their lives saved, but there were also benefits to be had. They couldn't help but reveal pleasant surprise. "Senior, could you let us discuss it for a bit?" Now that the crisis had passed, the old man couldn't help but want to maximize the benefits from this exchange and immediately asked Han Li with a smile. Before Han Li arrived, the pair had been afraid they would be exterminated absolutely without any items being exchanged. But now that they heard Han Li's question, they were naturally caught unprepared. Furthermore, now that he realized Han Li wasn't a merciless, nasty character, the old man gathered the courage to ask that question. "Do as you wish, but you mustn't take too long." Because Han Li had acquired a set of very useful secret arts and a mysterious ancient book, he was in a good mood. He allowed them this chance to talk without paying much mind. "Many thanks for Senior's great favor. We will only take a short amount of time," the old man exclaimed with great joy. He immediately brought the young woman outside the room, and the two started to mutter in soft voices. When Han Li saw this, he faintly smiled. Although he could easily exterminate the two, Han Li wasn't such an evil and pointlessly vicious character. If he didn't need to, he wouldn't go back on his word. After a short moment, the old man and the young woman walked over with strange expressions on their faces, as if they were a bit worried. When Han Li saw them, He was a bit puzzled, but he still asked, "You two have decided?" "Senior, we have finished discussing. This one's granddaughter doesn't want any worldly possessions. Instead, we wish for Senior to fulfill our bold request." After a moment of hesitation, he said this with clenched teeth, slightly surprisingly Hanli. "What's this request?" Hanli wrinkled his brow and unhurriedly asked. He didn't know why, but at this moment, Hanli suddenly had a feeling that something troublesome was going to happen to him. After some more hesitation, the old man revealed a helpless expression and continued vaguely, "Actually, this one's granddaughter greatly admires Senior's deep and profound cultivation and techniques. She wishes to become Senior's disciple and is willing to serve as Senior's attendant. As the sincere wish of this small old man and his granddaughter, we hope Senior will be able to take her as a disciple." Just as the old man finished stuttering these words, the clever young girl immediately paid her respects in front of Han Li and kowtowed, knocking her head loudly on the floor. Han Li simply had not predicted this would happen. After a moment of great surprise, he didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. To have him accept a disciple, was this a joke? He was still trembling from fear in face of the cultivation world, and was never sure whether he'd be able to defend himself. Now he had to bring something to weigh him down. He certainly couldn't agree to this matter. Regardless, Hanli had to return to the main topic on hand. He could tell that the girl's aptitude shouldn't be poor even if he hadn't carefully examined it yet. Otherwise, she shouldn't have been able to reach the 6th layer at such a young age. When Han Li was at that age, the only reason he had reached that stage was because he had the assistance of an insane amount of medicine pills. From this, it would be a pity for this young girl to spend her life muddling through starting line of the cultivation world. Although he couldn't take this young girl as a disciple, he could still introduce her to a master. He actually found the rare mischievous streak in her quite agreeable. He clearly remembered that the small old man, Senior Marshal Brother Ma, had yet to take in a disciple. Furthermore, Senior Marshal Brother Ma had once angrily complained that ever since Han Li left the 100 Medicine Garden, the old man had to personally look after the medicine garden when he could otherwise be taking care of more important tasks. Had the small old man known Han Li would leave the garden, he would have taken in an obedient disciple. This young girl before him appeared exceptionally intelligent. If her aptitude truly wasn't lacking, then there was no harm in introducing her to Senior Marshal Brother Ma as a potential disciple. As for whether Senior Marshal Brother Ma would be satisfied in taking in this young girl as a disciple, that had nothing to do with Han Li. With this thought, Han Li revealed a thoughtful appearance and caused the old man and the young girl to believe he was truly thinking of whether to accept her as a disciple, leaving them with excitement. "Come over here. Let me look at your spiritual roots." After some contemplation, Han Li waved to the girl and calmly said this. "Yes, Senior." The girl appeared extremely clever, and after respectfully answering, she nimbly walked in front of Han Li and took the initiative to hand over her slender, flawless white wrist, revealing a slight bit of shyness. Han Li lightly grabbed the young girl's jade wrist with his right hand and started to slowly circulate spiritual qi throughout her body. Not long after, he let go. Dual spiritual roots. Truly good aptitude. Han Li muttered as he stared at the young girl's face. When the young woman and the old man heard Han Li's words, joy bubbled up from their faces, and they believed that Han Li was about to accept her. But Han Li continued, suddenly saying, "Unfortunately, I don't take disciples. Otherwise, with your aptitude, I would definitely have accepted you." Han Li's words caused the grandparent-grandchild pair to feel as if cold water was being poured over their heads. They couldn't help but blankly stare. When Han Li saw the young girl's disappointed expression, he suddenly smiled and gently said, "Although I can't accept you as a disciple, do not lose heart. I can introduce you to my foundation establishment Senior Marshal Brother, a potential master. However, whether or not you can become his disciple all depends on my Senior Marshal Brother. Is this to your satisfaction?" "Really?" The young girl's original look of disappointment vanished. When she heard those words, her spirit immediately shook. Without speaking further, Han Li took out a sound transmission talisman and lightly mumbled a few sentences into the talisman. Then he handed it to the young girl along with a jade medallion. "Take this talisman and this jade medallion. Bring these with you to Yellow Maple Valley and find a senior surnamed Ma. At that time, whether or not he will accept you as a disciple will depend on your luck, Hanli added with an indifferent expression. The girl didn't expect that even though Hanli was unwilling to take her in as a disciple, he would give her another opportunity. With her wish once again ignited, she hastily saluted Hanli and expressed her thanks. The old man was equivalently in high spirits. Because I'm uncertain whether he will accept you as his disciple, I will also give you 2 high-grade magic tools. This could also be regarded as compensation for that Taoist book of yours. While Hanli was saying this, he took out an embroidered emerald green silk cloth and a small blue sword, casually handing them over to the old man. When the old man saw this, he appeared pleasantly surprised. He originally believed that having Hanli introduce the young girl to a master was quite a good fortune, but he hadn't thought that Hanli would bestow even more substantial benefits. He couldn't help but feel extremely grateful. The old man hurriedly expressed his thanks once more and respectfully took the magic tools, revealing an extremely content expression. He had cultivated for so many years, yet he only had 1 high-grade magic tool on hand. Now that he acquired 2 more, how could he not be satisfied? Hanli did not stay for long, but before he left, he casually withdrew the spiritual qi he had placed on the pair's bodies. Under their respectful gazes, Hanli flew off and departed. After they saw Hanli fly far away, the old man handed the embroidered silk to the young girl and kept the small sword as he roared with laughter. Then they made preparations to leave the next day and go find that Senior Ma at Yellow Maple Valley in order to see whether or not his granddaughter could become a disciple of the 7 sects. However, Old Man Xiao was a bit puzzled as to why Hanli was mixed among the Qin clan. Those people were genuine mortals. Not knowing Old Man Xiao had let his imagination run wild, Hanli rushed back to the Qin residence with joyful anticipation. Because he used his magic tool to simply descend into his own dwelling, his return hadn't aroused anyone's attention. He then returned to his room without anyone knowing. Sensing that this newly acquired set of qi restraining incantations was quite practical, he opened the ancient book to cultivate it that night. The incantation was a minor skill that used a bit of spiritual power. With the support of Hanli's profound magic power, he had no difficulty grasping it. After one night, he almost completely grasped it. On the morning of the next day, just as Hanli finished his qi refinement meditation and felt that his luck was quite good, he suddenly heard a smothered bang from within his storage pouch. It seemed that something had broke. Hanli's expression immediately became very unsightly and gloomy. After a moment, he reached out for his storage pouch and took out a violet bead. It was actually exactly the same magic tool he gave the old Taoist. However, the bead's sparkling and glossy appearance was split with several deep cracks. After a moment of silence, Hanli suddenly walked out of the room, and after checking that no one was in the courtyard, he immediately took out his divine wind boat. With a flash, he boarded the small boat and silently disappeared from the Qin residence. After a quarter hour, Hanli appeared at a small village outside Yuejing. With a still expression, he surveyed the village and its surroundings from the sky as if he were looking for something. Eventually, at some remote hills several kilometers away from the village, Hanli stepped off the small boat and stared unwaveringly at a huge poplar tree. After a long while, Hanli's hands formed a magic incantation as he softly spat out the word, retrieve. From the tree's deeply buried roots, a ball of green light carrying a bead flew out. This bead was a lustrous purple and had several cracks on it. From the size of the cracks, it unexpectedly appeared to be the exact same as the one in Hanli's hand. Hanli sighed and beckoned the ball of light, causing it to fly toward his hand. When it entered his grasp, the ball of light immediately vanished into Hanli's body. Only the bead remained in his hand. Hanli muttered to himself for a moment before suddenly shooting a fist-sized fireball from his finger towards the roots of the large tree. In an instant, the poplar tree turned to ash and left a large crater in the ground. Hanli stepped forward and carefully examined it, but he didn't discover anything. It's most likely that he was caught up in some evil scheme, Hanli muttered to himself, shaking his head. Actually, the true name of the purple light bead magic tool that he originally chose to give the old Taoist was Purple Light Response Bead. These magic tools were refined in pairs. Not only did they release a defensive light barrier, but when one bead's light barriers was broken, so long as the other bead was within 500 meters, it would suffer the same damage quite incredibly. These magic tools were extremely common defensive magic tools carried by Dao companions of the Harmonic Bond sect. After several melees on the border of the state of Yu, he had acquired many of these magic tools. Because he felt they were rather strange, he hadn't sold them. When he gave the old Taoist this magic tool, it was actually so that if the old Taoist encountered any mishap, Hanli would immediately know. He absolutely did not think that the old Taoist would use this magic tool after just one night. All of this seemed to point to disaster. This went far from Han Li's expectations and had caught him rather unprepared. Han Li motionlessly stood next the hole as if he were contemplating something. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Han Li's expression seemed to stir. He expressionlessly threw out the divine wind boat and boarded it, flying far off in a streak of white light. This small overgrown hill seemed to have returned to a state of peace. Apart from the chirping of small birds, it seemed lifeless and still. Ho! After an hour, a nearby deep voice exhaled for a while. Over 30 meters away from the large crater, a person slowly emerged from below a shrub. He was tightly covered in black cloth from head to toe. A pair of dark glossy eyes could be seen as well as a yellow light barrier. But when this person's entire body came out, the yellow light barrier immediately weakened and soon completely disappeared without a trace. After this figure emerged, he diligently took a look at the sky in every direction. Then he said with a deep voice, "Come out." He left. After this was said, several locations nearby started to shift and 3 similarly dressed people emerged along with their own similar yellow light barriers. However, one of the figures appeared to have a thin, woman's stature. "Eldest brother, what do we do? We were instructed to capture or kill anyone who came here, but we helplessly let this person go. Won't there be consequences?" A lanky, recently emerged individual couldn't help but anxiously ask this. From his voice, it seemed he was fairly young. When the person who first emerged heard this, he couldn't help but tremble. He was greatly worried about what the lanky figure had said. They all knew from experience that the ones giving them these orders were vicious. It shouldn't be a problem. When they gave us our objective, they didn't say that the person who would come was a Foundation establishment cultivator. This is something far beyond our capabilities. If we had acted, we would only be courting death, the eldest brother said without much confidence. Humph. Eldest brother speaks correctly. How could we subdue a Foundation establishment cultivator? I also don't trust those people. They truly didn't give us the slightest explanation. The third individual was the sole female. She said this with dissatisfaction. After hearing those words, the other 3 couldn't help but bitterly smile and look at each other in dismay. This little sister of theirs was still so naive even though her life was hanging in the hands of a mysterious enemy. Why would the other party give them an explanation? However, it's not that they didn't give us the slightest explanation. I reckon that they just didn't expect there would be such a huge fish. Else why would they hand this matter over to us? They would have had a Foundation establishment cultivator assist us at the very least. The last person to emerge said. He had a tall and thin stature. That's right. If we give them a clear explanation, we shouldn't be too badly punished. The person with lanky stature hastily agreed as if his spirits had risen. But if anybody else heard this, who wouldn't think these words were anything but self-comfort? Even so, it is a bit strange. For some reason, I feel like I've seen this young Foundation establishment cultivator before. He seems somewhat familiar. He softly muttered to himself with a slightly puzzled appearance. Those words greatly startled the other 3. That girl was especially surprised. Great curiosity flashed through her eyes, wanting to ask further on this matter. However, the person they referred to as eldest brother suddenly waved his hand and interrupted. Enough, we must hurry and leave this place. Let's leave these matters for later. When the woman heard this, she could only swallow her question and nod her head in agreement. Could you tell this one where you intend to go? Without waiting for them to take out their flying magic tools, a cold voice suddenly came from the sky. This ice-cold voice chilled them to the bone, causing this masked group of 4 to become completely pale from fright. They all cast defensive magic almost simultaneously and then scattered, not daring to turn their head. About 100 meters up in the sky, Han Li was standing on his divine wind boat with fluttering clothes. He was expressionlessly looking at them with a gaze containing a ghastly chill. Their hearts similar sunk as they all thought the same thing. When did this person return? Why didn't we sense him in the slightest? Scatter! Their leader, the eldest brother, shouted without hesitation. He then took the initiative to fiercely retreat. At the same time, he threw out a disc magic tool from his bosom and stepped on it, flying away. The other three scattered in different directions and flew off. These people clearly understood that they fundamentally couldn't resist a foundation establishment cultivator and that it would be better to immediately fly off since their chances of survival would be a bit higher. The young woman had the weakest magic power among them. Thus, even though she quickly flew on her flying magic tool, she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Han Li in the sky. As a result, she was surprised by what she saw. Han Li was standing on the small boat without moving in the slightest. He didn't appear to be taking any actions in pursuing the four. Along with the woman's amazement, she was also secretly delighted to no end, thinking there should be a good chance at escaping unscathed. But at this moment, she suddenly heard an extremely frigid and sharp hiss come from her front. With alarm, the woman hastily turned her head around and saw a blinding red arrow of light shoot from the SK, heading aggressively straight toward her. Aghast, the masked woman raised her hand and threw out an ice spear technique just in time. When that lustrous ice spear touched the red light, it shattered into white mist. It was unexpectedly unable to stop the red arrow of light, allowing it strike against the water attribute barrier protecting her body. Blue light and red light then filled her vision. Her body vibrated and was forcibly pushed back by over 10 meters. But seeing that her barrier remained intact, the woman sighed deeply from relief. At this moment, she took a glance in front of her with fright and anger. Could it be the Foundation establishment cultivator had comrades lying around in ambush for them? After she clearly saw who was in front of her, this masked girl's black eyes went blank as if she couldn't believe what she saw. In front of her were two floating soldier figurines dressed in armor. One of them held a large bow and was currently drawing back the bow with a red light arrow. The other one was holding a broad, long saber emitting yellow light as it slowly flew toward her. Although the woman was shocked by the fact that these rigid objects could attack her as true people could, she knew that if she didn't deal with these figurines' attacks, she wouldn't be able to smoothly escape. With this thought, she clenched her flawless teeth and took out a blue lustrous throwing knife from her storage pouch. The high-grade magic tool she held in her hand had cost her all of her savings. Normally, she would absolutely hate to use it, but right now she had to urgently escape and didn't have much choice. Go! The girl softly shouted. That throwing knife then turned into a streak of blue light and shot toward the figurine that was approaching her. The blue throwing knife arrived in front of the figurine in the blink of an eye, fiercely chopping at its head without the slightest hesitation. Against the masked woman's expectations, a soft dang sounded out. The figurine had raised its long saber with surprising speed and struck the blue throwing knife before continuing to fly mechanically towards the woman. The masked woman's expression greatly changed. Pointing to her magic tool, she commanded it to fly out for several meters and loop in a circle, striking the figurine on its return. But what happened next left her dumbstruck. As if the figurine had eyes behind its head, it struck the magic tool approaching from behind. This time, the woman was truly panicking, just as she thought to come up with something else. A sharp hiss could be heard as the bow figurine shot out an arrow. With no better option, the masked woman hastily flew to the side, wanting to dodge the arrow. But much to her surprise, this red streak of light seemed to be manipulated. It mimicked her movements and followed her, catching her off guard. She could only brace for another impact and hope her barrier could hold up once more. It was at this moment that the saber-wielding figurine finally arrived in front of her and used its long saber to break through her barrier without resistance. Unwilling to allow the enemy to succeed so smoothly, the masked woman hastily moved to escape. Thus, the two figurines attacked her from both close range and from a distance. With the cultivation base of the masked woman repeatedly exhausted from her continuous retreats, any kind of escape was out of the question. But when the sweat-drenched young woman commanded her throwing knife to block the figurine's attack with great difficulty, The figurine that was attacking her in close quarters leaped away from her. At the same time, the archer figurine lowered its bow and no longer attacked. When the woman saw this, she couldn't help but be shocked. Then she heard a sigh come from behind her. Sigh. Fifth sister, you must come back. Having heard this, she stopped and then slowly turned around. She saw 3 masked men dejectedly standing behind her. Behind each of them were 3 or 4 figurines similar to those that were also next to her. Apart from the soldier figurines, there were also actually several tiger beast figurines among them as well. As young woman swept her gaze past them with an appearance of despair, she was subconsciously compelled to return to her original position. Her 3 elder brothers had spiritless gazes as if they were already under control. The masked woman raised her head to look at Han Li in the sky and sadly tossed her throwing knife magic tool to the floor. She no longer put up any resistance. When Han Li saw this, he raised his hands with no trace of politeness and sent several streaks of green light burrowing into her body, causing her to feel as if a ghost had possessed her. Her body's true essence became obscure, and she could no longer move as she wished. With this finished, Han Li didn't make any inquiries. Instead, he waved his hand and pulled them onto the divine wind boat he was sitting on. He couldn't stay at this place long. If he didn't leave, it was likely he might encounter an expert, which would be greatly problematic. He randomly chose a direction away from Yuejing. Then, Han Li and the 4 turned into a streak of white light and flew away. Not long after, 2 people appeared where Han Li and the 4 had been. However, these people's clothes were a concentrated red similar to the color of blood, causing anyone who would have seen it to feel uneasy. The 2 took a look around before standing in front of a large hole where the large tree used to be. After a moment of silence, one of the 2 suddenly sighed and said, "It seems those 5 friends from Meng were defeated." This person's voice sounded a bit old. Upon hearing it, one would assume the speaker was not young at all. Humph, there are no remains. Not only did they fail, they must have also been captured alive. As there isn't the slightest scent of blood here, it seems the newcomer was able to capture those 4 quite easily. The other person said this with an appearance of disdain. This person didn't seem old, appearing to be around 20 years old. This is a bit troublesome. The 5 friends of Meng Mountain aren't the useless sort, else their lives wouldn't have been spared and they would have already become blood sacrifices. I suppose they hadn't been overwhelmed by a large number of chi condensation and were instead captured by a Foundation establishment cultivator, the first person said with a bit of concern. What? Are you afraid those people will reveal our secrets? There are only a few cultivators that our school has recruited from nearby. They simply don't know any of our school's secrets. Furthermore, before I sent them on their assignment, I had already activated their seal in secret. They will only live half a day more at most. The youth lightly laughed and said this without paying any mind. Oh, that's good. If it's only half a day more, they won't be able to leak anything. With their bodies having been subjected to the blood incantation restrictions, by the time they discover something is amiss, they will no longer be able to say anything, the old man said after letting out a breath. However, the old man changed the subject and said somewhat darkly, "However, why did this happen? Did we not discuss this? We were supposed to turn that old Taoist Wu into our puppet and have him act as your master so that you can slowly show your face in the cultivation world. In this way, our school will be able to carry out our plan and have the core disciples appear in the cultivation world with an open identity. Why would you suddenly barge into that old Taoist's room and suck in his blood essence? You shouldn't be lacking in any magic power supplements." After hearing the old man's words, the masked youth bitterly laughed several times and couldn't help but say, "You think I did it for a supplement? I had no other choice." "Then why?" the elderly person exclaimed in a low voice, feeling shocked. "My magic power backlashed, and I desperately needed a cultivator's blood essence to suppress the true essence in my body. Apart from you, the only nearby cultivator was old Taoist Wu. I can't use you, can I?" Just then, the backlash was truly too vicious. It happened 2 days earlier than I anticipated, and I was almost unable to suppress it, the young person said with a bitter laugh. Evidently, he was still quite afraid. "So it's like that. While it's not your fault, you will still need to properly explain this matter to the higher-ups. But based on my estimation, this may have arisen because you were too hasty in cultivating your Black Fiend de Jura technique. You shouldn't go to the blood prison to cultivate for now. Instead, take some time to consolidate your foundation before pressing onward. The elder slowly said this after thinking for a moment. Rest assured, after I absorbed that old Taoist's blood essence, my backlash completely withdrew. So long as I am more careful in the future, no such accidents will again occur. Recently, I have also felt that my cultivation speed has been too rapid, so I myself have been considering not going there again. The young person indifferently said. Good, as long as you know about it. However, although this old Taoist has been exterminated, the person who planted a spiritual qi seal in this person is still quite troublesome. You must not ignore him. After all, it's best to think of a way to not leave any traces behind. Your words sound pretty reasonable. However, I originally believed that anyone who would become friends with old Taoist Wu would also have extremely low cultivation bases. After preparing the trap, I asked those 5 friends from Meng to set an ambush, but who knew that a big fish would actually appear? Do you think that it was a group of low-layer cultivators or a single foundation establishment cultivator who took action? The young person couldn't resist asking the elderly figure behind him. Hee. Based on my estimation, it was likely a single foundation establishment cultivator. After all, even if there were more qi condensation cultivators, once those 4 were set on fleeing, capturing them all at once is not that easily done. The elderly man with a veiled face said without further thought. Since it's like this, shouldn't we temporarily avoid taking risks? When Sect Master comes out from closed-door cultivation, we can continue with some other plan. After all, foundation establishment cultivators are not to be lightly provoked, the young man said with some hesitation upon hearing the other person so casually tossing out the identities of the 5 friends from Meng Mountain. Temporarily avoid? What is there to temporarily avoid? You don't know yet? Sect Master just sent out a notice that he currently requires a few foundation establishment cultivators to serve as blood sacrifices. Since this person took the initiative to appear, we shouldn't let this opportunity slip past us so lightly. After all, qi condensation cultivators are numerous and easy to capture, but isolated foundation establishment cultivators are extremely rarely seen. The elderly person said with a cold laugh, his eyes revealing a killing intent. The young person with a veiled face, upon hearing this, was slightly startled, but afterward he still spoke somewhat awkwardly. But now, apart from the sect master's 4 great blood servants, our sect doesn't have any foundation establishment level experts here in the capital. They are all in different locations, taking care of various matters. We can't call them back to the capital just for this, can we? It doesn't need to be so complicated. Right now, Sect Master desperately needs a foundation establishment cultivator. Perhaps you could obtain an opportunity to enter foundation establishment just like his 4 great blood servants. A greedy expression flashed across the eyes of the veiled elderly person. When the young man heard this, his spirit was shaken, as if he had been completely swayed by the elder's words. Okay, I will go back and prepare. We definitely must capture this person, he viciously said. Then the 2 of them discussed something in low tones for quite some time before inconspicuously leaving the hills, heading for some unknown location. Strangely, however, these 2 people never brought up how they would precisely find Han Li's location in such a large capital. It was as if this was not even an issue to them. Meanwhile, in a completely deserted area hundreds of kilometers away from the hills, Han Li descended in the divine wind boat, then forced the 4 people off the magic tool. Although these 4 individuals knew that what happened next would not be something good, they simply couldn't stir up any rebellious intent and could only listen obediently to his orders, walking off the small boat. Han Li, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood in front of the few silent people, coldly sizing them up. After a long while, he opened his mouth and said, "Take off your veils. At this point, covering your faces is no longer of any use." Han Li's voice was completely void of emotion, causing the 4 people's figures to tremble briefly before involuntarily glancing at each other. "Take them off," the eldest brother said helplessly. Seeing this, the other 3 people could only take off their black veils one by one in a dejected manner, revealing their true, unconcealed appearances. After Han Li glanced at their appearances individually, his outward expression did not change, but in his heart, he let out a sigh. As expected, it was those 5 friends from Meng Mountain. As he was hovering in midair, listening to these people discussing things, he already felt that their voices were somewhat familiar. Adding on their cultivation method and layers, he naturally connected them to the 5 friends from Meng Mountain that he had seen just 2 months ago. All of them were here apart from that 40-year-old or so female. Although these people's identities were exactly the same as he had guessed, Han Li's head still began to hurt incomparably. Without even thinking, he knew that the young prince in Prince Xianxia's residence and Steward Wang should be the criminals behind the mass disappearance of cultivators. He originally intended to do as much as he could to avoid this trouble, but he never expected that this problem would voluntarily come to him. If he had known that it would be this way, he definitely would not have allowed that old Taoist to spy on those two. This was something that had nothing to do with the people from the Devil Dao. Rather, he had simply been too careful. Anyhow, he never expected that old Taoist Wu would actually be that useless. He had only spied on them for a day before being discovered. He had not even been able to protect his life. This caused Han Li to feel even more depressed and speechless. If old Taoist Wu's spirit was in the afterlife and he knew that Han Li was complaining about him like this, perhaps he would feel even more wronged. He hadn't even begun to spy on the young prince before the young prince charged into his room and sucked out his blood essence for no reason. His death was truly treated unjustly. Although Han Li was somewhat wrong about old Taoist Wu's death, he didn't know that the young prince and Steward Wang did not know about old Taoist Wu's plans to spy on them. Even more, they did not know at all that their identities had been revealed to Han Li. But this didn't affect the fact that both sides had sounded an alarm and were aware of enemies within their midst. Han Li's thoughts were very heavy at this moment. After all, of the cultivators who had recently disappeared, a few Foundation establishment cultivators were also included in that mix. If the opponent that he provoked was extremely frightening, perhaps he would follow in the footsteps of the others who had disappeared if he wasn't careful. Normally, since this place was so dangerous, he would naturally flee far away. After all, a wise man foresees and mitigates risks. There really was no need for him to fight to the death with this group of people. The further he could get away from this place, the better. But what posed him some difficulty was that he still had the mission of protecting the Qin clan. If the people from the Qin clan were to suffer some misfortune during his absence, he would have no way of accounting for it when he reported to Li Huayuan. He could not say that he fled because he had felt that Weijing had suddenly become extremely dangerous. As Han Li thought this, his expression began to appear indecisive, causing the 4 hostages in front of him to feel extremely uneasy. They originally thought that since they had been brought to this place with no one else around, the other person was definitely going to press them for information. However, they didn't expect that this Foundation establishment youth, after seeing their expressions, would fall into deep thought. His expression became somewhat strange as well. Could he be thinking of some vicious method to torture them? After making these random guesses, these individuals felt cold sweat forming on their back, and their mental states became even more unsettled. "How does your esteemed self plan on dealing with us?" the 20-something-year-old young woman suddenly asked, becoming impatient. Hearing these words, Han Li recovered from his deep thinking. After glancing at the woman, he coldly said, "Do I need to deal with you? If I were to hand you over to the families of the missing cultivators and say that you are some of the criminals behind the scenes, I trust that they would treat you very well." Han Li spoke these words expressionlessly, causing the 4 people to have no doubts that Han Li would have no qualms about doing this. They couldn't help but reveal terrified expressions. "We never kidnapped those cultivators, not even once. We only did a few." "Stop speaking, 5th junior sister. He is trying to trap you with his words." The dark-faced old man suddenly barked out severely, abruptly interrupting the woman's next words. This caused 5th junior sister's heart to feel shocked, and she couldn't help but viciously glare at Han Li. "Set a trap for you with my words? You regard yourselves too highly." Han Li indifferently chuckled with a mocking smile. "Humph. As our senior, you have no need to humiliate us in this way. If you have any methods to torture us with, just use them." The tall, skinny second brother of the 5 friends from Meng Mountain suddenly yelled at Han Li. He did not seem to be afraid that his life hung in Han Li's hands. This greatly shocked the other 3. In their hearts, this second eldest brother was someone who would think before acting. He was not an impulsive person. The 30-year-old youth, who felt that Han Li seemed somewhat familiar, thought for a moment. He suddenly seemed to recall something and immediately turned towards the tall, skinny man, yelling at him with anger and fright. "Second brother, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to purposefully enrage this senior and cause him to kill all of us in his anger?" As soon as this sentence left his mouth, even Han Li was slightly shocked, not to mention the dark-faced elder and the young woman. He had no idea why this youth would say these things. In an instant, the second brother's face became incomparably pale and didn't say anything to defend himself. "Fourth brother, you're mad. How could second brother want us to die?" When the young woman heard this, she angrily defended the tall, thin man. Then the woman turned her face toward the dark-faced old man to say something. However, she truly hadn't thought the old man would look so gloomy. "Second brother, is it because third sister still remains in their grasp that you thought to have everyone die so that third sister may live?" The dark-faced old man coldly asked. "Forgive me, eldest brother, but you of all people should know his methods. From the hidden meaning behind his words, third sister will be certain to suffer 100 torments under his hand and live a life worse than death. It would be better to have one's soul fly away and be scattered than to suffer that fate," the thin, tall second brother eventually explained with a face of shame. When the young woman heard this, her face became incomparably pale. Her lips moved several times, but no words were able to come out. "Humph, even if third sister is your Tao companion, you actually have the nerve to use our 3 lives in exchange for her own?" The 30-year-old youth resentfully yelled at the second brother. "Second brother, although fourth brother speaks somewhat bluntly, he is not without reason. When we swore our oaths as sworn siblings that year, we promised that we would all live and die together. But now for your selfish ideas, you wanted to deliberately kill everyone. This is unjustifiable." The dark-faced old man's voice was filled with disappointment. "Correct. I wanted everyone to die, but what other method do I have? My own flesh and blood is within third sister's stomach. I can't have my Li clan become extinct here. Otherwise, who else would take the initiative to seek death? A wretched life is better than a good death." As his expression alternated between red and white, the thin, tall man couldn't help but yell this with gripped fists. These words immediately caused the old man and the young woman to be slightly stunned and reveal shock. For a moment, they actually didn't know what to say. The woman had her mouth wide open with an expression of complete shock. "Are you all finished? If you are, then I will speak." Han Li, who had been detachedly observing from the start, suddenly said this in a cold voice. When they heard this, the 3 were immediately startled, and they suddenly recalled that the one who was actually in charge of their lives was actually the Foundation establishment cultivator before them. Their resentment immediately disappeared without a trace, and they once again looked at each other in dismay. "I don't care if you are all seeking death or if you're putting on a play. I only want information on those behind the scenes. If you truly want to die, you will only be able to do so after you tell me information. Did you still think that you had control over your life and death?" Han Li's emotionless words caused the 4's complexions to greatly change. "We don't know much of what you want. Furthermore, we have a blood curse restriction on our bodies. We aren't able to leak any important affairs to outsiders. Else we would immediately activate the restriction and our hearts would rupture." The dark-faced old man gritted his teeth and then said this. He seemed to have already given up. "Blood curse? That's a bit interesting. Let me inspect it." Han Li grew very curious and said this with some interest. When the dark-faced old man heard this, his spirit slightly shook. After some hesitation, he took the initiative to walk forward and extend his arm, holding onto a thread of hope. He had hopes that Han Li would be able to remove the calamity hidden within him. However, he felt these hopes weren't very likely. Those who put the blood curse on them were extraordinarily confident that no cultivator with a blood curse would divulge their secrets. Those who divulged secrets, regardless of whether it was deliberate or not, would die on the spot. At this moment, Han Li grabbed his wrist and slowly circulated spiritual power through the old man's body. At this moment, his expression changed and became incomparably respectful. The other 3 of the 5 friends of Meng Mountain stared at the 2 with great attention. They hoped this expert Han Li would truly be able to remove the blood curse. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Han Li let go of the old man's hand and lowered his head in contemplation. After a short moment, he raised his head and asked the old man with an unchanged expression, "When they laid the curse on you, Did they chant any strange incantations or say some strange words? Han Li's question caused the four to all reveal an appearance of shock mixed with a trace of happiness. They said a few strange words we didn't understand. It seemed as if the incantation came from some sort of ancient dialect. We're certain we've never heard those words before. Also, it was a Foundation establishment cultivator who laid the curse on us. Without waiting for the dark-faced old man to respond, the thin man excitedly replied first. Furthermore, after they finished these words, they took a bowl of some unknown black blood and put a few peculiar pattern on all our arms. It is incapable of being washed off, the old man promptly added on. He then exposed his entire arm, revealing a strange black and indistinct symbol. After Han Li stepped forward and took a careful look, he nodded his head. Then he again lowered his head in thought. Not long after, Han Li suddenly raised his head and mysteriously smiled toward them, saying, "I was right. It seems I figured out what this blood curse is." "Are Senior's words true?" the dark-faced old man said, trembling. The other three didn't dare to believe Han Li's words. This blood curse was like a sharp blade at their necks. They had no choice but to follow the orders they were given. If Han Li could truly remove the great danger that resided within their hearts, they would be able to recover their freedom and wouldn't need to obey their captors any further. This so-called blood curse is actually a kind of oral curse. What created the restriction should be that strange incantation. It has absolutely nothing to do with the black blood mark drawn on your upper arm. That was only a deception, Han Li indifferently explained. It appeared as if he was greatly prepared. However, he inwardly sighed from the fluke. Fortunately, back when he was looking for information on the greater displacement medallion, he had come across this oral curse technique in a very peculiar book. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known the slightest thing about it. Is it possible for Senior to remove the curse? The young woman couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Han Li's cold reply caused everyone's heart to drop. The wild happiness they previously revealed was instantly deflated. What is the meaning of Senior's words? The dark-faced old man hastily wore a smile and carefully asked this. At this moment, with the curse removal lying in Han Li's hands, he didn't dare to offend Han Li in the slightest. There are two methods for removing an oral curse. One method is by knowing the curse's dispel chant. So long as I have the chant in my hands, I can read it aloud with spiritual power and safely break it. The other method is to use my spiritual awareness to enter your spiritual awareness sea and forcefully wipe away traces of the oral curse. This method requires the spiritual awareness of the one removing it to be greater than the one who cast it. In this way, the imprint can be removed. But if I fail, the oral curse will be triggered. You should clearly know what would happen afterward. Han Li wrinkled his brow and said this harshly. What? It can activate on its own. The young woman couldn't help but cry out. The person who placed the curse on them had used a living person to demonstrate what would happen after the blood curse was activated. That scene she witnessed, seeing that person spit out chunks of his heart in a miserable fashion, was still fresh in her memory. It caused her to feel fear from the mere mention of the blood curse. The others' faces were also unsightly. How could they possibly gamble with their lives? Han Li looked at them and then coldly laughed. When he thought to say something, the thin and tall second brother bravely raised his head and said, Senior, please remove my curse. The same person put blood curses on all of us. If you can remove mine, then you are certain to remove all the others as well. These words caused the other three to open their eyes in surprise and blankly look at him. Second brother, what are you doing? This is far too dangerous. After the woman regained her bearing, she hastily persuaded them with anxiety.